Alrighty. Are we alive? Are we? Wow. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boat Campaign real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, very quiet morning, but we are moving up. Bonds recovered a little bit. Gold is going insane, not only in the United States, but also in China. Well, I'm sure we're going to talk about that one here today. You had small business optimism coming at the low. You don't have any Fed speakers. We did hear from Kashkari and Bullard was saying 3 cuts. Kashkari didn't say anything that was going to surprise you from the last couple of days, and now we are in wait-and-see mode ahead of the big data tomorrow, along with everything else, minutes, CPI, PPI, and everything else, Chad, and then earnings, Delta, and then JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Citi. But, Chad, it's going to be a wild one. It's actually going to be pretty, calm and weird today. We'll see how it plays out. Don't get suckered into it too much, but, Chad, Adonia. Oh, happy Tuesday, baby. Good morning. What's up, Jeff? How you living, NRG? What up, Tim Whitman, baby? Rod, Chris, baby. Sir Jamie. Gus for the Lauter. Kelvin, Whitty, Loser, Humble Soul. Hey, Sus Garcia, baby. Mark J. Oh, there's the chat. Brrrah. Christina, Humble Business. Good morning. Open Face. Troy Lemon in the house. Mark J, baby. Tim, Carissa Hines. Good morning. Gene Johnson, Jamar. Nate Positive Vibe. Jade always working, baby. Cambolini. Ray Aria. Kenny Miranda. Johnny Garcia, baby. Good morning. What up, Big Curly? How you living, Mr. Donati? What up, Kenny? Lost one. Matt Barry, baby. Jason Navarro. Michael Barfield. Good morning. What up, Toya? What up, Tyree? What up, Striker? Jason. Oh, damn, B's in the house. V Nasty Baked. Najee Wolf, baby. Good morning. What up, J Max? Andrea Loki. Lucky Soldier, baby. Good morning. Ryan Walters. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia. We coming like that on Tuesday. The Great Show. Charlie in the Tree, baby. TS. Max's Channel. Little Lebowski. Ricardo De Leon. Gary Avari. Good morning, Chattadonia. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chattadonia, I hope you feeling good. Pour one out for the Twitch. They still here, We love y'all. We love y'all, Twitch. God bless. I know I would say Blazing Bob. You know what I'm saying? I say El Coyote. I know we still God bless you. Good morning. So, Chad, I hope y'all ready for it. Let's see what today brings. It's either going to be a lot of calm or a lot of weird volatility that shouldn't happen. So we'll see. But I have the plays. I have the keys, the news, all of that good stuff. We got 7 hours, so let's make it through. But, Chad, let me introduce you to my friend Joshua. His name is Joshua. Or Joshua is AI. Okay, and here's bonds recover with traders on U.S. inflation watch. Bonds climbed, clawing back part of Monday's slump in the buildup to U.S. inflation figures that are crucial to the debate over when the Federal Reserve will start to cut interest rates. Treasury yields retraced some of the sharp gains that pushed rates on the 10-year note to the highest since November in the previous session. Government debt in the UK and Germany followed suit, with yields falling across the curve. U.S. equity futures edged higher after Monday's flat close on Wall Street when trading was the thinnest since Christmas. Europe's stock 600 index was range-bound, with volumes also below average before the week's major risk events. Caution prevailed ahead of Wednesday's inflation report, which is forecast to show some further easing of price pressures. Traders are also preparing for the European Central Bank's rates announcement on Thursday, which could support bets on earlier easing by the ECB than the Fed, and for the start of the first quarter earnings season. While markets now favor just 2 U.S. rate cuts this year, former Fed St. Louis President James Bullard said 3 reductions remain the base case. For Mohit Kumar, strategist and chief economist for Europe at Jefferies, the more important discussion should be over how the Fed would respond to any signs that resilience in the American economy is faltering. The right question is whether the Fed is willing to cut rates if there is any sign of weakness, Kumar wrote in a note to clients. And on that, we are reasonably confident that if the economy weakens, we will see easing from the Fed, which would support risk sentiment. The dollar was little changed, while the yen hovered near a 34-year low around the closely watched 152 level that many say will trigger Japanese authorities to act. Gold extended its bull run to a fresh record, taking its gains since mid-February to more than 18%. Elsewhere, oil traded near a 5-month high as investors weighed simmering tensions in the Middle East and persistent supply concerns. Israel said progress has been made in negotiations for a ceasefire in Gaza, signaling a potential easing of hostilities, but Hamas denied the claim. While economists surveyed by Bloomberg expect the consumer price index will show some cooling in inflation, the core gauge, which excludes food and energy costs, is forecast to be up 3.7% from a year earlier, above the Fed's 2% target. Maria Vaitmain, head of equity markets research at State Street Global, said her firm's measure of online inflation pointed to a potentially above consensus read. We have seen prices in every sector we track to grow at higher than average pace in March, she said. As for corporate results, we continue to worry about narrowness of earnings, where majority of growth comes from the tech/large cap stocks, which majority of companies are showing signs of stress, Vaitmain said. Falling margins are particular concerns as they tend to precede layoffs. In individual stock moves Tuesday, BP plc rose to a 5-month high after an update that analysts said showed a strong performance in oil and gas trading. Renault SA advanced after an upgrade from analysts at Barclays plc. Mining stocks were a bright spot in Europe as iron ore headed for its biggest two-day rally in more than 2 years. Elsewhere in commodities, copper traded near a 15-month high as supply tightens and global manufacturing picks up. Waiting for inflation, markets are in a holding pattern with stock futures and treasuries calm heading toward Tuesday's session as traders await the next catalyst that will be provided by the U.S. inflation report on Wednesday. That will reverberate through bets on central bank rate cuts, which now have the European Central Bank moving earlier and cutting by more than the Federal Reserve this year. That dynamic is stoking talk about the potential return of euro parity with the dollar. Base cases and the Fed's Neil Kashkari said the base case remains that inflation will continue to fall and said that while the labor market in the U.S. is no longer red hot, it's still tight. James Bullard, the former Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis president, told Bloomberg TV that 3 cuts this year by the Fed remains the base case. He added that economic data already justifies a rate cut. There are no Fed speakers up to bat on Tuesday, though minutes from the bank's latest meeting are coming on Wednesday. Hot commodities. Commodities prices are continuing to hit or hold near highs pretty much across the board. Gold has maintained its record despite that run, leaving many onlookers puzzled. Copper is sitting near a 15-month high on tighter supply and a pickup in global manufacturing, while iron ore is set for its best 2-day run in 2 years, and oil is close to the strongest level in 5 months, with investors weighing tensions in the Middle East and persistent supply worries. China and Japan talks. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrapped up 4 days of talks in China with a warning against any moves to bolster Russia's military capacity, saying that companies will face significant consequences if they do. Meanwhile, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida is heading to Washington for a summit with President Joe Biden, seeking to strengthen alliances while sidestepping issues including the planned takeover of U.S. Steel. Top overnight news. The Bank of Japan will maintain accommodative monetary conditions for now, Governor Kazuo Ueda reiterated Tuesday. While not ruling out the possibility of further policy changes, we will consider reducing a degree of monetary easing if underlying inflation rises further, Ueda said in a parliamentary committee meeting. Joe Biden and Japan's Fumio Kishida plan to form a council on defense industries and allow workers in Japan to perform more maintenance work on U.S. Navy ships, according to a senior administration official. Defense will top the agenda at their meeting tomorrow. BBG, Berkshire Hathaway plans to sell yen bonds, fueling speculation that Warren Buffett is weighing more investments in Japan. It mandated banks for a potential benchmark SEC-registered bond offering, a person familiar said. BBG, UBS is in talks to attain full ownership of its China platform by swapping its holding in Credit Suisse's onshore securities venture with a Beijing government investment fund, people familiar said. BBG, European banks saw a further substantial decline in demand for business loans in Q1, according to a new ECB survey. Higher interest rates, as well as lower fixed investment for firms and lower consumer confidence for households, exerted dampening pressure on loan demand, ECB. Blackstone is close to a deal with L'Occitane owner Reynold Geiger to take the Hong Kong-listed company private, people familiar said. Blackstone may provide debt financing for the buyout. BBG, AI models such as OpenAI's ChatGPT are just insatiable in terms of their thirst for electricity, ARM's CEO Reen Ha said. The more information they gather, the smarter they are, but the more information they gather to get smarter, the more power it takes. Without greater efficiency, by the end of the decade, AI data centers could consume as much as 20% to 25% of U.S. power requirements. Today, that's probably 4% or less, he said. That's hardly very sustainable, to be honest with you, Jay. Former Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis President James Bullard said he's expecting 3 interest rate cuts this year as inflation moves toward the central bank's target while the economy remains resilient. At this point, you should probably take the committee and chair at face value. Their best guess right now is still 3 cuts this year, Bullard said Tuesday in a Bloomberg TV interview with Haslinda Amin. That's the base case. BBG. The largest U.S. banks are set to earn higher profits from their lending businesses than expected this year, as it becomes more likely that the Federal Reserve will make only modest cuts to benchmark interest rates. FT. He was getting hyped there at some random times. It was weird. He was like, and you wait, But we still got a little bit more. Honestly, it's not that crazy, though, today. Wait till I get to the plays. You'll see what I'm talking about. But S&P futures, they are up by 0.2 Tuesday morning trading. Comes after U.S. equities finished little changed in a very quiet Monday session in which activity was dampened by a lack of meaningful catalysts and the eclipse. Small caps underperform while momentum and energy lag. Treasuries firmer across the curve after yields continue to back up on Monday. Dollar is off by 0.1. Gold is up by 1.1, and Bitcoin futures are down by 1.5. WTI up by 0.2. Market is in waiting mode for a few potential catalysts later this week, particularly March CPI on Wednesday. This will be followed by PPI and the ECB on Thursday, along with the bank earnings season on Friday. Treasury supply $119 billion this week, likely to get some additional scrutiny with the upward pressure on rates. Firmer U.S. growth backdrop, continued hawkish repricing of Fed pivot expectations, 52% probability of June cut, just over 60 basis points of easing priced in for 24. Higher commodity prices, higher break-evens, near-term liquidity headwinds from tax payments, buyback blackouts, and continued sell-side S&P 500 targets increases. Some of the other recent areas of focus in the sell-side research and financial press. NFIB small business optimism declined to the lowest level in March since December 2012, marking 27th consecutive months below the 50-year average. Inflation cited as the biggest problem. No Fed speak scheduled for today ahead of the FOMC minutes on Wednesday. Former Fed President Bullard said 3 cuts this year remains base case, supply and focus, with a $58 billion auction of 3-year notes today. Not much overseas. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda left door open for additional policy tightening in his comments in Parliament. Not much corporate news. Google U.S. cloud event kicks off today. Meta reportedly unveiling small version of their new Llama 3 LLM next week. Tesla settled wrongful death lawsuit over autopilot crash. NSC preliminary Q1 EPS and revenue weaker. INVH to acquire 500 newly built homes for a total investment of $140 million. NEOG missed and cut guidance on food safety challenges. Mac FactSet weaker on softer Q1 guide. Some focus in the press on upcoming Q1 earnings. Financial Times discussed how banks' net interest income outlooks helped by hawkish Fed repricing on Fed pivot. Reuters discussed how luxury players facing headwinds from soft China demand and difficult comparisons from last year. Wow. Don't worry, there's more, Habibi. So much more. Not really, not a lot. Former St. Louis Fed President Bullard says base case is 3 rate cuts this year. Bank of Japan Ueda signals keeping door open for further paring back of easy policy. Markets now only see 60 basis points of cuts in 24, lowest since October. Markets watch for next Bank of Japan hike. JGB market liquidity has improved since rate hike. U.S. grants billions of subsidies to TSMC and Samsung. U.S. banks likely to get some net interest income help from expectations of fewer Fed rate cuts. Tesla settles wrongful death. Investors preparing for luxury sales slowdown on subdued China demand and tougher year-over-year. Global airline industry faces summer squeeze with lack of planes and surge in travel demand. U.S. authorities facing pressure from families of victims involved in Boeing 737 MAX fatal crashes. UBS may get full ownership of UBS securities via trade with Beijing government. Blackstone closing in on a deal to take skincare company L'Occitane International private. Data from British Retailer Consortium points to sales growth pickup as price pressures ease. New Zealand firms gloomier on economic outlook as high interest rates depress demand. Australian consumers deeply pessimistic. Business conditions steady. Surge in raw material prices reflect improving economy but poses inflation risk. Senior Israeli officials say progress made in negotiations for ceasefire in Gaza. Western allies face around $10 trillion reckoning in the global race to rearm. Biden and Japan Kishida seek to strengthen defense alliance, and China concerns. Wow. Great time. I'm telling you, we're very early, and just wait till I show you. I'm telling you, news very, very quiet today, especially compared. It's the day ahead of CPI, PPI, minutes, all of that. The bond auction might be our biggest event, but this is all the place. This, again, I could give you all 3 pages on some days. I ain't got nothing for you today, man. So let's see what we got moving. FCX is up 3.3. Bank of America upgrades to buy. WDC up by 3.1 off of nothing. NDAC up 2.0. Morgan Stanley upgrades to overweight. UWMC up 1.6. Keefe, Bruyette, and Woods upgrades to market perform. MGNX up 7. TD Cowen upgrades to buy. ALKS up 6.9. Top line results. Phase 1B study of ALKS 2680. AEO up 4.3. JP Morgan upgrades to overweight. Cassava up 3.5. Rodman and Renshaw initiates buy. BlackBerry up 3.2. Collaboration with AMD on next-gen robotic systems. HBM up 3.2, RVMD up 2.7, Chemours up 2.7, BMO upgrades to outperform from underperform, AMKR up 2.5, Needham initiates buy, Bloom Energy up 2.4 to receive $75 million in federal tax credits for Fremont manufacturing plant, MLCO up 2.3 extends maturity of $14 billion of revolving credit facilities, $1.9 billion US. ACRV up 71, $130 million private placement. ANGH up 13.4, MDIA up 9.3, ALDX up 8.9, SYRS up 7.6, FDA fast track designation of Tammy Baroteni. Tisha up 7.1. Piper Sandler initiates overweight. OPFI up 7. Special dividend of 12 cents a share. Authorizes 20 million share buyback. Gold and silver stocks trading higher. General Dynamics down 1.4. European defense stocks broadly lower. AXP down 1.4. Barclays downgrades to equal weight. CRH down 1.3. NEOG down 15.5 off earnings. Tilray down 15.5 off earnings. Other weed plays down in sympathy. INMD down 9.5 off guidance. ATUS down 2.0. BNB Paribas downgrades to underperform. Vince 64% down. Preliminary data of VIP 236 and updates on pipeline progress. MaxN down 13.9. Preliminary Q4 results. Saying down 5.5. YS down 5.5. Cattle down 5.2 on preclinical data. And ARM going crazy. I wish I got it yesterday. Woohoo! But Chad, that's it. That's it. That's all the place. That's all the news. Again, you get a little bit of data tomorrow morning. Again, you have a Google event going on right now for something related to the cloud. I got a couple plays watching banks, JP Morgan, Citi. Keeping an eye on Meta. Again, they're releasing something with that LLM3. Then keeping my eye on ARM, but that might be too late after the pre-market move. Also watching Marvel, then BlackBerry deal with AMD, but I don't know if that'll hold up. And then Alkermes, again, Alzheimer's drug. They had good data today. We'll see if that one also ends up holding. The like tax got increased to $1,300 ahead of the election. First gas prices, now the likes. Oh no, well I'm cool with 1,000 as long as the bell doesn't ring. I'll take 1,000. I've been very clear on that. I'm a very very happy guy. You give me 1,000, I'm chilling. So we'll see. As long as it's before the bell. Anything after the bell, I can't control that. You know what I'm saying? So Chad, we got about 10 minutes till the bell, 6 minutes till the pledge. When I'm back, I want to hear some plays though. Now you hear Alex Steele and Bloomberg. So here you go. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll see you in a little bit, baby. Good morning.
Morgan in particular noting $4 gasoline here in the U.S. would definitely cut demand by upwards of, say, 200,000 barrels of oil a day. You also have it elsewhere, too, like diesel prices in Europe, for example. There could be the SPR release, that famous, wonderful SPR release thing, but you need more acts of Congress to release more than would be actually beneficial to the overall market, and demand might not make it. I mean, demand might peter out.
So let's just pivot then to who profits from. I love commodity markets. It's where I started. And if you look at BP's numbers, and you look at Vitol's trading. Can you imagine being on the receiving end of the bonus out there in Vitol? So just talk us through the scale. I'm just thinking about the bonuses, but you take me through the more important.
No, I think the bonuses are totally legit. So this was the article that came out: is that Vitol, Trafigura, and Mercuria and Gunvor, so they're the really big independent traders, have a combined net profit of more than $50 billion in the past 2 years. If you compare that to 2018 to 2019, you're looking at just $6.8 billion. That's an enormous amount of profit. And that also helps BP. They had a trading update today where it should be relatively in line and strong oil and gas trading unit. And you also have these guys getting into other stuff like power markets, metals. Vitol's going to go back into the metal market. They confirm that. It'll be a small part of their business, but they did wind up confirming it. Freight, they're also adding gas. A lot of other traders adding gas that they didn't have it. And I gotta say, talking my own book, but that's all an energy transition thing. Like, you need all of this stuff if we're gonna electrify everything and decarbonize everything, and that's what these traders are really gonna get into.
But then this is also about where we're gonna have a carbon credits market. This is part of the ESG. This is part of COP. So it is about the evolution of these markets. Yes. We've always had power markets. We've always had carbon markets, but it's about the next transition of these markets, the next evolution of these markets.
Well, and it's also these guys getting into those markets in a more meaningful way, and then in how they're gonna wind up structuring that, particularly when it comes to power. Just power here in the U.S., we haven't seen power growth in like 20 years, and now power demand is going to skyrocket, and it is the data center, and it is the AI, but it's also just regular people too, so it's a combination of all of that. It's just like off.
Bro, I can't believe it. So like literally, bro, like even then, like energy, like gas is expensive now again. I don't know the price of gas because I've been confused over the last couple of years, but nah, man, all of it's there. Now they're like AI demand is going to take up 20% of our power in the next like 10. It's like worse than Bitcoin. Yeah, the environment. Yeah, you should have the IRM. Good. Chattadonia. Yeah, they're closing down some of the 99-cent stores. I think it's going BK. But Chattadonia, you're hearing the TV. I already gave you a couple of plays. It's a little slow today, but my goodness, is everybody ready for tomorrow? So Chad, you're here, right now. You're in the game. You are right in the live moment. So tell me, what is your first play of the day? Post your first play of the day in the chat. What do you got, baby? Arm calls, spy put, punt, no play, arm, McDonald's call, TSM, spy call, spy call, spy call, spy put, TQQ, Micron calls, TSM put, Meta call, TSM calls, GLD calls, PayPal put, JP Morgan, Apple puts, DXYZ, ride or die, Tesla calls, long-term, Tesla call, shorting gold, Palantir calls, sitting on my hands, SoFi calls, Lay shares, AEHR shares, good morning, Dollar Tree, Frothy puts, UVXY puts, thinking long-term ad, just here for the show, Palo Alto, DXYZ, ALCC, long-term, SoFi, calls on Josh, Intel put the $35 tree, short DJT, Broadcom call, Tilray calls, long RGR, Pfizer, Save Stock, Starbucks, or PETA, Pepsi. Good morning, UVix, NVIDIA 875 put, Russell, NASDAQ, sitting on my hands, Riley calls, Spy Straddle, NVO calls, babysit my TSM, IMCC, Vanny, selling Tesla, AHR, Dell, Diddy, GameStop, Josh calls, VIX calls, NRG or ALPN shares, McDonald's, and the final plays. Apple puts, PayPal calls, calls on likes, and Meta and Google calls. Wow. I like it. I like it, Chad. It was mixed. it was mixed, you know? There was a lot of different plays there. It was a little bit more mixed. So I think that's day before event, and we'll see what it brings. Again, bond auction is probably going to be our big event, so we'll see how that takes us in. But Chad, that is it, man. We got a little bit of time here. We actually got like 1 minute for questions. Do you have anything for me? You let me know. Happy AGNC Divvy Day. Happy AGNC Divvy. Time to pay homage. We're getting there, baby. We getting there. If you have any quick questions, let me know. Thankfully, we don't have anything too nuts to start off the morning. But again, tomorrow is going to be the main event. So we'll see how that meanders and fluctuates throughout. There's natural gas news, but honestly, I haven't been paying too much attention to natural gas. But in general, energy and commodities are on the rise up, and that is worrisome. But I think oil's more important first, and then if that goes, all the other ones will follow. So we will see. 10 more seconds. Home workouts are going great, actually. I've been liking it. I've been trying some new ones, man, but it's been good. I ain't been getting sick, man, so I've been liking it. Baby. But Chadadonia. You know what else I like? You know what? I love it, baby. I actually love it. And it's something we do here every day. And I love the people who have made a sacrifice for this country. And I love paying homage to a very special group of people that has made the ultimate sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people. And I'm talking about the ones who made that sacrifice, even the families, baby. And that is the veterans of the United States of America. So for real, on behalf of the Chads, people here and people not here, man, veterans, the families, thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. Whether or not you agreed with everything, y'all still gave and made a sacrifice for people you have never met. So thank you. And I hope all of you, the very least you could do is pay that love and homage to those who deserve it. So vets, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, Chadadonia. Let's go. Happy Tuesday. Oh, man, we here. Oh, excuse me, I had to burp. You didn't hear it, though, so I kept my manners. But that's it, Chad. ARB new high. I mean, again, I don't know. El Coyote posting it. Micron and the prices. I don't know if that one's from yesterday. But all in all, bond auction will probably be your main event here today. I think 2-year or 3-year bond auction, a decent amount of supply. Otherwise, everybody getting ready. There is like a Google Cloud event going on. You're already watching Google and ARM start to move and a couple of others. We'll see if there's any feedback off of the chip stocks last week. Other than that, ride it through. Let's see if gold and the dollar keeps going crazy. Otherwise, we watch the bonds, and then we get set up for the CPI. So, Chad, you got about 1 minute until the bell. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I don't know. Oh, wow. We're close on the likes. You need 200 likes in 1 minute. And that it's earnings season, too. So, I don't know. If y'all don't want the plays earnings, just don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me, man. That's all I'm saying. But I appreciate you. If you have any questions, you let me know. We got 45 seconds until the bell. Oh, my goodness. What's going to... I don't know, man. The likes give me anxiety in the morning because it don't look like 1,000, and then the bell ring, and then it's 1,000. I don't... Woosah. Yeah, good luck and have fun. But above all else, too, keep in mind everything else for the rest of this week. There's still like 3 other events, so you don't have to go too crazy there. Wow, 20 seconds. We need like 5 likes. 50. 50, excuse me. I got too excited. Oh, I don't know if we're going to do it. 10 seconds. So, Chad, call out any plays, like the video, and let's have some fun, man. Call out any news as well. Again, we're not expecting too much. So, here it is. 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You hit the likes. Round 1. Fight. All right. Worth to watch dog event. The Google event, maybe. I don't know if they've already announced everything. So they announced something with like a new center with ARM. And I think that's why ARM started picking up. But ARM may have its own. But Google's already up here a little bit. And remember, Google's near all-time highs. You know, the latest news was Google charging for searches. Russia says Ukrainian drones attacked its Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant 10 minutes after representatives' IAEA mission passed by. TSM is up. Did I send out those? Yes, and then ALKS, that one's a bio. You had AMD and BlackBerry too. ALKS still holding up. We'll see how long that one lasts. Marvel's doing pretty good. Marvel. Yeah, 1.8. Google's doing very, very good. Again, I don't know if we're going to hear more later, but they do have that cloud event. Micron's on the high. Remember, I don't know if that was a reiteration or not. TSM is up too. That's a lot for TSM. And then ARM is still going up there. Micron, a lot of chips. Still a couple of names on the lows, though. So don't get it twisted here. NASDAQ is the leader by 0.5. Interesting. And then Ford is going up. So I don't know where Tesla and all the other automakers are. Tesla's barely down. Remember, Delta Airlines, too. Keep that in mind. You literally have earnings tomorrow. Yeah, Baba's up. Baidu's trying to climb. Again, China's kind of been back and forth here. Pfizer. Silver's going crazy. Yeah, Pfizer's about to be at 27. That's a nice move. Gold even climbing up here a little bit. Let's say. That sucks, man. I wanted those arms from yesterday. Meta, they're launching something today, too. Again, that LLM3. Meta's just high priced. Could be down with that, though. We'll see if Meta could sell off a little bit more. Watch out for that. Citi. There it is. Pfizer. Again, high ticker's getting a little bit more active. There's still things low, but today's generally relief after yesterday. Myrna, Tesla, huge green candle. Myrna. Yeah, Meta's break. Again, that Meta LLM3 news. They're going to announce something. Starbucks, Roblox. Again, UWMC got to upgrade. They're still holding up. Bonds are climbing. And then Citi. Where's JPM? So again, JP Morgan. We're going to come back to those just in case those puts come down in value. Other than that, though, we're only one way on the call. Tesla, Nike going green. JP Morgan just wicked up. Max N. Again, Max N had something in this morning. What was it? Max N weak on softer guidance. It's a $2 stock. They already bounced. TSM still going. Meta, GE. Oh, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, that's going too. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach Nation. Where are you at? You better stand up. Are you kidding me? Bradley Frizzle. Oh, he started bright and early yesterday. And it's, oh my gosh. That's on CPI week too. My man. God bless you. Good morning. Good morning. TSM, 3%. I wish I held those. My goodness. So, again, TSM don't really move like that. That's a lot. The Peach. Let's see. Amazon's going lower. NVIDIA's starting to sell off. And then AMAT. AMAT got an upgrade yesterday. So, TSM on the high. SLV breaking out. Gold is coming up here, too. Again, gold was higher pre-market, but it's starting to make that climb again. TSM. Who was it? Micron. Where was the other one? Qualcomm. Airbnb on the high. We'll take it for now. I think Redfin was moving earlier. MO is up. Is Vanny halted? I don't think so. I could double check. Eli Lilly, Big Red. ALNY, Alney. Palladium breaking out. Interesting. Maybe Palladium going to be expensive. Nah, Vanny's not halted. It's trading there. GLD, new high intraday. That's for the ETF there. And then TLT's near the low of the day, but still green. Again, it's the general relief. MO's going up. Mattel on the high. Nike, Alibaba, and Energy. Those are all running on the high ticker. Again, you still got a couple names red. Netflix selling off. Nike back to 90. So Netflix is down by what, 0.6? Google's still holding up. Amazon is actually selling off, but still in the green. And then Apple is actually about to go red. AMD red. ARM came down. Yeah, AMD's down by 1. SMTC on the high. SPY going lower. I keep seeing BABA. And then now you're only up a quarter on the NASDAQ. You're up 0.5. Russell is the top dog now. That's crazy. So just like yesterday, the Russell is showing a lot more strength here. So again, it flip-flopped there just in the first 5 minutes. Again, ARM had that pop and drop. Apple bouncing right at break even. Exxon highest in September. Where's Microsoft? Microsoft right at break even too. Meta bounce. Yeah, Meta I like. And then Apple getting some volume. SPY near the low of the day. Market can't ignore oil, gold, and silver. Oh, so are you ready? Oh, I don't know if I should charge for this. I heard the craziest thing today. This morning. Oh, it's related to gold. I don't know if I should be charging y'all light. It's not even my car. Listen, I'll charge you light. I just want 3 likes. Cuz we're at 11:27. You know what I'm saying? So like if we just had like 30, you know, that's a good number. You know what I'm saying? Mhm. All right, you got me? All right, are you ready for this? This one's crazy. So this morning, Muhammad El-Arian, you know, he's now on the board of Under Armour, but he was talking about like the perplexing rise in gold, and he was talking about how some of this gold move in gold is diversification away from the dollar. And pretty much what he's saying, it's kind of wild to think about, but you remember the whole like de-dollarization and like even the whole brick shit, which I'm not the biggest fan of. He's pretty much saying that it's like this is people diversifying away from the dollar, and that could be one of the reasons there. Pretty much, yeah. This is the dollar risk, and that people would prefer gold rather than the dollar. Yeah, silver's going nuts right now. Again, even gold's up 1-2, but I do think silver's outperforming. Again, silver's getting at like 29. The Nuggets swinging the randoms over 1,000 now. Nice. That's what I wanted to sell out of it. But if I'm short gold, maybe we'll hold the Nugget. But yeah, very wild concept to think about. Dollar's still strong, but that's why. But like people want to get out of it. That's why they're saying the like rush. And then in China, gold ETFs in China are going in. They're getting halted every day. So in China, if you based the price of gold off a China spot ETF, it's pretty much 2,700, which is wild. But then again, China, that's happened before. And then Apple just rocketed up. And then SMTC, remember yesterday, that was going crazy. Apple is dominating the high ticker. Pfizer, back to 27. I'll take it. Biden lawyer Richard Sauber to depart White House in May. Wouldn't people prefer equities over the dollar, or since they're based? Yeah, if it's based on that's like kind of the whole point. That's why like it's a pretty bold. He said it much more politically correct, but what he was saying, Muhammad El-Arian, he's pretty much saying people don't want the dollar. It's diversification away from it. And he's talking about like, again, you don't even want to own stocks. It's just like you want to own anything that's not a United States dollar. Or again, in other cases, even Japanese currency or even the Chinese yuan. Yeah, Pfizer's doing great. I'll take it. ARRY on the high. How they smuggle gold from Hong Kong to Japan. Was that recent? JKS, Junko Solar, Can. Bro, Apple, I had it at break even for you guys. And then just bounced. Freeport McCarran, Bank of America Global Research raises to buy from neutral. Freeport. And then 52.21, not bad. We're just right in this little middle ground. Again, there's still even gaps to fill to the downside, but 52.21, yeah, Pfizer's taking off. Again, a couple of other value plays are moving good. No news this morning. Very quiet, if anything. Small business optimism was in the morning. That came in a little bit weaker. You have a big bond auction coming up. Other than that, nobody was crazy. You have Fed Bullard talking. He's not even in the Fed anymore. And then you had Kashkari last night. He didn't say anything too crazy. AMD U-turn. Apple bonds coming up here too. I think that Apple move is pretty wicked. And then Microsoft's coming up now. And then where's Meta? JP Morgan hasn't moved. Meta's down now. So again, there was AI news on them. So that could be interesting. Google just kept holding up. Where's Gildan? SMCI is moving up on the high now. I think that one just went red to green. Barely green now. Yeah, Bullard's not in the Fed anymore. He works at Purdue University, I think. So former Fed chair. He made a lot of headlines today, but other than that, really just today was relief. Not much happened here around the world. Yo, PSX dying? Yeah, PSX $2 candle or $1.10. PSX big candle lower. None of the other names in that space are moving like that. Bonds hitting a new high right now. ARM flushed after that high. ARM likes to do that. Where is it? PSX. XON small flush too. Skirt. And then bonds. See if the SPY goes. Yeah, something with energy. Energy and oil names moving around. X on the high. UNG and Boyle's going up. Tesla's just staying pinned there. Marvel's climbing still, so we like that. Let's see, World's Fire. I don't see anything on Phillips. Again, those oil names just all took a hit. Gold moving. It did the same thing yesterday. It's just, honestly, just still keeps going up. Gold is fascinating. I'm telling you, we've been talking about this for weeks now, but you got to realize it's almost another couple $100 higher since then. But this whole idea here, like even those comments we were just talking about, and people they want to know why gold's going up, but like I'm telling you, you can't give a good answer. So like even of the answers I could give you on gold, it's like gold is extremely bullish right now, and there's general lines of thinking about it, but beyond that, I mean, it's leaving even the most bullish of gold people kind of like, you can't really wrap your head around it. So it's big. That's why it's something I think we're gonna see moves. You may not even see moves like this in a long time. Yes, you can. Well, you can. Nicholas Anderson can. Nobody else can though. You know what I'm saying? I feel you, bro. Amen. Screaming stagflation. Yeah, there you go. That's the answer. All right. But if there's to everybody else, it's hard to pin it to just one thing. If you really want to give a real accurate answer to it, there's a confluence of factors, maybe stagflation and a lot of other things, and central banks, dollar diversification now, but it's very hard to say the exact reason and to justify how much it's already moved. So, point is, I mean, at one point, you just like the eclipse, you guys may not see gold move like this at one point in the future. This is definitely historical to say the least. TSM still going. Again, Marvel's on the high. Bonds is breaking out now, which is good, but I want to see them go up like 1%. Maybe. I mean, you're making some progress. You're just getting back to where you were at last week, which isn't too bad, but That's the hold. IWM about to hit lows. Interest. Yeah, that flip-flopped. So now remember, IWM went from weakest to strongest on the day real quick. Now it's right there in the middle, just right trailing behind the NASDAQ. VIX is in the green too, though. Got clap to refresh. No. I'm keeping my gold short for now for a little bit. Yeah, the China one makes sense in China because again, they really don't want the Chinese currency, but it's literally $2,700 an ounce in China. Like if you look based on what they're paying for it. Ukrainian military spy says Kyiv does not take military action against nuclear facilities. Barrick Gold, JPM. TSM is nuts. TSM does not move big. That's why when it does break out, kind of gets everyone's attention. JPM just sold off. Said hi. And then SPY near the low. NASDAQ still doing great. I want to blame the Googles and the SMCIs of the world. The SMCI is barely green. I think Apple, Microsoft, all those holding up very, very well. And then SPY near the low of the day. This is surprisingly where VWAP is, 52.16. Kind of a range you were at yesterday. This has been even a level we've been looking at. MJ taking off. Baba. And then Pfizer came down from 27. Crocs dumping. Palo Alto on the high. Price gold in won, looks like gold in USD. Interesting. You price gold in yen, looks more vertical. That's one of the reasons too. Is it just the currency effect from all these other? It's like one thing, yeah, dollar's strong, but if everybody else is getting murdered, there, because again, against the yen, it's insane. CCJ dipping 40. It dropped yesterday. I'm surprised uranium's not getting a bid here today. And then where's actually crude oil? Bonds hitting a high. Gold still up near the highs. Crude barely moving. Ever since knocking on the door of 90, crude just was like, all right, we'll chill. Ross going. ARM. Let's go. Tesla on the high. And then bonds breaking out. ARM going lower. So ARM just gave up that whole entire gain. And then Tesla breaking out now and bonds. Tesla 175. That's a dollar pop. Dollar pop. And then SPY a little bit lower, believe it or not. So Dow is right at break even. What time is it? 6:40. It's only been 15 minutes, 18 minutes. Still very, very earlier. Very, very early. And then again, bonds, if we could get up to 1% on TLT, I'll feel a lot more confident about that. Dollar's down on the day, but it's still trying to climb up here. SPY's still going lower. So again, NASDAQ is very strong here today. Dow just flipped red. SPY dropping here a little bit. I mean, the high ticker is not dead, but the low ticker just is probably moving 3-1. But you still have names holding up here, like even good names. Palo Alto. There's Tessie. ARM is selling off even more. ARM is about to go red after that little run up there. Palo Alto is breaking out. Again, I think they just got to upgrade. Yeah, they're running. Palo Alto's in its own little world, 2.2 right now. And then EE and then Zoom. Zoom is up 1.2 if you're into that. Rokunian's also up. Again, SPY, Fivin, I think not AMAT. It's FFIV. I think that one was holding up. iRobot, NVIDIA barely down. DJT Pop. Yeah, Netflix is not. They were selling off right off the bat. A lot of the big tech names were holding up. They were selling off early in the morning. Zoom, SPY going lower. Zoom gonna do is the bird flu? Is it progressing? Remember, it was like 2 weeks ago. They were like bird flu. Oh no. CJT reverse. Coin dumping. Bro, bonds still moving. I like it for now, but I'm afraid of the midday shift on everything, especially bonds. And once we get the, what's it called? The bond auction. DraftKings, barely red. SPY keeps going down, man. So again, I mean, you have like big tech names fighting back, but you've sold off almost 20 points in like 10 minutes there now. So we might fill the gap, 5202. You're getting right back to 5200. Again, 5207, 5206. It gets a little bit of air brakes around here. So watch how it dances. But again, you are dropping after that little bit of relief. I think you still feel the relief given that dollar and bonds aren't going crazy, but you do have a little drop here. We might fill the gap. Tesla's still going. Tesla's still killing it. Maybe watch for the next dollar move, whether it's up or down. TSM is doing great. There's still names doing good. It's not. That's why I'm like, you still feel the relief. TSM just flipped though, still up 2%, but kind of like ARM gave up a lot of that. ARM is literally sitting at break even. BSGM, that's that other one. We've been murdered on this one. I'm still in these shares. This was a AI Nvidia play that just never ran. So shit, we'll see. MU holding. Macron. Tesla too, man. Tesla's about to hit 176. That one is still going. Meta's a little. I thought Meta was in the red earlier. Forgive your ignorance. Isn't a store of value like gold supposed to hit all-time highs periodically? Why does there seem to be so much surprise? Because interest rates are 5%, and the last 3 months, you know, as gold started to rise, you know, for the reason of interest rates, it has. Now we're even thinking we might raise rates or less cuts. So that's why people are getting confused by it, or that's why people are asking questions, because you had an optimal scenario for it, but then what was priced in that was optimal is no longer there. But like we've discussed, there's like 10 other things that have occurred in the meantime. Jamie Dimon made an interesting argument: lower rates to fight inflation. Well, do you guys hear it? Like, you know, you don't understand that. Well, that's what people are talking about now. So what he means by that, and people were discussing that this morning. What they're saying is that pretty much high rates is why real estate won't come down. So pretty much people are saying that high rates are supporting real estate values. So the logic, I know this is a new set of thinking coming around right now, but what people are saying is that the Fed, if they don't lower rates, it's going to keep shelter costs high, because if they lower rates, it would allow people to move out of their house and increase supply. So they're saying right now higher rates is supporting higher real estate prices. Pretty ironic. Well, lower rates, it could fuel it, but it could add more supply. But that's where people are trying to bring up. There's some people are trying to shift the view and say, well, maybe we need lower rates to combat real estate inflation. More people would buy homes if rates were lower, but their line of thinking is that more people would sell as well. So you guys are right. It would lead to more demand, but the logic that they're trying to say is that it would lead to more supply of homes. If rates go lower, the prices go up. Well, I mean, here's the deal. The Fed, none of that worked out already. yeah, rates went lower, prices went higher, but then what happened? Rates just went as fast as they could to the high, and the prices didn't go down. Do I agree with it? No, not. I agree with it like 20, maybe 30%. I do believe there is some element of high rates supporting high prices. That's natural. Like that happened. Like it makes a lot of sense because again, with like the supply and all of that, and just like what the asset is, I do agree with that. But I think it depends on other factors like the jobs market and all those other things rather than just simply the supply. But that supply does have a big effect. Myrna is still ripping. A couple of you guys were calling that out. I think they had headlines there earlier, or that was yesterday. Meta's going lower. So bonds finally stopped going up. Pfizer holding 27. EH on the high. ARM down 1.5 now. That's insane, actually. So maybe that is the that like lockup effect because I don't know, man. That was looking beautiful. I wanted it at 122 though yesterday, so that's gonna be like the price. And then Marvel, I don't know if they flipped. JP Morgan calls. I don't think I'm going to add to them, but I'm going to keep my eye out for puts. SMCI came down. SMCI was weaker, though. ARM was up like 4%. There has been a house shortage for a very long time. That's what a lot of people have been ignorant about. I've talked about it for a long time. I want to say housing shortage started from like 2018. That was when rates were already moving around. The economy was already slowing down and people were worried. And people got worried about real estate, but like real estate prices wouldn't drop. And it was simply because of supply. It was slow. I remember too, like it used to take me so long to sell a house. I was talking to my girlfriend about what it used to be like buying cars and houses. Because, again, she's not from America. But even then, I'm like, I don't think you even get it. Like, go on the high. Yo, go. Airline Wi-Fi, go. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a buyout or acquisition. Go pop. I don't have news. I'm just speculating. Go 4% pop. No headline. Go is already up pre-market. Because again, they've been a target for a while, I feel like. Go secures FCC regulatory approval for Galileo terminals for business aircraft. That was April 9th at 7. I don't know if that's in the morning. That's 7 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, no, that's 7 Eastern. That was old. So, yeah, I don't have anything on that. They had something, terminal on track to commercially launch. I saw one thing there, yeah. That's 5%. I don't have a headline yet. That's a big pop, though. It came down half of that. It was at $9. No play on that yet, but keep eyes. PSCM still going? But yeah, what was I saying before that? The real estate price. Oh yeah, the housing supply. And I was just saying, man, like houses, all of it, bro. It just used to be like we had supply coming down, but like even though people were worried about like houses and rates and all that, like the prices just would never drop. And it was just because people weren't willing to sell. But I was telling my girl, like it was kind of normal to leave a house on the market for like 30, 60 days. Like that was a fast sale. So like I would have houses listed for like 4 months. I remember you would wait for the open house And then, like, you would be excited if one or two people came. The first offer, like, oh my God, dude, I've gone, this was all pre-2020. Like, I remember waiting months before even getting an offer. My first offer on a property sometimes. So, and it's just like, but even then, and what I'm trying to say is that the market was extremely slow back then. Remember, I just called Lending Tips, and he was telling you how transactions are dead, and that it's like a transaction recession. That's what it was like back then, because there was not enough houses available. The prices weren't coming down, but you weren't doing a lot of transactions. You weren't doing a lot of deals, but the fact that there was a low supply, it kept those prices elevated. So that's been going on, I mean, for what, 6 years now? BSGM, I'm going to hold that one for a while. I have a long way to go on that one. That one, like, reverse split and all of it. I just want them to get back to their NVIDIA AI shit. Fannie Mae announces sale of non-performing loans. They're going to sell non-performing student loans, and then Biden's going to bail them out. Oh. I do have BHC. That one got clapped, though. Low key. You can't wrap your head around it. Well, it's just simple. I mean, this is what I've been, I've answered a lot of questions about real estate prices over the years. And I think we've given some great answers and guidance on it. And it's just very simple. You can't wrap your head around it because you're simplifying it too much. That's it. Everybody is, right? Where everyone's like, well, no, low rates means high prices for houses. High price must, it's like there's just more to it. You know what I'm saying? There's employment, there's supply, there's demand, utility, supply, transferability. All of these factor into the value of real estate. So this whole idea of like lower rates, maybe lowering prices, it's trying to play on all of the factors at the same. It's not just pricing and rates influence, but also influence on supply. And then if you do it as people lose jobs, maybe that works out a little better. So like that's what I've said. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, think about it. Some of you guys are freaking out at it, right? And you guys are like, why would they lower rates and think that'll bring down house prices? But think about it. What happens? Right when the jobs numbers start going higher, once people start losing their jobs, what's going to happen? You cut rates. It'll work. Now, you may not agree with it now, and I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I could only agree with a small sliver of it. But think about it. You mean to tell me now that your rate cuts happen at the same time the unemployment rate starts going higher? Do you really think real estate will keep going up? I think that would be a good formula to bring prices down. Start lowering rates to increase supply, and then people start losing jobs, you might get a little bit more of a balance there. And then as that starts to go, there you go. Well, that's the thing. Here's the beauty, though, too, and I'm glad you said that. You just said rent picks up. Well, what's the beauty with, like, the whole interest rate thing? Rents don't really get affected by the interest rate as much in that sense, or versus, like, being a homeowner, right, or trying to buy a house or not. So in a weird way, the renters, they're not thinking about that as much. If they cut rates, people can afford to move, demand goes up. Well, yeah, but then again, like I'm saying, if you pair it up with another reason why demand would go down, like job loss, then it starts to work a little bit more. But for now, I only agree with the part of it being that low supply does keep that higher rates are supporting high prices to a degree because of supply. Yes, typically lower rates create higher prices in real estate. I agree. But what I'm telling you is that there's just more to that. And that's the problem. Everyone's just looking at it as if there's only one thing that determines real estate. And quite frankly, it's already been contradicted. And what do I mean by that? Rates went up 5% in 12 months and real estate did not drop. And it's just like there's more to it, unfortunately. So the answer for the price of real estate is not just rates. It's going to be rates and employment. It's going to be rates and maybe supply, rates mixed in with jobs. It's going to be a lot of factors that are going to have to move around, but it won't just be rates do this, rates increase, rates decrease price. I don't think it'll be that simple. It's not the main. I don't think it's the main obstacle. No, I think a major obstacle is supply of real estate, but then the other one is a very tight jobs market, and then I'd say the final obstacle is the fact that everybody just high demand, and then rates are still historically low. It's not as if it's too hard to get your hands on a house. The price is high, but getting the liquidity for it or the capital, that's still a lot easier relative to historic norms. Yeah, Pfizer's running up, man. I'll take it. We get almost $1 on that. We need 20 more cents. Yeah, Myrna's doing very well. What is that? MSGM halted? No MSG. No. BSG. Oh, BSGM Terra Squad. Tesla nasty. Is it still going up or is it dying now? No, yeah, that's killing it. It's good, though. It's underperformer. Worst name on the damn S&P. Google's still killing it, too. SPY near the low. Again, bonds have held up here. You got a couple of these random movers. Dollar came up, but still borderline holding where it was at in the morning. But that's it, man. You still have names pulling the other way. I've been here for 37 minutes. Let me get you an update on the markets. So SPY, you have 270 names in the green, 230 in the red. Dow Jones, you got 17 red, 13 in the green, and again, Dow is negative right now. And then NASDAQ 100, you have 39 in the red, 62 in the green. Literally, Moderna's leading. Tesla is ripping still. So again, Tesla, I mean, I feel like it hasn't had a breakout like this in a while. It's only 3%, but it just feels big considering the last couple of days and the market was a little weaker because it was back up to those highs on Thursday. So if Tesla could get above there, I mean, that's some pretty good news, or that could be good momentum. Clapped? Did I get clapped? I wish I had a backup. I don't even have a backup today. Should I just go live on like TikTok or something? It's the damn eclipse. We'll like the video just in case. We over here regulating. Regulation. I'm good. I think it's yes. Somebody maybe, depending on your geographic location, AWK on the high. So BioSig coming down. I think Twitch, we come back on May 22nd or April 22nd. Yeah, April 22nd. So in 2 weeks, we'll be back on Twitch by earnings. Don't you worry. I don't even want to go on Twitch anymore. Now they kind of piss me off. I'm like, screw you, Twitch. Fuck you. Like, why? Like, why would I? You know what? I don't even know if you can't have me at my best. You don't deserve me at my watch. I did that for the people who just wanted to save their battery and shit. Like I did, you know what I'm saying? I did that out of the kindness for me trying to just get Twitch involved in the game. I did that Twitch for all the other guys who got banned on YouTube, and y'all gonna attack me for what? Mm-hmm. TSM drilling. Pfizer's looking good. K on the high or not? I thought it was Coca-Cola. Bond's holding up good, though. That's the only good thing until we get the auction. Silver's going crazy. Oh, yeah. Gold is still running. Yeah, gold's hitting another high and silver. So, again, I think this is around the same time it broke out yesterday, I want to say. Well, where was it? Uh-huh. Yeah, gold, damn it. So watch out. If gold breaks out, this did the same exact thing yesterday. So gold and silver, this would be the time they'd want to do it. Tesla 178. Damn. Wait till 180. Apple's going up there too. Mama. On the high. Palo Alto up too. They were leading when everything was dumping. I mean, market's still down. That's the crazy part. Again, you have your tech names down. Russell right behind the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's still leading. Again, value's doing good. Russia and China double down on defying U.S. Wall Street Journal. What does that mean? I like Starbucks. It's a little bit expensive, so I think you could get it cheaper. I don't think it's the worst price, but I don't think it's the best price. So I would like Starbucks with like a 7 handle. That would be ideal, but it's not bad. I mean, and again, it's a good quality name. IAU, so gold breaking out. So now I'm getting a little nervous because again, if it goes here, gold might hit 2,400 on the futures if it breaks out from here. Like just I'm more worried about the timing because again, just it's been in this morning mode. It looks more automatic than not. Abbey around 130. Yeah, if I was going to buy, like, average up on that, I would want it around there. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says Iran can close the Strait of Hormuz. Uh-oh. Yo, check oil. Why is oil dropping on that? Iran Revolutionary Guard says Iran can close the Strait of Hormuz. And oil is dropping on that. That would probably be the worst possible thing. That's what we were worried about with the war initially. That was news from this morning. It's probably getting reiterated then. Yeah, I think it's reiterated by ISNA. That would be very bad for energy, though. Again, that was the worry we had in the beginning when we were like, oh, man, if we get another conflict, the whole Red Sea thing, it is the Strait of Hormuz. Go about to hit 9. That was running earlier. Bonds breaking out now. So Bonds a new high as the SPY's bouncing up. Again, Pfizer's still going. Again, more value plays holding up. And then again, I think Myrna is literally your leader on the NASDAQ. DEI on the high. High ticker's going up. Dell on the low. There's Marvel. pen on the high. Tesla, bro, 178.55. Bro, Tesla's like getting squeezed. So SPY's getting another green candle up here. It looked like if bonds are going to run with it, but see, maybe SPY bounces and bonds calm down. Otherwise, they'll both go up. Bond auction should be at like 10. 1 Eastern. Where is it? Yeah, 1 Eastern. So 10 my time. Well, still a couple of hours. SPY's still working its way up. Tesla keeps going. High ticker is starting to gas now. You got a lot of names there, again, from biotech, healthcare. I'm even seeing REITs and then tech and then whatever your big name tech leaders that were already doing good. They're still doing great. Again, chips are just more back and forth depending on which one it is. Yeah, Gildan's chilling there. Yeah, Datadogs for earnings. Oh, my goodness. And then Marvel's still holding up there. So, again, I think you're getting a broader move here. Look at the high ticker. Short term, you have a lot of names moving there as we're getting our first bounce. SPY is back to green. Dow is still red. Another high on the bonds. Not 1% yet, but you're moving on that. Any altcoin plays? No, I don't have any. Nike. Nikes. I'm getting Pfizer. Everyone but Meta. Oh, I know. And they had some news here in the morning. We'll see if they pick up later, but I think Google, they had news and they actually held. But watch if Google comes down. Dude, Tesla 179, bro. It's a very big move for them. Booking. Neo up almost 10. Yeah, that's the Neo, like the car company. ON on the high. Bonds again, too. My goodness. GLD breaking out now. So, yeah, gold, it's doing it. Uh-oh, hot dog. So, literally, gold did this. If gold right now, this may be, it's probably going to break a new all-time high. It's on a schedule right now. I don't even think it's moving with anything. It moved exactly how it did last night. It's just doing the open up, pop up, sell off, pop up, sell off, and then test the highs by 9 a.m. It seems like a one-way track. Why would you short Tesla? I don't have a play on Tesla, but, I mean, people were just shorting the demand. You know, people were getting very bearish on EVs and all that. Yeah, Pfizer did good. I mean, Pfizer can't complain. I'm glad we got that on a pickup. Top Swiss party demands cancel of Europe. Pull out after rights court climate ruling. DJT red. People didn't have the purchasing power in the past to buy gold. That's a good take. I like it. U.S. Appeals Court upholds Biden administration to allow California to set tailpipe emission rules. Hot dog. No more cars for us. TMDX. What is this? Transmedic. They got a little pop here. 20 cents at the high. SPY coming down. You had that little bounce there. High ticker still gassing. Again, a couple of names. I don't know. Is energy coming up? See if oil starts bouncing and moving. Gold is climbing. Yeah, oil trying to bounce there after that little move. Nike's moving up. NEE too. That one keeps going. Iridium. And then Marvel. Meta's dropping even more than the other Neo, NEO, NIO, NEO, I don't know. Baidu on the low. SPY dropping a little bit more. TMDX, I know many who have been killed with that, like the stock, or are you saying the drug? Or Tesla just went nuts today. Remember, they have the robo-taxi coming up, and then it got hit off of a headline that Elon said was not true, and then it just started doing its thing. Yeah, Pfizer's holding up very, very good here. We're almost up $1 a share from when we last picked it up there a couple days ago. And then uranium still on the low, Legend on the high. And I feel like that one keeps moving. Zoom Info. Redfin. Bond still climbing, which we'll take. JWN. Damn, JWN went up $1. Pfizer, Tesla, Neo, NVIDIA dropping. Yeah, NVIDIA's down 2. SMCI, they're down 2.7. What do you do when your swings turn into long? How often does that happen? I just make sure I plan ahead for it. So as long as, like, if I'm not really down to hold it in that extent, I probably won't even make the trade on it. But if I do, I just ride them out until there's a catalyst. And then even then, I mean, I've taken a couple out before and just take the loss. Doesn't Google come down on events most of the time? It just depends how they do. So lately, Google just doesn't have a track record of coming through at these events. Like, their events they've dropped the ball at every single one. Or even if they do good, right when they come back, everyone's like, wait a minute, you faked the event. So that's what starts to clap it a little bit more. Did you hold SoFi long term? I mean, was that your intention when you made the play? Otherwise, I mean, I like other banks out there. 3M on the high. And then SPY trying to do the bounce thing. Every bounce, though, on the market, the bonds are taking it, which is good. No, Tesla's big today. I feel like not too long ago we saw a 5% day on Tesla, but this one feels bigger. As weird as that may sound, I mean, you're just going straight vertical alongside a couple of other things. Intel's still red. Micron's still in the green. Where's TSM? TSM came down. And then ARM, I can't believe ARM's red. Roku was up in the morning. I had no idea why. That was running. Then Palo Alto was the other one. SPY low so far higher than yesterday's low. MSGM. Not BSGM, MSGM. Roku on the high still. PayPal. Yeah, PayPal's starting to run again. There's a lot of names. Low ticker. Last time we had the rally, the low ticker was a little more active. Now it's getting hotter there. PayPal's going up. Again, Tesla's up. Tesla's up 3.5 because it went up 5% yesterday. So there you go. I think that explains a decent amount of that. So literally, it's like 8.5% on Tesla in 48 hours. Uber under 75. I don't think any robo-taxi news. I think it's just moving. And then just continuation, mix in some shorts, some outperformance after being the biggest underperformer. BW, Meta. The REITs were going up earlier. O is already going crazy. So when does Silver report earnings? Soon, actually. China, bro. Remember, I was telling you, I was like, dude, you don't even have good China yet. That's the crazy part. So the Chinese can already be buying gold, and again, we were talking about the ETFs, but oh, you wait. You wait till if China has good economic data, silver is going to be at $30. It has to. Well, China's all fake and made up, but they have not made up any good data recently. But yeah, spot silver is already at 28.28. But the moment you get like strong China data, that's when silver really is. That's silver earnings more or less. Yeah, Nike. So again, whether you got Nike or Pfizer, I think you would have liked both of them. And then SPY coming down, though. These little bounces are not holding. And then even bonds getting a little bit there. And then Google coming down. Unfortunately, now NASDAQ is below the Russell. Russell picked up. Dow still red. SPY barely green after that little bounce. But my goodness. BABA popping. RPRX. Again, Nike on the high. A couple of tech names selling off right now. 3M going up. Apple starting to drop. BABA is moving up. RPRX. AMD? ARP? Or no, NVDS. NVIDIA is getting clapped still. NVIDIA is down 2.2. I like Starbucks. We were just talking about that for the long term. It's a little bit higher than where I'd like to buy it. But, I mean, if you have a lot of cash and you don't want to wait and you really like it, I mean, it's a good quality name. So I do like Starbucks. It's just a matter of pricing and trying to optimize that. But then again, if you don't want to wait for perfection, you could just snag it up and call it a day. Meta has time till pre-earnings, but yeah, keep that in mind. Remember, once you get your first set of tech earnings or somebody like after Netflix, then people are going to start talking about it. SPY new low. So again, today was all relief. You woke up, bonds chilled out. You have now filled the gap, and you just sold off 24 points to start off the morning. That's it. We spent an hour to sell off. J&J. So Meta getting big. Dude, Meta is down $20 from yesterday. 17? Dude, yeah, Meta was at 530, bro. Meta's getting murked right now. We've talked about it in the past, but I haven't talked about it lately. We did talk about it on the little like buyout stuff and the earnings in that run, but I don't think I have in a while. Nvidia's still flushing. SPY, bigger red at the low. You just took like a 5-point candle, but now that just added another 2. That was 7 points in 2 minutes. Gap filled, and now you are 2 points higher than yesterday's low. So remember, yesterday too, you didn't really have much to respond to as well, but the volume was a lot lower, and now you're getting more volume, and you're about to break yesterday's low. So we're about to be new low. Last time you were this low was, Friday? And then if we break like 51.87, you're back to that gulag that we hit from not too long ago. Yeah, new low. So you're now lower than the last 2 days, the last day. UVXY now on the high, SPY down, Dow down, and then NASDAQ about to go red right now. Russell is the leader. Alney. Has to be news. No, I think it's more just rotating around a little bit because, again, I'm noticing weird-ass moves, and then even the chips, they're in their own little world, and then you have a lot of value that's up here. And then, again, the Russell's green on top, and the bonds are actually up here today. So I think it's just getting us – we've been in this range. We've been very stubborn. That's picking up now. That's big, 5192. Bro, you're down, 15 points in 3 minutes? No, 10 points would take you to what? 5202? Yeah, you're down like 15 points in 3-4 minutes right there. 5191. So you just went another 6 points lower than yesterday's low. So like I said, 5187. If we can't hold 5187, today will look a little uglier. But then again, this is all the lead up into tomorrow's data. But this is kind of where we recovered. But anything lower than there just gets a little bit more precarious. You're still edging lower, moving down again. No news for now. Again, I see U.S. Appeals Court holds the Biden California thing. That was the only big update we've gotten here in the last couple of minutes. Other than that, I think it's just movement. Welcome to pre-CPI, baby. Bro, it's just flushing. Dude, 5184 now. Bro, I don't know what to tell you about this one. Bro, you just dropped 25 points in 5 minutes. Yeah, nah, dude, this is not... There's no news, but that's a huge-ass move. So, again, you're down almost 50 points now on the day. That's a very wide... And now you're below the danger level. We are going to be looking to now just the lows of Friday and Thursday. I mean, I guess you're not out of the clear just yet. I wish I had an update for you. I don't know if oil starts moving and then we get another headline. Maybe it could be some of the energy stuff, but nothing's playing along right now. Like, I hope you like oil's nothing is moving. Again, bonds have already recovered, but like dollars not even moving violently. Dollars just climbing back up. Excuse me. Iran stuff, I think oil would be up a lot more, but it's not. No, Fed futures was in the, again, bonds are getting relief today. So sadly, I think this is just movement. I hate to break it to you. I think it's pre-CPI, maybe a little bit of fear from gold, but I doubt it. If anything, though, I just think we're moving in this range, and maybe this is why we couldn't really, even though we moved a lot from the last couple of days, we really haven't changed anything from here. That's why we couldn't really break out. But yeah, NVIDIA is dropping a lot too. That could be weighing on it. You're only down 0.3, but the fact that you were up, that's what made it big. But then the velocity, that was 25 points quick, man. So everyone decided to sell at the same time with no news. Well, have you ever heard selling begets selling? So, you know, that's all it could take is one person sometimes, if it's big enough. But usually you get other things moving. But that's why I'm like, that one's a weird one, because your dollar kind of moved, but nothing else is like standing out where people are making wild moves and swings with it. So we'll see. But SPY trying to bounce a little bit there. I got to bounce to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram. There is no news, believe it or not. We'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay? I'll be right back. Unless they go to commercial. We'll find out.
And according to people familiar, and the fact that you see this competition among luxury retailers for some of these best buildings, these big name buildings, what signal should the rest of the market take from that?
What it is they tend to move cyclically with their stock prices and their business in terms of the luxury retailers. When their stocks are beat up, business is tough, they're liquidating assets that they own to folks like Thor Equities. And then sort of when the market starts to get frothy for them, which is operating outside of the real estate world, their own personal luxury businesses are performing well, they become buyers. And a lot of it's driven by fear or paranoia that will the next boom or the next demand wave for space cause folks like that, us, to take advantage and overcharge them for rents for the best locations out there. And so they're being preemptive now. A lot of companies believe that we've got big inflation coming down the road, maybe not short term, but down the road. And they view real estate, whether it's luxury companies viewing it or anybody from any industry that's conscious of the long-term potential macro effects of inflation, trying to preempt it now and take advantage of cheap pricing. If you look at, you know, my view, should I share my view on inflation?
Yeah.
Okay. I view a bifurcated market today in terms of inflation. Mm-hmm. You've got my view of long-term inflation, which will benefit assets, hard assets like real estate, and then my short-term view on inflation. Long term, all that government spending that we've been doing year after year, and might happen more before the elections coming up, combined with a world that's gone deglobalization, is creating a system where the infrastructure of so many companies and systems that are long-term focused are now being at threat, risk of a big hyperinflation coming down the road. That'll benefit, yes, it'll benefit equities, real estate, gold. I think that's part of the reason why gold may be moving up, even with interest rates moving up at the same time. And so they look at real estate being a hedge. And it doesn't look like it's any time soon than that deglobalization from world conflict is going to come undone. Yes, I do think Ukraine is toast. I think that Russia has already won, and I don't think the UK probably has a stomach doesn't have enough ammunition. France doesn't have enough troops, and I don't know that America wants to put their energy there. America, at the same time, is creating some of that world conflict that could create the inflation at the other side of the world. You look at the fact that recently America put 2,000 Green Beret troops on a Taiwanese island closer to China. It sends a message to me that, hey, this thing ain't over. And with that comes risk of inflation, which affects assets like real estate.
So a lot to dig into there, but it sounds like what you're saying is that structurally there are some long-term forces that are going to benefit real estate there. And I mean, we could keep going on that, but unfortunately, I only have about 90 seconds left with you. So I do want to get...
I'll just say this.
Yeah.
I'll just say this on inflation. I do think tomorrow's CPI report is going to short-term shock people how much it's coming down. I think that a lot of it, we got fooled by car insurance rates and things that clouded some of those numbers. And I think that that's going to create big opportunities, particularly where I am here in Europe. I think that the UK stock market is 40% discounted to its peers. Companies like an Aston Martin at 4 times EBITDA versus Ferrari at 30 times EBITDA. And then I think real estate in all asset classes here in Europe extremely undervalued based upon investors being stuck in the mud here in Europe, not being as aggressive as American investors are, looking to jump back in and take advantage of a bottoming of pricing.
So Europe cheaper than the U.S., but Joe, in the minute I have left with you, tell me about Electron, because I know you've come on Bloomberg TV, talked about it before. What is going on with that stock? It's an EV company.
First of all, we're real excited, obviously. The last time I was on your show a year ago, since then the stock price went up 400%, 4 times. And what it is the world, what's the challenge with EV cars? It all comes down to one thing, range anxiety. Am I going to run out of fuel, get stuck on a highway? And what this company's done now and really accomplished so much in the last year, they convinced Toyota and the biggest car parts company, Denso, to incorporate their...
My goodness, man. We're still dropping. No news. United States does not have evidence that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. U.S. Defense Secretary, and then Trump met with UK's Cameron to discuss NATO defense spending, Brexit, and Ukraine. So Trump's meeting with foreign politicians. Oil and gold dumped a little bit. Gold's still up 1%. I mean, oil, that's the weird part. That's why I'm like, oil's not, like, you had a bad Iran headline, like, about the Strait of Hormuz that I thought, like, that could fuck up the market. But, like, dude, oil's not even moving off of that. Bonds already made the move, like, in advance of all of this. This is just a wide-ass range. And remember, honestly, today shouldn't surprise you too much in a way. Why? What did I tell you guys yesterday? Oh, no. Shout out the Watchlist. Shout out the Watchlist, bro. Shout out. Second link, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. It's not the yields, not CPI. We talked about something. It was on the Watchlist, and we talked about it just right off the morning yesterday. Yeah, there it is, Amir. Yeah, the 1.4% move. So remember I told you, and I was tripping about it. I was like, that's weird. That's big. I was like, that's a big move that we priced in. You know what I'm saying? But then I was like, the irony, we could move all the way down, not even fill the gap ahead of the move, and then CPI comes out, and then we'll be at the same spot. So the weird part is that, like, the range was super wide ahead of the pricing in the most in a while. So that's stood out. And like, I mean, ironically enough, I mean, what we're down now and moved almost like I think 1% top to bottom in that whole environment. So let's see what we got here. We could reprice everything. April 12th. I think it was like 7:30 yesterday, 5:15. 7s and the 8s. So 388 plus 370. 758. So 760? Damn. It's a little bit more. Now you're pricing in 1.5 now. So you're still pricing in 1.5. So yeah, like I'm saying, so hypothetically, if we go like a little lower and then like close right around here, and then tomorrow CPI comes out and you'll be like slightly higher than where you're at here. So very interesting to see. But damn, 51.74, bro, you dumped. You just hit another low, 51.73. Rumble's on the high. Let me check the chip makers again. Google would have to drop another 1%. Nvidia's down almost 4%. Apple's about to go red. Remember, we saw that almost go red there in the morning. Marvel's still hanging on. Gold top done. Now, gold's back to where it was in the morning. Or like pre-market now. A little bit higher. But we'll see. Again, I think all of these moves are just super weird pre-CPI moves that just, again, we have a wide range here, so I'm trying not to, I wouldn't read into it too much until everything moves in tandem. Dollar, oil, all of that, but like in the opposite directions, not necessarily all down. Because it doesn't, again, if we're dumping like oil and gold and everything dumping, it's kind of like you're just dumping all of it. It's not as if we're getting, a reason where it's like, okay, that makes sense. One goes, the other one doesn't. But Marcus Hanlon, baby. Showing love to the chat. My man, Mr. Magic. Horna. Oh, you got the flush? That's beautiful. Bro, that's huge, honestly. Because that was, 30 points in a couple of minutes? Even then, that's 50. Dude, that's 60 points, man. This is actually insane. You could almost be 100. Bro, 5166 now. Chad, this is getting absolutely huge, bro. There is no news, though, unfortunately. I hope the comments I made yesterday about the range can help you understand this a little bit more. But, bro, there's nothing causing this. Again, this is simply, I think, just the range. But that's a fat move with big velocity. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think you're approaching last week's lows now. I mean, you're within 20 points. It's kind of a lot, but legitimately, in the time I went to the bathroom and came back, you've done 20 points. So I don't know. I think I'm chalking it up to just a wide range. Maybe we will get some news here, but for the most part, now you are just set up. Again, I think a little bit lower than here. 1.5 just takes you right back up. But there's nothing else. No, Kashkari last night didn't even say anything. I'm telling you, we're not even chugging off any headlines. You have bonds in your favor. The bonds sold off way harder yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this one's a wicked one. The thing about this is just velocity and size. That's all. If anything's gonna throw you off, it's that. That's like, again, we can move around, but like legitimately at 7:24, 20 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago, you were at 52.07, and then 20 minutes before that, you were at 52.22. Like, that's insane, bro. That's like 70 points in 20 minutes. So, yeah, you're doing like, 2 points a minute? A little bit more? So yeah, that was a lot. But then again, no real headline driver, and that move literally still puts you within the range of what is priced in for tomorrow. And, I mean, gold and other stuff didn't really make any meaningful moves. I mean, oil's just going lower. Oil's down 1% now on that. The auction is there, but the bond's already getting a bid, but bond auction is the only catalyst we have for today. Gold is getting back to where it was at in the morning. It hit this low earlier in the day. But like I was telling you, if gold was going to ramp up, it was going to be right now. And it didn't. So maybe it ramps down instead. But that killed the little auto buy. Market will squeeze into close. Maybe. I don't know if we'll get all the way back up, but just like I'm saying, just keep in mind the range, because depending on where we close, the data's in the morning. It's just going to be 1.5% most likely from wherever we end up. So if we end up lower or higher, it's going to be from there. And I think all of it's going to just still kind of keep us within the highs. As weird as that may sound, the bonds are still holding up. Again, we get the bond auction in what, hour 15? 2 hours? Isn't it sus that commodities are going higher? Well, what's sus about it? You tell me what's sus about it. Like, because it just all depends, but I think there's only one thing that's really sus about commodities going up. It's like kind of funny if you act like it's just not. It's kind of the elephant in the room, more or less. Maybe it's a baby elephant. It hasn't grown all the way. Signaling higher inflation and the dollar going up. Oh, you're close. It's sus that commodities are going high and people think inflation is coming down and you have a soft landing. That's it. That's all. Or just keep it simple, inflation. That's what I was saying, man. I'm even blown away. Like, I low-key think your boy might have to dump the SPR again. I know that may sound weird to you because oil, we've seen way higher prices, but it's just like, dude, these prices, ahead of the election, I'm very surprised these things are going up the way they are. I'm very shocked that the Biden administration is like towing the line with leaving people with the last thing on their mind being high gas prices. And this is because of commodities. And that's why I'm like, dude, the fact that we think we are very confident in inflation going away and even like cutting rates, but commodities are running up like they are, that's the sus part. It's just simple as that. If you really believe in a rate cut, I mean, commodities are surging from any commodity you could think of, except for food. Probably food costs are up, but agriculture like corn and wheat, those are the only things that are not insane. And that's just because of how everything played out in the last couple of years. But it's pretty nuts. Elway on the high, SPY going lower, so none of that little relaxation worked out there. Low ticker is full steam lower. Everything from Uber to Bitcoin to Toll Brothers. Again, even gold is coming down, a new low right there, 5162. Gold isn't rallying with the market. Gold rallied ahead of this. So that's been the story of the last couple. Everything dropped on this, everything except bonds. So in the last 30 minutes or so, we had a very big drop. There has been no headlines, and then oil dropped, gold dropped, your big tech. It didn't really matter the industry. Even the value names that were up too. Ukraine should focus on tactical targets in Russia. U.S. government says. Could be because of CPI, but, I mean, that's a pretty violent move. I think if we ended up this low, maybe, but that velocity I think that got everybody on edge. That was the real standout of what we just went through right there. But regardless, we're still in the range we discussed yesterday, which is kind of what I was preparing for, but also just open to. I don't know if I'd prepare for it as much. Is Tesla still going up? Again, Elway just popped. I feel like we saw that there. Tesla's still doing good, but they even came down. Again, everything had a drop on that. There's only a couple names on the green right now, but low ticker once again taking off. American Express now. I'm telling you, the industries are very wide range. Even the earnings plays, all the pre-earnings plays got murked right there. That could be another thing. Remember, earnings is tomorrow alongside the data as well too. No reason for the dump right now. If anything, though, if you watch yesterday's watch list, we talked about a little scenario of this happening just because of how much the market was pricing in ahead of the event. So without filling the gap, it would still be 1.5. Maybe that line sounds familiar, but that's really where we're at with it. But no headlines, unfortunately. But a very, very big move. I saw DXYZ, and a couple of Chads sent me some info on it. You're paying a very hefty premium. But yeah, it's apparent. It's just like an investment company. It's kind of like one of those Carl Icahn things, but you own a company that owns like SpaceX and shit, but you're paying like a 10 or 50 times valuation for it. So like the company only owns like 50 million of stock, but the company you're buying is $1 billion. So you're effectively valuing it like 50 times over or something like that. It's something insane. But interesting concept. MDIA, that was the runner from yesterday. Oh, GameStop and then bonds. So maybe SPY come. Again, VWAP is actually very high. That's the crazy part about this. You got a lot of room to run. 17 million in volume. And we're like, what? Hour and a half? Not bad. It's kind of average. Just all depends on how it plays out. Yeah, GME's on the high. The market sold off very heavy, but unfortunately nothing happened in the sense of headlines or new developments. But this is all within the range and what was priced in for the CPI. Yeah, better volume than yesterday, but still around the 10 million average. We'll see how it picks up. But you're still near the lows. Again, bonds now finally sold off. And again, bonds might even die here today too if that auction ends up coming bad. No, it's super quiet. It was even quiet in the morning. There wasn't even much to go off of. Baba was going up earlier. Again, Delta on the low. Like I'm saying, even the earnings plays. Yeah, Baba's in his own little world. Not all the China plays. Actually, JD held up and Pinduoduo. Bond auction is going to be 1 p.m. Eastern. And then NVIDIA, I mean, we just can't underestimate, man. NVIDIA is playing out on the market, too. Just remember, it's a big name. It helped out. Like, NVIDIA is almost back to the 7s. But, like, that's just 4% down on all of this, too. This is the lowest NVIDIA has been since beginning of March. Was that the earnings? They're doing all this selling just to run it back up on hot CPI data. Nah, but, like, maybe that is a possibility. Sadly. So, unless the CPI is extremely hot, but at that point, but then bonds would break, and then the market would have, at that point, market would have to concede defeat to the bonds, and that's it. But I don't know if the market's ready to do that. But if tomorrow's CPI is hot and they don't buy the shit out of it, then we go to 4.5. But notice, we fell off. That's why, like, today I'm telling you, like, you guys are like, oh my gosh, 50 points. But I'm like, okay, you're not going 50 points anymore. Or, like, you're dropping big, but look you're not hugging 4.5 anymore. So, like, you've already, like, dropped on the 10-year as well, too. So, but then again, like I'm saying here, is like, if CPI is hot and they don't buy it up, then the 10-year is going to have to rip through 4.5, and if the market vomits on 4.5, the market's going to concede defeat to interest rates at that point. But then again, the market might be like, nah, screw you. I ain't never giving in to 4.5, and then it may want to give in at 5. You never know, homie. I need some bonds, homie. But yeah. We're vomiting on 437. No. Yesterday you hit 447. So that's why but that's why I'm saying in a weird way, are the bonds pulling off in advance, and was that little 447 another top, or is this kind of pulling back now ahead of it, and then tomorrow markets pull back, bonds now, and then if tomorrow's bad, bonds shoot up, and then market keeps going down. Long TLT, well, it just depends. Because the scary part with bonds and TLT is that the inflation comes in hot. Powell and the Fed end up cutting only 2, maybe 1, maybe none. But, like, what if Powell doesn't cut? And then, I mean, again, before you know it, you're going to be in a very high-rate environment still with less expectation of coming down. So that's really what it hinges on. But then again, I also think Powell doesn't want you to know when he's going to cut so you don't front-run it too hard. So Moderna up 8 after Merck's personalized cancer vaccine combo shows benefit in type of head and neck cancer study. Yeah, I think ARK would get killed the most by high real estate or high rates, and then commercial real estate. They would get killed. ARK is doing pretty good, though. Consider it's because we're still hinging on rate cuts, but if that changes, I mean, ARK might get a little bit of that. But then again, you would need a lot of things to give up now. Like, people would just, but that's the thing, is like, are we going to really shift from this idea, though, of like, if we do start pulling back on this, I think it would be a big shift in this whole soft landing, no landing stuff. Otherwise, things could keep happening, and then as long as everybody sticks with the broader path, I mean, you could get a lot of what you've been dealing with. I don't get it. Why is 4 bad for the market? 4.5 when yesterday we're closer and chopped all day. So 4.5 is bad for other reasons. So on like the short term, day to day, don't get caught up in that. Like yesterday to today, it's looking at the broader trend of adding pressure in tighter financial conditions, and then leading into also inflation expectations and what people think is going to happen to policy. So, but the day-to-day, yesterday was closer to the danger zone. We didn't go down, and then vice versa. Like I'm saying, it's moving around because there's a huge divergence, but I wouldn't get bogged down by the day-to-day of it, where it's like it's what it's communicating broadly. The media is not talking about this. Well, nothing happened. I mean, again, there's really not much to talk about. But something did come up on my YouTube that would be good to talk about.
A lot of history has unfolded in this room. The United States Senate has been home to some of the most formative debates.
I got you.
In our nation's tenure.
I'll give him 2 minutes. I want to see what
these are fierce arguments among passionate, intelligent people. It's not all that different from the debates today. The Senate has always welcomed these sometimes tense disagreements by respecting the rules and the traditions of the institution. It's how a senator like me, who is a member of the minority party, can stand here and speak freely about the issues that matter to the American people and to the people of Louisiana. Now, my Democratic colleagues in the Senate today may be about to make some new history in this room. Apparently, they think it's a brave new world, and they want to set a dangerous new precedent. For the very first time, Senate Democrats are seeking to table, maybe even dismiss, an impeachment of a sitting cabinet official without even holding a trial. They are summoning spirits they won't be able to control. Please, my colleagues, don't do it. I fear, though, that Senate Democrats are going to try to take the articles of impeachment that our colleagues in the United States House of Representatives thoughtfully crafted and passed with a majority vote and toss them into the trash without hearing from either side. They don't want to let the House impeachment managers make their case. They don't want to let Secretary Mayorkas make his case. They just want to ignore the House's evidence, summarily sweep it under the rug and move on, and that is wrong. The Senate has never in its history tabled an impeachment. Never. In the more than 200 years that this body has existed, the House of Representatives has impeached an official 21 times. And we have never once tabled the impeachment. Not once. Now, Senator Schumer may also try to dismiss these charges instead of tabling them. But that's never been done before either. If the Senate dismisses these charges without a trial, it will be the first time in the Senate's long history that it has dismissed impeachment charges against an official it has jurisdiction over without that official first resigning, and that's a fact. I want you to consider this. The United States House of Representatives has voted to impeach an official 21 times, only 21 times in our long history. The United States Senate has only dismissed 3 of those cases. 3 out of 21. Now, why did they dismiss them? In 2 of those cases, the impeached official chose to resign instead of facing a trial. As a result, the Senate dismissed the charges. In this case, Secretary Mayorkas has not resigned. In one of those dismissed cases, the impeached official was a United States senator.
We'll come back to this. He's not like, on these ones, though, he's so serious. The closest we got was him saying summoning spirits. You know what I'm saying? I said, Baba's breaking out, man. So China plays in the midst of all of this. Bond's got to bounce there. I left there. I was here. I took another pee while he was going on. But he's still, the market just stayed up a little bit. Just a little bit, but what a day, man. No news still. No headlines on this. I know some of you that bothers you, but don't worry. We're all within the range, pricing in 1.5 now. Widen it up. Remember, last week there was the craziness. Last week was the first time we moved the biggest since October. The rate cut futures, rate cut odds, they're all over the place, man. So, I don't know. It's bittersweet, but things are going on. Welcome to April. Welcome to April. That's crazy. Just a couple minutes ago. It's literally, that's all of this is under an hour. You guys realize that? This hasn't even been 1 hour. I think from here it's been almost an hour. An hour and 20 minutes from here, which was 5:22 or something. But, bro, you still haven't even completed this hour. Now bonds are ripping through. So, again, bonds on the first, bounce that actually held, the bonds gave up. And then SPYs leveled out here, and then bonds just ripped back up. Very weird considering bonds did the exact opposite of this the other day. That's what we were just talking about, the 4-5. But literally the bonds were selling off at every opportunity, starting low and then coming back up. But this time around, they're holding up very good. That auction is our only catalyst here in an hour, 2 hours. But we'll see as that plays out. How bizarre. Got my deposit, already spent it during the discounts for the long term. Good luck, baby. Good work. Shout out to long term. Tesla fading. Tesla did good though. Again, Baba and bonds, and then Google too. That was a leader. Watch any of the other chip makers from Micron. It was ARM for a little bit, but not so much. And then NVIDIA though too. Though I think we can't underestimate, man. NVIDIA 3.7% down. That is going to affect this SPY. So that's why you blame NVIDIA for the days you drop big and you can't have a headline to it. But that was big velocity. Called out Pfizer, great for the long term. Do you ever plan on selling it? Not for minimum of 10 years. So maybe in like, I don't know, like 20, 30 something, we could talk about it. But for now, if I put it in the long term, I do have a plan of holding it. Unless we somehow switch gears and buy a house with the long term. We've been floating that idea, but some people get offended by it. They hate the idea. Some people love the idea. Some people already did the idea. Some people have accurately recommended we just buy a house with the equivalent value and then keep both to show what it would be like. But yeah, either or, man. Or we could turn the big account into your cult compound. But that's honestly, I was thinking about it, man. You hate the idea? Why? Don't hate it. Love is good, man. You don't need to hate anything. You know what I'm saying? Just love, man. Peace and love. Because, like, here's an idea. Are you ready? Like, here's the, like, maybe you won't, like, think about it. Are you ready? Because I was like, one day, I don't know, like, because you guys, you know, someone even asked me if I'm going to sell something, and I'm telling you, like, minimum 10 years. Like, what do we do with the long term, though? Like, what happens, like, you know, God willing, if we make it 10 years, 20 years, you know, like, what do I do with it? And, you know, I was like, maybe I could donate it to charity or something. But, you know, and I really, you know, I kind of thought about it. Like, come on, guys. Like, in a weird way, I'm like, you know what? I'm still looking. I kind of regret not buying it in 2020. But low key, bro, this is just your cult compound. I don't know. Maybe whether it's a down payment or something, man. That'll be just a random building in the Chad one day. But you know, and I don't know. I'm not opposed to that. You mean to tell me we could turn that into like a skyscraper or something? And then, you know, just maybe a community center. We can make it a nonprofit. It'll be free. We could do something with it. But I like houses. I like real estate. And then restart? Well, I think at that point, you guys will probably be hearing more Josh AI. Because I sound like this. I say, hey, fucking listen up. Like the video. I'm not even trying to be Joe Biden. I just talk like this now. Because it's been 40 years of the long term. And now my voice has totally been fried yelling at you guys for 70 years telling you to get a long term. So now, what do you mean restart the long term? I'm like 92 right now, or 95, 99. I'm 99, 99, 99 long terms on the wall. 97 long terms of long. You're not going down. You hold it for a decade. 97 long terms on the wall. Oh, okay. Can we live with you at the compound where we could be your Oompa Loompas? Maybe. Honestly, my first reaction to that is to reject that comment immediately. But then, like, I thought about it realistically. I don't even got Oompa Loompa work for you, dog. I could think about it, though. That's why I was like, maybe. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't have any Oompa Loompa activities for now, but I could figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have any, like, rivers or, like, you know, gravity machines, but, like, shit, you never know. I could figure some stuff out, or I'll throw some, I don't even know how to speak in riddles yet. Yeah, like, so I'll be like, oh, what is EV for electric, but not one that is electrified and has stripes? What? I don't know how to do that yet. I saw the eclipse, yeah. That's the thing, though. Anywhere we could buy, like, a dope-ass compound, like, even with that amount right now, I wouldn't want to live there. Like, I don't want, so you guys are like, will you live there and I'll be the Oompa Loompa? I'm like, no, bro, I don't even want, I'll buy you a compound. I'm not trying to live in the middle of Ohio. I just can't. Like, I don't know how long I could do that for. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'd visit, yeah, for sure. My plans for CPI tomorrow are to see what the bonds do and go from there and see if, and honestly, I mean, I brought it up yesterday. There's another factor of tomorrow we got to keep in mind, and that is the minutes. I think the Fed minutes and then even the PPI, but I think CPI, it's going to boil down to that reaction we talked about. It's probably going to come in hotter. I don't think CPI is coming in lower. But if it does come in lower, I think people will love that. But if it comes in hotter, the question is, do we rally? So let's just get this out the way so you're not mind-boggled tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's a likelihood that the data comes in hot and you rally. Okay? I don't care how hot. 10% hot and it rallies still. I want you to understand this just right now. Because we already had this discussion today. But you have to understand it. I'm sorry. I know it's uncomfortable. I know you don't want to hear it, but it is the reality. That's just, again, assuming we get a hot CPI, but the path don't change, and these mother effers want to keep it the same, you could get a hot data and rally up. Okay? That's just the nature of it tomorrow. So that's really our question tomorrow is what will it take for the data to come in and actually, like, will the bonds at 4 or 5, the data's in hot, does it actually change the path, the narrative, the script? If not, then we punt, and like I'm saying, the minutes, PPI, and all those other events, that will probably give us more. But I do think inflation is going to come in hotter, and if inflation doesn't come in hotter, it's coming in hotter on the next one, maybe, unless I'm real behind on the lag. But energy prices haven't been good. Again, real estate, I don't know what anybody in their right mind in the Fed says about it coming down. It's not. And it doesn't seem like we've had good trends there, more or less. So it's not even, we've been far off from expectations and the market has rallied. Tomorrow doesn't even have to be about status quo or meeting expectations. I'm saying literally it could be a hot print and you do the exact opposite of what you think is going to happen. Why? Because the market has been following a path rather than the data. The market is believing it is right now. The stock market is your friend who will not believe you when you tell him that his girlfriend is cheating on him. It's following something bigger than the data that you are providing your homie. That's what's happening right now. You see what I'm saying? You're like, yo, gas is at the highest price. He's like, nah, she still love me. Okay, all right. You like, yo, everybody around the world is freaking out and trying to buy gold at wicked prices behind your back. Nah, she still love me. The last 5 months of data have all came in hotter, and inflation has not gotten any lower, and 3 month and 6 month averages are now higher than your targets. That's just how she is. She just, but in 6 months we getting married. It's called at our rate cut wedding. We getting married. That's all it is. So that's where I think we're coming into tomorrow. That's why I'm telling you very well tomorrow. You may get data that the market's getting cheated on by inflation, but we're not responding to that. We're responding to the wedding in 6 months. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the wedding. We're talking about rate cuts. We're not talking about whatever happens ahead of the wedding, unfortunately. So, yeah. Welcome. I'm still in the JP Morgan play. Now the puts are going to be even more expensive, too. I like Intel at a lower price. Much lower, but maybe this is your chance to double dip because I don't have any chip exposure. So not a bad name. And then it's came down a lot. It's still at like 2015, 2016 levels, I think. Had some premium, came down a little bit. But then it's just like they really struggled. And even now, like, remember, they did good at the end of last year. They ran up with all the chip stocks. Then they were the first one on the earnings, and then they did awful. And then now they even guide lower. They're like, yeah, we still not even going to make that much money. So, yeah, man. Whatever. Oh, thank you, Brian. I wish you had more time, too, man. We'll get the long term. That way, anytime, the long term will make more time for you, you know? Amen. Amen. Good morning. It's still pretty early. I mean, we don't even have... We got Euro close in 15 minutes. Kind of going up. Bonds still recovered. We're waiting on a bond auction as data. Very wicked move. I want to say this has been an hour. No, you're still just shy. Still got a couple more minutes. An hour, bro. You moved a lot today. At least, like, what, 60, 70 points? A little bit more? Remember, CPI came in hot. We gapped down, then rallied 100 points. Yeah, that's... I think he's done it a couple times. We could end the day positive. All I know is that we could, whether we undershoot or overshoot, as long as it stays within 1.5%, it's setting you up to not move. And that's, again, like we were talking about yesterday. Even if we had the drawdown, almost fill the gap, even if you close around here and then it comes in as expected, you're going to be, give or take, roughly around where you've been at. Commodities, if it comes in hot, I don't know. Depending on, because I think if CPI comes in too hot, commodities might get a little clapped if the bonds react and the story changes and then people want to start playing defense. But if it comes in hot and the market doesn't move to defense, then I think commodities will rip or continue to hold the rip they've already done. Because that's the thing. It's one thing for commodities to keep ripping. It's another to hold a big gain that they've already gotten. I'm not front running it. I might still have the gold play, but we'll see. Bad news doesn't mean anything. It does. It may not. That's what we're on the lookout for tomorrow. We want it because now the rates and everything is kind of at a tipping point where the narrative is changing. We're not talking 3 anymore. We're talking 2. We're not talking 4% bonds, 4.25. We're talking 4, 5 to 5 now. And that's why, depending on how it comes in tomorrow, what factors, and after the months of other data that is also hot, if that really breaks the bonds further, we start going above 4, 5, and people really start, changing or getting, like I'm saying, get on defense and getting worried now about kind of what we've seen towards inflation and how that's already materialized in rates, then maybe bad news does finally, hot data may hurt us. But I'm discussing the situation we're in now, which is also, quite frankly, you're following a path though, and you're not, and it would take a lot to move you off of there, but this could be that turning point, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And if it's not, just don't be surprised if the market continues to chug along after, just eating data and seemingly, reacting however it pleases. TCRX, it's that Tuscan Therapeutics. Tuscan. Thessalonian 19. Again, Bobo is doing very good. 73. SPY right below VWAP. 10 minutes till Euro close. Russell's even down now. They're the best on the day, though. VIX is in the green. NASDAQ down 0.25. S&P is down by 0.4 and Dow down by 0.5. Not so bad. Oil's down 0.9. Antonio. Hello, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Happy pre-Euro close. Wild day today. Started off with relief, gapped up, sold off out of nowhere. Bonds rallied all day, even though there's a bond auction. And all getting ready for the data tomorrow. China's Chery is nearing deal to start manufacturing cars in Barcelona, says Spain EV Motors that leads negotiations. You're bullish, baby, bullish. Yeah, as long as, I mean, you could be bullish even in hot data. If the data does come in, though, lower, I do think, you know, because no data has came in lower. I think people will just like the, remember the ISM services, the prices paid, that plummeted. People got hyped, but then again, we went lower. That was the irony of all of it. So this range lately has been wicked. Remember that ISM services move, or the prices paid and all that. So we've been doing a lot of back and forth. But I do think good data will help keep the market up. But then again, minutes, PPI, and then earnings. So I said that on the watch list yesterday. Right when we get over the event, do not underestimate the market to quickly start talking about earnings. Because now earnings that's the next big thing. So we just had this whole discussion on what tomorrow's data could do, right? And we're talking about if this happens, if that happens. But now you got to think about the next driver. Like, what if tomorrow's data keeps us in the range? So tomorrow's data, whether it's hot and it moves, it doesn't move, whatever it may be, what happens now next? Like, what is going to be the next big driver? You're going to have, I think, another 2 weeks until Powell. But you have to think about it, even in the next month. Yeah, May. Oh, maybe 2 months. Like, you got to, like, which one is it? I think almost 2 months. What would be the next big driver? Come on. You know the answer, baby. Easy. Earnings. Yeah. Like, think about it. That is going to be a real big wind and sail for the next couple of months. Don't get that twisted. People, you're going to get reports. How much are they making? Guidance, new info, upgrades. That's going to be the next set of things that's going to kind of shape us in between policy or policy decisions and data. I have one call on JP Morgan for now for bank earnings, but I'm not necessarily like, oh, it has to be bullish. And then Gildan's popping. We got a little bit of a gain there on Gildan. They were a little lower earlier. Again, is offer tomorrow. Oh, Gildan's April 15th for earnings too. Crocs popping. I did 2 standard deviations on JP Morgan, yeah. Strong earnings equals no rate cuts? No. I think strong earnings equals no landing, soft landing. It keeps everyone feeling good. Economy chugging along, then earnings, you could justify some of these valuations, you know, gets everybody excited, but I don't think people are linking strong earnings to inflation. Standard deviation. It's a math concept. It's like if you took a bunch of samples and you ran them over and over and over again of like trials, like what would happen with like expected results. So I have a tutorial. Go search Ghetto Standard Deviation on YouTube, and the channel, The Trading Fraternity, will pop up, and that will take you to the tutorial. Blizza popping higher. Domino's had a run the other day. Google's on the low now, and then again, NVIDIA. Watch out for that one. Adobe's on the high. Adobe. Oh, Adobe. Look at that one. And then bonds still holding. I mean, SPY not doing too bad. 5 minutes till Euro close. I don't know why Bob is running. I think we get China data tonight, though. SMCI. They're down 4-2. So both of these, them and NVIDIA. They weren't that bad in the morning. Again, chips weren't that bad. Micron wasn't doing that bad. ARM was up a lot. I can't believe ARM just already came back down after that. Again, even Google was doing a lot better, but they're about to give that up too. That's what helped a lot of the NASDAQ this morning. Again, Russell's still doing the best. NASDAQ down just under a third. Baidu, Pindu. Where's Pfizer? Pfizer came down. Come on, Pfizer. You tease. Google on the low still. Still proud of you, Pfizer. Do you play chess? I know how to. The last time I played was on the treadmill. So I have a treadmill that has chess on it, and I'll play on there while I walk a mile on incline. But other than I don't like actively play. Bro, Google's still dropping. I mean, it's only 0.4 green, so that might go red. And then bonds sold off there from the top. Again, we got a little bit of time. CPI, I think it's expected headline comes in hotter, and then core, or headline comes in lower, and then core comes in slightly hotter. USOI until June, you get dividends and leverage. Is that oil? Yeah, but the thing about oil, like, I mean, oil is either going to just go nutty right now and maybe we get 100, or it's just going to die. Like, don't forget, oil was on a death spiral before this, after running up, too. Millennium shuts Feezy credit trades after Altice bets sour. ATUS. Yeah, wasn't Altice supposed to get bought out? And then Coupang, JD, and Lyft on the high. High ticker is actually gassing a little bit. And then dollars back. Actually, dollars back near break even. No shit. This sell-off at the moment, there's nothing. It's only been an hour even since we sold off. We're going to get Euro close in about 2 minutes, but unfortunately, there's no real headlines attached to this. Not even like crazy moves with like bonds, dollar, or oil that you could really even say. So if anything, we talked about us moving down here yesterday and following the range in pricing, but that's just about it. No thoughts on nat gas. I think just oil, and then if oil goes, I mean, just all the other commodities and everything else in between follows. Yeah, Gildan keeps climbing. JD. Pfizer started coming down. Watched NVIDIA too, and then bonds. They sold that second rally there. So they were just under 1% earlier. What if market flushes even more? Well, then we'll see where rates are at. But if that's the case, if they flush after tomorrow, it'll probably be because there's information on it. Oh, yeah, where's Tessie? Still up 1-2, but kind of like Google, they're giving up. All these names that were up a shit ton in the morning, like they didn't really hold. And then 8:30 in 1 minute. So 1 minute till Euro close. You bounced a little prior. You're kind of selling off into it. Let's see where this takes us. I think the markets will be in a big range tomorrow. Especially after we move like this now and still, I mean, it may not be a new price that we haven't seen, but I mean, I think we're going to move at least 1% tomorrow. And anything more surprising, we may have a 2% day in store. So that's what I can tell you is that tomorrow is going to be as close to a 2% day potential that you've had in a while. So it was like a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we had that like 2% sell-off. It kind of crept up on us, but I would say tomorrow, the way that we're pricing in a lot And the fact that if the data does come in either really hot or really weak, I think it leaves the market in a it's ready to move pretty decent. So that's the thing I can say about how it looks tomorrow. But I don't know which way it's going to go. No. And there's Euro close, my friend. So we'll give you the checkup here 2 hours in. Dow Jones, 20 names in the red, 10 names in the green. NASDAQ 100. You have 52 in the red, 48 in the green. And then SPY, 259 in the red, 240 in the green. 2% is high. Yeah, we haven't moved 2% in a long time, in months. Even then, the last time we did it like a week or two ago. But like a real 2% day, you haven't had one. And then I think 2.5 you haven't had in maybe a year, I want to say. And then anything besides that, you ain't seen in a minute. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. All righty. But Chattadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp in real estate course. Hold on, I lost the chat. I got the chat back. All right, chat. But yeah, it's push-up time, baby. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees. Do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. That feels good, man. Relax the eyeballs. Come on. And listen, no one's attacking you, bro. No one's attacking you. You're in your room right now. I don't know why you're scrunching up your shoulders. Okay, you got to fix that nerd neck right now. Stop scrunching up and leaning forward. Just do this for me. Relax. I want you to clear your mind, and all you can think about right now is just dropping your shoulders. Oh, come on, you heard that right on the microphone. I want you to breathe out and just focus. Only thing that on your mind right now should be your shoulders dropping and going lower and just relaxing. You know what I'm saying? Just relaxing. Like, that's it. Like, and then here, I'm going to give you another one. Are you ready? Shoulders dropping. And I want you to think about that, like that muscle in your neck to your ears. Like, why, like you have tension in your ears, bro. Just drop your ears. Yes. I just want you to think about dropping your ears. That may not make sense until you think about it. Yeah, drop your ears. Yeah, see, you were scrunching up your ears. You didn't even realize it. Yeah, drop the shoulders now and clear the mind. There you go. Just drop the ear. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, you ain't know that, huh? You had ear tension, dog. Ear tension. All right, and then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep, go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath, go. That's it. Legs in front of you. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. But just drop them shoulders, man, okay? And the ears, too, man. Some of y'all just discovered the ears. Just said, I didn't even know I had ears. Wow. Oh. Good workouts. No reason for the market down, just within the range. Now I'm doing my resistances. Oh man, that's good. got a couple more sets. Then we hit the wall. First 2 hours of the day. Europe is now closed. A lot of questions today. Everyone's getting worried. But we're chilling for now until it makes another move. This is all the setup into your boy, the CPI. Intel unveils a new AI accelerator called Gaudi 3. Haven't they talked about that? Big shout out from Brazil, baby. What's up, Brazil? How you living? Oh, man. Let's see Intel. Oh, Intel popped off of that. Yo, popping off the Gaudi 3 thing. Oh, I don't know. Oh, shit. Those are just going for 6. Yeah, Intel unveils new Gaudi 3. Will be widely available by third quarter. Says Gaudi 3 outperformed NVIDIA's H100 chip. The contracts are all jacked up. All the contracts went up 100%. So don't be fooled. If the spread's high, depending on there, all of those contracts on the next week's already moved up a lot. I still need to do one more set. But that's good news there. Again, they're literally saying it outperforms the NVIDIA one. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA does have a new chip, though. Wait. So it's still going. It's 0.3. If you want to swing these, I'm even thinking shares is kind of, actually, it's already at the bottom there. The benefit would just be playing here even with the Marvel stuff. That would be the only other one. Is anything else moving? Did NVIDIA? I don't think anybody else even moved on that. NVIDIA. So came down and went as high as 0.4. Again, that just came out. Comes down next day. Headline traders. It just at the low of the day. I want the options. I want the shares, but I don't know if I'm down to hold those with Marvel. That's my only issue on that. Other than that, though, if those options chill out, or if there's another headline, but then they're just at the low. They're at the low, and then you get the Marvel update in the next couple of days. So it's in the middle. It's in the middle, Habibi. DXYZ clapping. Again, it has a net asset value. So they own investments, but you buy the company at a certain price. I mean, you're paying X amount for it, you know? I'm looking at Intel. I'm waiting. I want to see if these options come down, or if if it drops big enough, I'd be down for shares. But that's good update, at least in chip land. But then again, it's Intel. Intel has been struggling, and lately Intel's only had bad news. So remember, they guided down on their foundries literally just at the beginning of this week, was it? Intel, I do think they have their dividend. They lowered it, but they still pay something. Yeah. Oh, I need to hit my last set, bro. Y'all getting me distracted. Oh. It's good. All right, let me hit the wall stretch, and then we'll be good. Yeah, news on Intel. They just announced a new chip that they said the Gaudi 3 AI processor by quarter 3. They said it outperforms the NVIDIA H100, but I'm pretty sure the NVIDIA has already released the new chip. So, again, even the H100 isn't the new one, the Blackwell one that they announced not too long ago. And then volume 24, you're slightly above average. Remember, it was just Euro close. Bond auction is in hour 20. So 1 p.m. Eastern. All right. I need to hit the wall stretch, but I could just yell at you from far away. I could play one of these in the background.
But he has limited.
There you go.
Geo risk.
Give you some need him.
And Apple is one of its customers sort of moving more orders its way. How does that factor into your ultimate recommendation for Amcor?
Yeah, absolutely. When people talk about semiconductor manufacturing reshoring, right, most people think about foundries. Most people think about alternative to TSM, right? People think about global foundries, GFS. If you look at the valuation of GFS over TSM or other peers of them, UMC, they actually trade at the very meaningful premium. Amcor is kind of in the similar situation in the semiconductor packaging part of the manufacturing supply chain. They trade just in line with their peers. We think it makes no sense. We think that this name may be a little bit underappreciated from that perspective. And with more of the AI prospects start to emerge, becoming a bigger part of the story, we think that geopolitical value of Amcor will become even more pronounced.
Finally,
and that probably will reflect it in the multiple going forward.
Yeah. Charles, going into earnings season, I wonder whether you are net revising upwards or downwards going into the prints.
Well, probably not so much is changing. My part of the coverage is mainly on the equipment side and on some of the chip design software EDA names. I think they are steadily at that stable level. But I do think going to the second half of this year, either the overall mainstream chip market or the CapEx side of the semiconductors may see some inflection point. So I think I'm quite optimistic about the rest of the year for my overall semi-cap coverage.
Charles, viewers, I'm sure appreciate any new idea because the market's definitely on the hunt. Thank you, Charles Shi over at Needham.
Thank you.
Well, after the break, a new fund provides a way for retail investors to invest in private companies, including Stripe, SpaceX, OpenAI, and others. But could it prove to be the next meme fad that's coming up? And keeping an eye on shares of DJT, down 40%.
DJT, I know. That was rough. Adabe's going up, Intel climbing again. They just had that. It's kind of moving towards the high, so you had like maybe 0.25% of a pullback there. So we'll see. DJT. ML on the low. SPY popping up here again. It's been Euro close and low key. You have not done anything. So I guess you were you're right where a little higher pre-Euro close was this spot right now. But, I mean, kind of moving up. We'll see if there's anything else. Adobe keeps ripping. I don't know if they have anything. Yeah, Adobe's up 1.7. Abivai and team. Top losers, DXYZ, Tilray, BCG, CGNT. Intel. Yeah, we'll see if it could get above there. Otherwise, it's kind of like it has the news, but it's not like breaking out like, oh my God. Again, their bad news hits harder, I guess, is a better way to put it. Ball on the high. Again, Adobe's still going. Adabe. Let's see where we're at. 5181. Isn't it 5187? I believe that was the low from just a couple days ago here, which is kind of crazy. So you're still right below that. You've recovered a little bit, though. I mean, again, you were 23 points lower, which is wild. SPY getting another green here. So we're trying to move up a little bit more. Dabe still working. Those Intel candles and volumes getting bigger. Pfizer already came down. Still in the green, though, by 1%. Microsoft hasn't been moving, but it's waking up off the bottom. Same thing with Apple. Don't forget about Google. ARM might move. QS. All right. Was that the high? 38.22 was the high. So Intel trying to break out again. The news was the chip. Where's Square and PayPal? Disney. IPGP. That's on the high. 3M. 93. Intel's teasing the new high, but it won't break. And then Blinken, U.S. works with Qatar and Egypt on ceasefire for Gaza. Restoration Hardware's on the high. Didn't they just have earnings? And then SPY right below VWAP. Not bad. Yeah, Restoration. So they had a wicked move. Low key. Jeez. Intel's just a slow mover. Remember, it's a big share size, like share structure. And then TLT's still climbing. So TLT's almost at that 1%. We have an hour and 15 minutes till the event, the bond auction, 3-year. So again, 3-year bond auction is going to hit the 2-year more so than TLT. Shy more so. CART near 39. Right under, again, Restoration bouncing. They are a post earnings in the last week. That's moved wicked. Meta has not done anything. Bobo is running earlier. They're still at the high. And then volume, it's higher than yesterday, but it's still not too crazy. Again, we were doing about like 12 million an hour, but it is starting to slow down here from Euro close. No, CPI's tomorrow morning. So 1 hour before the bell, CPI comes out, and we will be live here. But it's a pre-market event. So the good part is that whatever happens, like you pretty much have to finalize all your plays by today. But, by tomorrow morning, by the time the market opens up, I mean, you are going to have your information to respond to. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No? Okay. Airbus numbers, Boeing. Do you know Intel breaking out? I don't know if that's hit a new high yet. I think the high was like 38.20. But did you know that they're saying that Boeing may not even deliver a plane next quarter? So, like, there's a chance that Boeing may not even make one delivery. Just with everything that's gone on. Right now, I mean, I did it yesterday. We priced in 1.4. I did the calculation this morning. We were standing at about 1.5%. So, and then again, we had a pretty wicked move. So I don't doubt it. I think we are within that range for now. That's by the end of the week. It's not just for tomorrow, but to like Friday, essentially. So CPI plus follow-up. What's their usual? I think they deliver like 50 to 60. But yeah, they may not be able to deliver one single plane because of like the halts with the after the door stuff and then people canceling orders, but like they weren't even able to produce two. GFS on the high, and then ELF is going up, and then SPY and bonds, but now SPY is at VWAP. ELF is breaking out. They're already up 3. Intel's starting to go now. So Intel's starting to break out. Intel what? That's only 0.8%. But and then you're not even at yesterday's open. Yikes. So yeah, Intel, I don't know. Intel might, but remember they had bad news off of that guidance stuff. Well, we'll see if that gets everybody back up. Again, SPY dancing around VWAP. All right, 38.33. So Intel new high, actually getting some juice. ACAM on the high. Watch any of the other chip makers too. And then Baidu came back down. Baba near the high. The China name's kind of slowing down. See, even if the market does too, and then Restoration, that one is still going. Where is Bobo? Boeing's just chilling. Southwest on the high again. Delta. Delta's moving. They have earnings tomorrow after hours, or tomorrow morning. I think after hours. And Bank of America. I know Bank of America's Monday. Wells Fargo, Citi, and JPM are this Friday. Disney's on the high, back to 118. Again, Disney hasn't hit 120. It's sold off those prices since the vote. Tomorrow morning's Delta. Oh, I thought it was after hours. But yeah, they're going to report. That kicks off earnings alongside. So even then, you may not even have to wait for the banks. Like tomorrow morning with Delta, you're going to be responding as if it was, what's it called? Like you're going to have something company earnings guidance-wise to respond to, even besides just CPI inflation data. Disney getting volume, breaking out here. And then SPY just hugging below VWAP. This was like your... This was like your death blow level? Because remember, we dropped, and then you had the big flush here. And then I guess this was right ahead of it. But this was a level we made another like 10 or 20, 30-point move or something like that. Yeah, Pinduoduo and JD have been doing good. Citi, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo Friday. Banks. And then Delta and CPI tomorrow before. Gold finally dumping. Inshallah, Habibi. God willing, Habibi. God willing. You know? But, yeah. Definitely not as painful as an hour ago. I thought it was going to fucking rip on me. I was getting ready. I was like, oh, shit. And the way it was looking at that 730, I was like, nah, man. This looks like a straight buy program one way up. Inshallah means God willing, yes. Yeah, BlackRock and State Street. I always ignore them, though. I don't know why. I never played BlackRock earnings. I think Palo Alto is going to be a fire earnings. Remember, they fell off so much last time. Or no, they had the run-up or the drop? Yeah, no, the drop. So they're going to, this is what I was talking about. Someone was like, oh, maybe the earnings won't hit. It's like, hey, you got big moves like these. This is going to create opportunities. So that could be one that's either going to reverse a bad story or build on a bad story from last earnings. That's kind of the cool part. Do you guys realize what the best part about the earnings is? We've been so like on the earnings and pricing everything in. Like earnings is already back, but it's going to be a lot better because like everything's going to be you're going to be able to follow along a lot better. Does that make sense? Like it feels like we just had earnings and that kind of sucks. We're doing it all over again. But the good part is that you're going to be able to follow along with these stories much better. Yeah, you got to play all of them. So hopefully now you know kind of some of the history, how they've moved. And, you know, it's a pretty recent, fresh history of what we just played. So I hope you are ready for that. But that's a definite advantage. And then Intel's still holding. It went a little bit higher there. Palo Alto's trying to climb. Bonds hit a high and then had a little red. Cisco on the high. Honestly, high ticker's chugging along. Low ticker's kind of fighting back, but still pretty good overall. Earnings hit tomorrow morning. You get Delta in the morning and then Banks on Friday. MP, my player. Hey, MP. Up 7.8. Damn. Is that Intel again on the high? No shit. Yeah, Intel breaking out more. AMP. Blinking live. Intel. I wish there was a live Intel event. I don't know if they're announcing any more, but It's moving pretty good now because it was down. I think it's moved like close to 1.5% since the announcement of, what was it called? What do they call it? GRU? Gaudy? Gaudy? What an awful name. Doesn't that have a negative connotation? Like, isn't gaudy like a bad connotation? Like, doesn't gaudy mean like tacky? I know it's pronounced gouty, but like, it looked like gaudy. I don't know. These guys. Google working on new Roku competing device. Or is it called Goku? Roku dropping a little bit on that, but if El Coyote got that early, that might move a little bit later here. Oh yeah, April 25th is Intel's earnings. Yeah, Intel going up. Roku's actually going up on that. Maybe they're partnering up with them. I got a Goku, Google, Roku. Woo! For Instinct. Oh, man, young Intel kind of holding up good here. It's kind of crazy. That wasn't even the earnings. That was. Cheaper for Google to buy them out. Oh, maybe, right? I don't know, though. Roku, it's not like Roku's a cheap stock. And then Roku's popping. But, like, I think Roku, I know they've given up a lot. But, yeah, Roku's still $9 billion. Like, that's not cheap. Is uranium coming up? And then dollars right at break even. Gold is coming down a little bit more. Gold's given up 0.75% already. So gold is now back to where it closed yesterday pretty much. Literally, gold is right at yesterday's close. How many points can CPI move the market? Seems like up to 1.5%, but not all by tomorrow. But even then, I did say, like, you know, depending on, like, the type of data we get tomorrow, there's a weird possibility for a much bigger move. It just really depends on what shifts the market and, again, the composition of the data tomorrow. Because if you just remember, not too long ago, ISM services, you know, that got people moving a lot off of the prices dropping. BL. I read that wrong. And then Roku, again, rumor about Google getting into the space, but they went up on that. And dollar's starting to climb up here. Amazon, Google's still down. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA chilled out. Remember, NVIDIA was down 4% at one point. You're down 2.7 now. So literally, as the market's chilled out from the lows, I mean, you got quite a sizable bounce there. TLT does not price anything but interest rates. And even then, TLT is long term, like long duration. So it's not really a good predictor of short-term or even mid-term interest rates. It's actually very bad. But the 2-year bond, and you know what Shy would tell you is priced in, is that the inflation is high, or that we're worried that inflation is going to come in hotter, and then that will reflect with interest rate policy. This is E-Trade Pro, with the high-low ticker, and this is TD Ameritrade, Schwab. TRA 5186 chillin'. Okay, Intel came down a little bit. Second little sell-off after the news came. But again, still doing good off of the Gaudi 3 release. Natera, that's moving up. Revolve, 4.6. Oh. Nordstrom's and Macy's came down. Blinken, we have an offer for Hamas, says it's very serious and should be accepted. Antoni Gaudi was a Catalan architect, designer of Spain, known as God's architect. His works have a highly individualized sous-genre style, his own style. They should have called it like Face Ripper 5. That's what Lisa Su did. And they be asking Lisa, they like, Lisa, do you speak English? It's awful, bro. And Lisa was like, call it a thread ripper. What's it made out of? Threads? Rip it. Now, okay, now it's going to rip them apart. So we're going to call it a thread ripper. Okay? Meanwhile, Intel's like, let's name it after a Greek architect. I think his own style and lineage will reflect what we are going to accomplish in this new era of technology. Yes, that's a good name. RTX. Kind of a ramp. I thought it'd be like a green candle, but it's ramped up there. I don't know, though. Maybe watch LMT if we get any more of the tension stuff, but you got some headlines today. Like we said, though, oil and none of that. None of it really moved. Thread Slayer. I like Thread Slayer. That could be a good one. Threadripper is the separation of cores, as you understand it. Oh, dude, the way I understand it, dude, is like it's like a thread, dude, and it's being ripped, dude. Try to call it Threadripper, dude. Otherwise, dude, it's like that's my understanding. Is like when like you rip a thread, dude, it's a Threadripper, dude, because like the thread got ripped, dude. So like totally. No, yeah, we are not discriminating against Lisa Su. If you don't understand the joke about Lisa Su, it was actually ridiculous. She was at a F1 event, and a news reporter went up to Lisa Su, the head of AMD, and asked if she spoke English. And then once she proceeded to tell him that she spoke English, he was like, so who are you? Are you just a random? He literally said, you're the random person in the audience. And she was like, I'm sponsoring the Ferrari car. It was, honestly, it's one of the most, it was probably the craziest video I've ever seen, considering how important this is. To be fair, it was an F1 event in China. Man, I don't give a... I could spot Lisa Su. You put me anywhere in the world, I could tell you who created the Threadripper. What do you mean? I'm not going to be... What do you mean? Oh, it's in China, Josh. No. No.
For you. Excuse me, ma'am, do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
Well, you're Marty's Random Person, the first one of the year. How are you and what are you doing on the grid?
I'm doing great. I'm with AMD, so we're sponsoring the Ferrari car.
Okay, yes. So we're right. So you got VIP
you got
access.
The transitions
Look, you've
on
got
too.
Access everywhere by the looks of it.
I think that's what.
So,
that's why
that's
he
the
did
secret.
That.
Become a sponsor of Ferrari.
He played her because she's wearing transitions.
It's great. Fantastic.
All right, good to see you.
That's it. You know why? That's it. She is humble, but she was wearing the transition lenses, and I bet you he judged her for that. That guy, I don't know who that guy is. That's why it's even more ridiculous. Nobody knows who he is, but we know Lisa Su. Martin Brundle. Sounds like a guy named Martin Brundle. It's a fun name to say, but man. Lisa Su. It was really funny. He's a Formula F1 driver. Oh, my girlfriend probably knows who that is then. Your dad brought me transition lenses when I was young and got upset that I never wore them. Really? You didn't wear? Were you scared? Honestly, I wanted them so bad, but then low key, like some kids started getting bullied for them, and I was like, I dodged the bullet. Fuck. I was like, all right. But then my dad wears transitions. You know that? My dad wears I think he still wears them to this day. But there was a period, I know my dad was fully rocking the transitions. His Arab ass, he thought that was great. He thought that was AI. You know that? That was groundbreaking technology for him. He loved it. Best homeowner insurance? Bundled. Whoever you probably get your homeowner or your car insurance and everything else. eBay's moving up? I don't have the headline on there. Three deaths confirmed at Italy's Enel plant blast? What? eBay background. Nope, I don't see anything on eBay. What's up with all the tall Arabs in SoCal? I expect them to be short like you. Some of them are taller than you. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, all the Arabs with good genetics, they come to California. And they get really rich, too. I just snuck in. I don't know how that's it. That's why I stay inside all the time. They've kind of they just tell me to work in my room. I'm not allowed outside, but it's good, though. I'm happy. I get to enjoy the weather. I don't have a tan, but... Mm-hmm. eBay introducing Shop the Look, our latest generative AI-powered enhancement. So eBay and Shopify AI news. MDIA, that moved yesterday. And then U.S. crude oil output expected to rise by 280,000 barrels to 13.21 million in 2024 versus earlier forecast of 260. EIA says dry natural gas production at 103.58 BCFD in April, up from forecast of 103.35. I don't know if that hurt PayPal. And I'm still in the JP Morgans. PayPal, no. Chilling. And then SPY won't get above VWAP. And bonds have actually probably your biggest sell-off in bonds so far. And it's 52 minutes ahead of the auction. Pinterest on the high. And then Google's trying to bounce. Yeah, Pinterest literally going through another high. Disney did do good, but it's been trading below 123 since the vote. Square now breaking out. So I don't think that's Shopify, eBay news, because Square and PayPal both still doing good. NVIDIA, 870. I don't know, man. A couple of hours ago, NVIDIA was getting close to showing a 7. FAA probing claims about flaws in Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Yo, Boeing again? No way, bro. Another flaw, another probe? This can't be. There's no way. FAA claiming, honestly, some of the options didn't go up too crazy. They're starting to move, but not anything. The spreads are widening. It just depends on how much. It's already at 180, though. So I don't know. That could be either another death blow or it's just already so low it doesn't hit us. It doesn't hit the same. Boeing's CEO already resigned, remember? They said they're going to replace him by the end of the day. Yeah, FAA investigates claims by Boeing whistleblower about flaws in 787 Dreamliner. All right, are you guys ready for this, though? Are you ready? I need to give you tinfoil. You need tinfoil ahead of the bond auction. You need it. You need it. All I need is 20 likes. Get us to a nice round 1,700. Spies at VWAP. Bond still up. Everything red. Russell break even. NASDAQ down 0.11. Oh, man. I got one. We get my 1,700. We're almost there. We need like 5 likes now, maybe. 10. Not that many people. You know, I said just a couple. There you go. See, I know you're here, baby. God bless you. Good morning. I'm talking to you. You just I know you're here, baby. It's a good price, man. It's a good price. All right, here's the tinfoil. Are you ready? As much as I think Boeing is a shitty company or a shady company and they don't value human life and they're mad shady, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really do think Boeing has done a lot of wrong things. All that being said, at this point, the tinfoil is that these planes ain't even getting fucked up. Like, this is sabotage. At some point, bro, if I see one more month of every other week, there's another Boeing something getting... There's no way at this... It's too much. There's no way these planes are that bad. Because I do think they're awful. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, that's it. That's the tin. The tinfoil is that this is just... Because at this point, it's getting out of hand. It's either you have to be so god-awful or somebody is doing this to you. It's one or the other. So you could take it how you please, man. It's nuts, bro. It's nuts. If you met the workers, you'd understand. There's like 5 Chads who work at Boeing. You're like, if you met these people, Josh, you know. You work in aviation, it's 100% true. What? That they're bad or that they're getting sabotaged? I think it's one or like either way. Just like all I'm saying is Boeing is so bad, it's getting to the point where you would think it has to be something other than just being bad because there's no way you're this bad. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like if I just start going crazy one day and then you found out like I had something else way more majorly wrong. You're like, okay, somebody had a gun to his head or something. Maybe I make a Weeble account tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But then you come to find out, you're like, I don't know, either Josh is really going wild or you found out somebody had a gun to my head. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Boeing just got clapped there. The contracts aren't really moving. I put in an order on one, but that didn't. Oh, okay. I got filled on one, but it's not moving. I got filled on one for like 4 cents. I didn't think those were going to go through. But it's not going up. The contracts are not even moving, bro. Interesting. None of this far. I only paid $4 for it. Yeah, the spreads are wild, but no one's even trading these. You might have to wait for the fall. That's a pretty big drop, though. And spies above VWAP. I don't know if that's any consolation. Couple names. Literally, High Ticker's been gassing the whole while. Roku, Square, and a couple of others. CF, Disney. No Apple, though. Pfizer gave up. Pfizer was up 2%. You're moving to San Diego this summer. Oh, get ready, baby. You're going to enjoy it. It's funny, my friend who, like, lived in L.A., and, like, he used to love L.A. He works with Google. Good guy. Good guy. I don't know if you're here right now. God bless you, bro. Good guy, man. He moved. He used to love L.A., and then he moved to San Diego, and he's been here for, like, a year. Oh, dude, it's funny. I saw him the other day. He fucking loves it. I never thought, bro, I've been watching so many of my L.A. friends get converted to San Diego. It's the funniest shit ever. Because they used to hate on it, but San Diego, it's a good place to be, man. It's a very, very good place to be, so enjoy it. TwitchCons in San Diego? I should go. Oh, maybe they'll ban me. Oh, maybe Twitch will ban me for giving out news. Oh, Twitch, huh, Jeff? What's a ban? I don't know. I buy everything. I think NVIDIA is just having an outsized effect on the market. I think that's the weird part about it. Because it didn't really click till it was down 4 earlier. And I was like, man, if you really feel that pressure. I don't know. Can I go to TwitchCon if I'm still banned? Yeah, would they let me? Index turns lower. Gold climbs. Gold went a little lower earlier, so that was good. But gold's still up on the day. I think we are back April 22nd. So we got like 2 more weeks left. Yeah, Boeing shares down 1.9 after whistleblower claims. Stock bouncing back up. What time is it? 9:17. Ain't seen no wires, and then I heard boom from the amplifiers. Such a good song. Can't pay my rent, 'cause inflation shit. Still got my job, but I got to. No? Okay. Pfizer gave up 2%. Pfizer's up 2.6 at one point. I was like, dang, we did it again. FFIV running. That one's been pretty active all day. Oh, lit. Guild. You think someone inside set up? I don't think. All I'm saying, I'm just saying that the Boeing problem is getting. It's like you guys have to. When in your life have you ever seen this many issues on a plane? Like every weekend. Like, bro, like you guys thought I was joking, where I'm like, bro, I went on a plane not too long ago and I was terrified because I was like, man, and literally every weekend I've ever flown, there was some sort of event somewhere in this nation of a plane having a problem, or at the very minor, something at an airport. But above all else, like just these planes, like it's just getting to the point where it's actually getting very common, and it's to the point where it's like, okay, it's either they are really, really, really bad, or at this point it's borderline becoming purposeful, or somebody wants it to happen. That's failing infrastructure, air travel, bridges, pipelines. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we just need a fully modernized airline fleet. But these planes are fairly modern, though. Hold on, dog. We're talking about an Alaska Airlines 737 jet that was just delivered. I tell you, man, that Alaska door, bro, that one had 200 miles. Less than 1,000 miles on the engine, Habibi. Good condition, clean title, and door go boom. How this happened? That was a new plane. Boeing, okay. Bro, these contracts won't move. I guess they're really far out the money, but even the close to them, they're just widening the spreads out. But that's a pretty big drop, 2.5 on Boeing. Boeing designed by engineers, built by Hicks. I don't think that's what happened. I don't have a what's wrong with Hicks building? That's exactly who I want building it. What do you mean? Have you ever seen my Middle Eastern ass try to put together an IKEA desk? I don't know how to use that shit. What are you talking about? You don't know about the great American manufacturing? You playing? I wouldn't want the fucking engineer to put it together. That dude can't even bench the bar. I don't even think he thinks Phillips is the Phillips curve. He don't even know it's a type of screwdriver. And then he's like, well, the Phillips curve's outdated in my engine. And then he start be doing statistics and calculus. And you're like, what? Like, nah. Yeah, I messed up. The plane structures are old. The computer in the planes are the modern ones. Yeah, it's weird. Uranium's hitting highs, but CCJ came down. I'm an engineer. I hate you. It's cool. What do you mean? I'm just defending my fellow manufacturers out there. At the same time, I'm not expecting fucking the engineers to put together the plane. That's stupid. I would not be like, all right, I want you to engineer this plane, and then I want you to put it together. Here's some toothpicks. Go ahead. Engage. Let's go. I didn't pay you just to design this shit. I need you to build it. You can operate heavy machinery, right? What? Boeing says fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner. You're afraid to take the flying coffin. Well, here's the thing. Not every airline has them. So, like, Delta, I was conflicted because I flew Delta the other week, and they have Embraers, so they don't have Boeings on some of their trips, which I was happy about. But then, Delta, if you get to the airport within like an hour of your flight, they won't fucking ticket you. They made me miss my flight because I got there an hour, and they're like, you're not going to make it. I'm like, just give me my ticket. They were like, no. I was like, you guys suck. I was like, I might tweet about you guys, but I don't really tweet. But I'm like, if I did tweet, I would be tweeting this right now. I'm like, y'all ain't ever give me any problems, but this is bullshit. They probably overbooked. Probably. Nice excuse, right? Haters, bro. All right, man. Well, today's a lot less scary right now than it was not too long ago. So I hope you feel good, my brother. I hope you feel good. You're on the DR in vacation watching? Enjoy it, baby. Get a tan for me, okay? Get a tan for me. And have a coconut if you have coconuts out there. You know I'm a big fan of coconuts. Like, that's like one of my favorite things to do is just like straight coconut. Like, when I went to Thailand, bro, I had one every single day. I love it. So just I don't know if you have an availability of like real coconuts out the coconut, you have one for me. No, where you like drink out of it. You could eat it too. I'd eat it. Yeah. Just like a coconut. Both. Drink it, eat it. Chilling, bro. Guava. I like guava. Quan Terra found libel.
Bloomberg Crypto today. Join us again at same time, same place next week, Tim.
Same Tim, also.
Same Tim.
Same place.
Well, stick with us. More markets up ahead next.
Damn it. I added PayPal to the long term. It's a little up, so I was gonna buy it if it went a little lower.
Waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
Favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Now. We'll be right back. Damn. If you had to choose, do you think we're bullish or bearish on CPI? He strikes again. As Josh is placed in a precarious situation, his life is threatened. The person threatening his life places one situation before him. If you have to live, if you want to live, you must answer bullish or bearish. I said, stick up. Put your hands up and tell me, bullish or bearish. Or everybody's gone. What do you want, my wallet? You want my phone? Bullish or bearish for tomorrow. Yeah. Josh is mentally ill. Cool, bro. Welcome to 2018. What else you got? You got anything new? Come on. That's why my gifts and illnesses will bring you up-to-date information. So I'm looking for something a little bit more modern. You realize that there's people in here with a 5-year badge? You know how many hours of Elmo they've had to listen to? He's like, I think this Josh guy has a problem. No. Inshallah, Habibi, don't worry. Honestly, I think my problem it's my PHILO from yesterday. The thing I'm worried about myself is that I become indifferent to the world and people. That's what my mental illness is, and I don't know. I don't know how you feel, but I hope, and I'm scared because I really hope, because you guys I tell you all the time, y'all got to I don't give a shit mentality. Sadly, it does have its consequences, and that's why I'm like, I really hope I don't have that indifference, and I hope I don't foster it. So as long as I could avoid that, I think it's good. That's it. That's all that it comes down to. It's called becoming old. It is. You won't. I don't know though, man. It creeps up on you. It creeps up on you, man. Well, a lot of things will do it to you, man. The world, we live in a world and we see so much craziness, man. You know, it's nuts. I'm telling you, this is it. Like, you think this is like we're the last ones who have to deal with human life, or like the market's gonna rally? That could either be really shallow or really deep. I don't know. Real estate. VBI, Vacation Bible School on the high. VBS on the high. VBI vaccines. This is it. My religious mom every year. Well, it's a common theme. Every single person always thinks in their time. So it happens. Why be normal? It's better to be indifferent. That's not the definition that you're looking for. It's better to be different, but indifferent means like apathetic or like you just don't care, I guess. Less concerning, less empathetic. I mean, let me ask you this. It's very simple. The last homeless guy you saw walking across the street, did you give him money? The last person who called you for help, did you help him out? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta, there's so many things. It's just like, just being unconcerned with people's problems, being unconcerned with things. And I think I'm telling you, I think some of y'all need more indifference. Because some of y'all be way too concerned with stuff that's been stressing you out. Like I say, and like I like my indifference. It has very good advantages, but there is something you always got to watch out for. You don't want it to lead to a hard heart towards your brothers and sisters, man, and everything going on, no matter what. And then VBIV popping up here. And then Boeing came up a little bit. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's almost. Oh, no, it's 9. We should do push-ups, though, too. I'll move around when we get back. You could start without me. Drop your ears, bro. Drop the muscle in between your neck and ears. Drop the shoulders. Clear the mind. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Stay at those higher rates. When you look at what happens over time, food prices, like everything else, are always going up. That's the top white line there. But that's the index. That shows you what happens to food prices overall. But the month-on-month changes have come way, way down to what they were in pre-pandemic years. And one more of those kind of charts I want to show you. We had heard a lot of complaints about egg prices, Shanali, because they had gone way up, and people were blaming Joe Biden and the rest of the administration for high egg prices. Well, look what happened. They cratered last year. They've come back up again today. The reason they went up, the reason they cratered, the reason they're going up again, bird flu went back again, and that causes a lot of shortages, and that pushes the prices up. It is a political issue, though. According to an average of what the presidents saw during their time in office, grocery prices under Joe Biden were the second highest of all the presidents since 1960. Richard Nixon was the highest. You remember the Paul Volcker inflation. Then comes Joe Biden. Now, you could look at this as something you could use against Biden in the campaign. But if that's the case, you also have to put the onus on Donald Trump for having so many job losses during his term, averaging 783,000 jobs lost a year. And Joe Biden's gained over 4.9 million a year. But that's only because you're averaging. The point is food prices went up. Food prices have come down. We saw a lot of people lose jobs. Those people got their jobs back. It's not really the president's fault.
Certainly a significant pocketbook issue and a staggering statistic. Mike McKee, we thank you so very much for your time. We know that was a big topic of discussion this morning over at our desk today. Now let's discuss this more with U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack. We thank you so much for joining us on a critical issue here. When you think about the issue of inflation and as it pertains to food prices, farms across America, how are you navigating it?
Well, first of all, is to understand in terms of food inflation, there's a significant difference between what people are paying at the grocery store in relationship to what they're paying at restaurants. I think what you'll find is if you go deeper into those numbers that the opportunities at grocery stores are improving significantly, but it is at restaurants where we're seeing still a bit of high inflation. So you have to distinguish between that, number one. Number two, it is true that commodity prices have come down, but understand that farmers only get anywhere from 15 15 to 20 cents or so for every food dollar that's spent at the grocery store. So commodity prices don't have as much of an impact on food prices as you might think. The issue with avian influenza, clearly a component of the egg price increase. While the good news is we're not seeing anywhere near the level of HPAI that we saw last year, the bad news is that we still continue to grapple with it.
If not inflation, what is the biggest challenge faced by rural America today?
I think the biggest challenge long-term is the loss of farms and farmland. Since 1981, we've seen a loss of 477,970 farms in America. That's the entire equivalent of farms in North Dakota, South Dakota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Colorado, Missouri, and Oklahoma. 151 million acres of land that was in farming that's no longer in farming, and it's more and more difficult for small and mid-sized farming operations to stay in the business, and that's why the Biden administration is focused on creating new revenue streams, new ways of farmers, in addition to selling commodities, can make a living. And we're excited about the opportunity that now presents for our farmers to be entrepreneurial, but obviously it's going to take some time for those opportunities to sort of filter down into the countryside, but we're excited about where it's headed.
How do you see about the face of farming changing in this country? If you think about it, farmers expected to plant almost 5 million less acres of corn in the United States, while soybean is expected to increase. Do you see corn losing its status as the king of crops in America? How do things change moving forward?
Not necessarily, but I think what you're going to see are new uses for those corn and soybeans, sustainable aviation fuel being one of those opportunities. I think you're going to see agricultural waste become its own commodity instead of being over-applied on land that causes some serious issues with water quality. We're now going to be converting that into a brand new series of bio-based products, which creates a whole new industry, whole new opportunity for processing and manufacturing in rural places. We're going to see farmers basically be energy producers. We're seeing a significant move to renewable energy on the farm, not only to reduce the cost of electricity for the farming operation, but to produce electricity for their friends and neighbors. You're going to see a significant transition. And finally, you're going to see a move away from just relying on commodity markets to more local and regional food markets, where the farmer doesn't get 20 cents of every food dollar, but gets 50 to 75 cents of every food dollar.
As you think about the changes ahead, it begs the question about what comes out of Congress. Will we see a farm bill out of Congress this year? And would it come before or after the election?
Well, I continue to be optimistic that we can get to yes in terms of a farm bill. Obviously, there's some serious issues in terms of how you pay for it. I think it's fair to say we're not going to pay for it through reductions in our commitment to nutrition or our commitment to conservation. Having said that, it's not just the farm bill that is important. The budget is important. We're certainly happy that we now have a budget and hope that we don't face a serious situation with shutdowns in the future. We have to have the flexibility to use tools like the Commodity Credit Corporation, which are helping get us through a number of disasters that we faced. And we also have to have that conservation money under the Inflation Reduction Act. If you take all four of those tools working in concert, we can create, I think, a better opportunity for farms across America.
There's the farm bill, but there's also just a host of issues that farmers have been facing across the issue. Agriculture also being a key battleground when you think about the election coming up just in a number of months here. They have soaring costs, bureaucracy, European Union regulations in the Green Deal. There's a whole host of things here. How do you think the farming community is going to influence the next election cycle?
Well, I can't really answer a question about politics on this interview, but what I will say is that American agriculture is offering an option or a different approach to climate-smart agriculture. Europe has seen its way to essentially create a regulatory system which farmers are resisting in Europe. Here in the United States, it's not a regulatory system. It's really a market-based voluntary system. Our climate-smart agriculture activities now involving 136 projects across America, over 102 commodities involved, 203 practices being incented, new market opportunities being created. So it's a voluntary market-driven incentive-based system, which is much more popular and much more doable. So I think there is a contrast between how we're approaching the challenges of the future and how our friends in Europe are.
Given that agriculture is a key battleground, regardless of whether you could talk about the politics behind it or not, how much pressure do you feel to appease this community or at least meet them on their needs through the rest of this year? What exactly is being done?
The pressure I feel is in the loss of farms. knowing that 577,970 families had to sit around a coffee table and acknowledge that they just couldn't make it work. I know about farmers. They want to farm and they want to pass it on to the next generation. When that doesn't happen, it really impacts and affects the mental health of those individuals as well. So that's what keeps me up at night. And that's why I'm excited about the opportunities that this administration is providing for farmers to be entrepreneurial, to create more revenue streams so that they have that opportunity to sit at that coffee table and say, we can make a go of it, and son or daughter or grandchild, you can come back and you can farm, you can do what we love to do.
We started this conversation talking about inflation, price pressures that farmers and consumers are facing. You talked about the margins a little bit here. You also talked about the idea that prices are getting a little bit better. They're lowering. How much concern do you have about a reacceleration of inflation in any regard? And are you doing anything to protect against it?
Well, we are helping to lower the costs on the farm by encouraging farmers to embrace renewable energy through the Renewable Energy for America program. Over 6,000 grants already been issued by this administration to help farmers reduce their cost of power. We're working on the fertilizer issue. We've already funded 42 projects that will reduce the need for foreign fertilizer, reduce the opportunities for the use of fertilizer, make a more efficient use of it. So we are helping farmers to lower costs. At the same time, as I said, we're creating new revenue streams for those farmers. As is the case with average Americans, we're seeing wages up. While we want to control inflation, we also want to make sure that farmers have sufficient income to be able to support their families. And this is the president's theory of a bottom-up and middle-out economy. And I think with the job growth and wages going up, I think we're beginning to see the benefits of that.
U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, thank you for joining us. Certainly a critical time in Congress when it comes to farming. Now, coming up next, we're going to talk about Tilray. It's plunging after cutting full year.
I was going to say, that one went on for a while. I was like, I'll give you some time. Why not? Why not, baby? My goodness. Chatadonia, how do you feel? You feel a lot better? You guys feel we were freaking out earlier. Ah! So now it's kind of calm. Now it feels like a CPI day ahead of it. We're all getting ready for it. You do have data here in 18 minutes, so that's the good part. And your data is going to be a 3-year bond auction. Everybody's kind of been waiting for this, so we'll see where it takes us. But it should be a good time. Should be a good time, baby. TMDX. What do we got? Transmedic. I called that one out earlier. I had no idea what was going on with it, though. You feel sleepy? Oh, get excited, baby. You're going to get a little bit of movement. Maybe the bond auction, not much, but I may have something afterwards. We'll see what happens. I thought the 10-year was the only one that really matters. Yeah, it does. When it really matters, when it's all said and done, it'll say a lot. But we kind of had a lot of bond discussions today. Even like the funny part yesterday, bonds hit the highs and bonds were really bad. Stocks didn't do bad. Today, stocks do bad. The bonds pull back from the highs. You're going to watch stuff in different time periods, but it's all about, the long end and those durations and where we see what it turns into. So, yes. As bond movement affects silver and gold, there's some influence. I mean, there's really just value of the dollar and value of bonds and dollars. They go back and forth. So it's connected. It's involved in the conversation, but it's not necessarily the biggest driver. Nova, that sounds very familiar. Nova. Yeah, DJT, I feel like I've seen that all over the place. Sonova Energy. I think even Junko is up today. Yeah, they're up 6. I think a lot of the solar names are good today. Even Enphase right now on the high. Israeli Defense told U.S. Secretary of Defense that Israel has not yet set a date for operation in Rafah. Veco. Where is your Tesla, friend, huh? Tesla hit 178 today, Habibi. Elon said, don't sleep on me, Habibi. I am here. Yallah. Scam popping. Wasn't AT&T dropping yesterday? What was the other one? Pfizer. They gave up 2%. Bonds are still good, so A good sign for Dow coming into the auction, even the 2 years up. Oh, my goodness. NVIDIA almost hit 700. So it would have been 799. It's going to be a good time, Chadadonia. And then remember, Delta earnings tomorrow morning. I guess we could do that preview today. I don't know if I'm going to make a play on Delta. Because, again, we hit this one last time. I mean, they're up a lot. Maybe puts. Low key. Remember, we did good on Delta on the last one. There's a bunch of war headlines, but oil's still down. Yeah, oil's actually going into the low right now, down 1.2. And then where's Dollar? Boeing's still lower after that news, but not as low. UUP break even. It was up more. A little bit earlier. We had a nice rally from the bottom, but I really think that was just the 2% of NVIDIA. What are your thoughts on what's happening in Gaza? Okay. You took the slow moment to go. You're like, all right, let's get into it, Joshua. Well, what I think about the situation in Gaza is what I think about the situation in Ukraine. I don't believe in any war at all. When I think, although everybody has justification and reasons for their fight, and I don't take that away from them, I just personally, I'm a pacifist, and I can't get behind any sort of violence like that or support of any sort of war on either side. So I condemn all violence and armed conflict. I know, hot take. Hot take in 2024. You stand for peace? What the? How dare you? Like, okay, my bad. I think Nike is bottom. It was close to it. I mean, some people, if they don't want to get too discounted on it, I mean, it was at that top end of the range. So you're cool with people walking all over you? Oh, yeah. That's actually the core of my belief. I'm not even being sarcastic. Turn the other cheek, my friend. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's all in God's hands, but I don't believe in violence, especially for war like that. But like I said, I don't take away anybody's reason, and I don't condemn anybody in that sense, but I don't, at the same time, I can't get behind that. I just, on no matter what, who it is, doesn't matter. I was left field. We had a lot, and then that's it. We had the stocks haven't moved, the bonds still holding up. We got an auction in 12 minutes. They're like, all right, it's time we talk about the conflicts in the wild. Do I like to fight the markets? I do. I mean, hey, I got some fight in me. I mean, I was a little too much sometimes. Even though I like peace. You can still fight. You got to fight for peace too, right? So, like I said, everybody has their own thing. But I don't know. I'm just pacifist. The bond auction, they sell bonds. Is it 119 billion, or is that the whole week? I think the whole week is 119 billion. I want to say today is probably going to be like 20 billion or something. But what they do is they sell bonds and they offer them up. And then depending on how many people bid on the bonds and what they go for, you get the data, they auction off the bonds, and then depending on how that auction goes, if there's strong demand, the bonds and stocks move around, and then vice versa. What does my mom say about that opinion of mine? I don't know. You should ask her. But it's been almost a year now of people dying, a long time, and I've stood by this, so I don't know. We could agree to disagree. If y'all support war and violence, I'm sure you have your reasons, but I don't. I never will. And oil is dropping. So even then, all these headlines, you haven't had it go crazy. Because again, they said the Strait of Hormuz today. People have been dying there for 75 years. That's not what we're talking about, sir. I thought we're talking about war, armed conflict, in pacifism versus not. I do not believe in war. I will not support a war, an Israeli war, a Gaza war, a Palestinian war, a Ukrainian war, a Russian war, an American war, a Vietnam war. I will not support any war. I am a pacifist. I believe that there's no reason for any of it that I could get behind to justify my beliefs. You may have another reason. There may have been other things in the past, but I'm a pacifist. I don't know. If I told you I was LGBTQ, I feel like you'd have less questions. If I told you I'm into this and that's what I'm into, I'm a pacifist. My preference, my identity, how I identify, what I believe, what I've, like, you know what I'm saying, what I'm attracted to, everything is pacifism. But not any, that's all it is. That's what I believe. I identify as I identify as a pacifist. That's all. I don't. It's the crazy part about it is that it's a wicked concept to understand, and that's why I'm like, man, you know, we live in a war society right now, because this take of mine and what I believe is, you don't really hear it all too often, and I definitely always get the friction when discussing it. So I know, but you know, you could look in. There's some history behind it. So you're always on the fence? No, I think that's a very clear stance. It's actually a lot clearer than everybody else's. It's kind of like Biden's stance. Don't. Yeah, don't. That's what I believe. So it's very simple. So you don't live like war, but you trade stocks that deal with it? There's nothing to do with it. Separate. Pacifism is not, again, we were talking about killing and war. And I'm a hypocrite too in many ways. I had this talk the other day, but at the same time, it's not, I don't support it. That's all. You could ask me 50 questions and find what I support and try to find a hole and flaw in it, but it's simple. And I don't know if you don't need to agree with me. And I don't know if you're like trying to find comfort and like maybe justify your beliefs, and maybe if Josh agrees with me, I'll, like, you know what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day, just believe what you believe and stand on it. That's all. But like to try to figure out what I'm like, you know what it's simple. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in war. I'm a pacifist. That's all there. I'm a pacifist. It's the answer to all of it. Picking my brain. I think you're disappointed. You know why? Because I've had this conversation a lot. So, pacifist. That's it. Just like if you were the police, I would say lawyer. I'm pacifist. It's an answer to everything. Until you understand that word, we can't have conversations because people don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like no one's listening to me. It's not, I'm hearing people out. I've listened to a lot of what they like and I get it, but I'm like, we're talking about something. Again, the P word don't register. You will understand in due time. The bond auction is 4 minutes. That's literally what we're waiting for. So we thought we'd get into a wartime discussion. It's just, it happens. It happens. It happens. Mm-hmm. Secret U.S. reconnaissance satellite launched in final flight of Delta rocket family. They have a live stream? What's that? That just came out as a headline. Biden's going to be talking soon. Yeah, the final, what's it, Delta 4 heavy rocket? Oh, is that the one you guys were talking about yesterday? Where you're like, why are they throwing off rockets? Lyft is killing it, too. They were doing good yesterday. Short-term, high-ticker, velocity on the high, and TLT into the bond auction, man. That's kind of always a good sign if bonds could catch a bit ahead of it. So be on the lookout. We're going to get it here very shortly, about, 2.5 minutes? Bond auction. It'll take like 5 minutes, honestly, a little longer. All right, self-defense. He'll defend your daughter. All this. Guys, I'm talking about taking 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25-year-olds, lining them up, sending them with $1 million of equipment in M16. Like, we're talking war. You guys sending them into a grinder to die. From Ukraine to Israel to Palestine to Russia, all those different people, just sending them into the machine. And all y'all like red pill people too, y'all like to talk about conspiracy, this and that, bro, and y'all are just straight lobbyists for the fucking LMT. It's just sending them into the system. It's like the jail system. It's like sending them into, it's a system. It's like the projects, getting them all. That's why I shout out the vets, bro. They give so much, and you get them into a system, and then you kill them, and then you just keep it going and going and going and send them. It's war. This isn't defending your home. This is not someone walking up to you in a street. This is not, you know, and you guys are right. I'm not saying you're wrong, you know, and I feel you, but we're talking about a war machine. You're talking about other people making decisions for them and sending them places. In the interest, you may have a pure intention, but these governments and companies and what they've shown in the war machine does not, and it has already proven it. That's what I'm talking, and that's why I'm a pacifist. But all the other stuff, I feel y'all, but come on. It's cute, but it's not. It's military industrial complex. Yes, exactly. And that's what I'm talking. It's a machine, dude. And to send people to that and want that and use that as a mean to the ends, oh man. It's all, I mean, it's all part of the same shit. Brought to you by fill in the blank. All righty. Look for the when issued. Game time. Honestly, if this moves it a lot, we'll be in luck. Otherwise, you're not gonna do much now, and then we wait until CPI 4.528. $4.528. So higher, bad, lower, good. 49 months, baby. God bless you. Get ready. It should be in like another 45 seconds, maybe a little less or longer. 4.528. TLT, I'm going to put up shy as well. And TLT came down a little bit on that. I just saw that. Let's see. 4.528. 4.52. It'll come up across here on the wire. I said, hello. How are you? 4.7? Oh, man, that'd be insane, dude. 4.7 would freak. That's a lot. All right, 4.548 came in a little higher. So 0.2 higher, honestly, a decent amount higher. Bad bond auction on the 3-year. So that makes sense considering, because again, right now, I mean, the 2-year's at like 4.7 or it was yesterday. So bad bond auction. TLT's taking a hit off of it. So is Shy. See what happens here. Watch if the dollar pops. Oil moving. Let's see gold. It's not like very, very bad, but it's not good. I don't think that was your worst auction, but it definitely, it's hotter, and then that just flows in line with everything. I don't think bad news is bad in the sense like OMG, but you had an opportunity to get some relief off of a good auction. But even then, though, I would argue the last 2 good bond auctions, the bonds sold off anyways. So let the bonds move around, see what they do. But for now, we might go there. 2 basis points, pretty ugly. Is it the worst? I mean, I think it is. It's bad, but it's not. But then again, I mean, rates have moved 0.3 in 2 weeks on the 2-year. So it's actually even less than the 2 years, or I guess it's a 1 more extra year. So that's probably the part I'm missing. All right, see if the bonds end up bouncing. RKT on the high. RKT. Biggest since February 23. Yeah. So it's bad. I mean, there's been worse besides, but since from a year ago, about a year and a half. And then granted, you just had a blowout in yields the last couple of days. The entire market is vacillating, priming for the impending crash. Honestly, I like your choice of words. Not whether I agree or not, I love the eloquency. He's a cursive bear. He's eloquent. Love to see it. All right, 2-year didn't die yet. Long-term bonds are getting killed a little bit more than that. That'd be funny if the 2-year bounced. And then watch if the dollar makes a move. Paid attention in English class. Hey, I liked English class. You know, English was actually one of my favorite topics because I always thought I was like, all I got to do is read. It's just read and write shit. And then, like, you make shit up when it, like, they're like, interpret this. I'm like, what you mean interpret it? Like, just tell you anything. And that's it. As long as you use the words vacillated and impending, they would give you an A. I loved it. Conjugation. Until college? No, I did that in college. I took honors English. So I took only one semester of English in college because, like, I had AP credits, and then I took honors English. And then if you get an A in that, you don't have to take English ever again. And I did it, and it was literally the funniest class. It was a cool class, though. I'll share one of them with you. I remember there's one thing that I always remembered from it. It's kind of a PHILO. But it was just it's always just interpretation. That's all. It's super easy. I went to college, University of Arizona. I miss it, man. Good sun. You know, good weather. My people. College basketball game. Did you hear that? And it's kind of true. It's kind of wicked to think about. But they say right now, nowadays, more people can name 5 women's college basketball players than 5 male college basketball players. You know that? I think, and that's kind of true. I'm like, wait a minute. I low-key know a lot of these college girl ballers now that I think about it. I know at least 3. Caitlin Clark. Everybody know Caitlin Clark. I lived on campus for first year. I lived in the dorms. It was dope. My birthday is February 33rd. ACRV. Asravan? Asevaran? Akravan? Like Longeviron by Akravan? Akravan Therapeutics? What's Akravan? It's up 90%. All you know is Griner for obvious reasons. Man, you think she's just stuck in college for the last, 4 years? They're like, they threw her in jail. Just let her play college ball. Brittany Griner is a grown-ass woman. Brittany Griner about to be in the Hall of Fame of the WNBA. I mean, college basketball. You know Brittany Griner. Everybody know Brittany Griner. Biden live? That's good. He made it. Oh, why have Biden live when you could have a police chase?
She may just get stuck here right now. She is turning into a driveway. Stu,
easy decision.
Skyfox has a better view. He is above it all.
Yeah.
Stu, I'll let you take it right now.
Thank you,
yeah,
Gigi.
no
Thank
Stu.
you for that information.
Oh,
And
there's
taking a look
Stu.
at this. That was
There
just
you
a
go.
laundromat. We just went right through that.
Bro, this
laundromat,
is 3
continuing
police
on,
chases in a week and a half.
The sheriff's department still
That's
right
insane.
behind it. Those deputies are keeping as close as they can.
He's hauling,
Lights
though.
and
This one,
sirens
okay, I'm
just
going to go
trying to
pee.
warn the public
If it's
about
probably
what's
still going to
going
be
on.
on,
There's
and
the
then we'll be
sheriff's
back,
ship.
and then we'll
That's the
get
one
into
that's
some
down
other
low.
things.
That's the one that's going to be keeping the eye on that vehicle. You can see they're now going into another parking lot right there, making their way through. This van has actually used a lot of parking lots in the past, which is very dangerous because, these are stores. People are basically looking for parking, not expecting somebody to be barreling through there at speeds of 30, maybe more miles an hour into another parking lot as we continue on. As far as the units on the ground, the deputies, they have backed off right now. Sheriff's Department, they are up above it. You can see that sheriff's ship right there. And a near miss again, making their way through another one of these parking lots out here. I would venture to say this is probably going to be a supermarket market. That one I wouldn't say close. That pedestrian didn't even know what was going on. Back out onto the major road out here, and the pursuit continues. Very dangerous this afternoon. There is no other words for it. If you know somebody that might be in this area, like on Slauson or in the Southgate area, I would just kind of get a hold of them and just make sure that they know that this is going on in their city. That van, we've seen it in the past. Sometimes these pursuits, they pick up a pattern, and then they just kind of drive around in these areas. This one just continues on. We haven't seen him make a turn through the same neighborhood twice, but parking lots, that seems to be the spot that this van really likes. And every time this happens, my blood runs cold. You've got people walking down there, and again, you just don't expect somebody going 30, 40 miles an hour when you just parked your vehicle and you're walking into a store or coming out of a store and going back to your vehicle. Hopefully it's going to pop out. There it is, right out the other side. But this van continuing on this morning, and again, we heard the Sheriff's Department talk about it, calling it a female driver, and also we heard that Gigi say it as well. This is an interesting one. Into a loading dock area. I'm gonna have to work with Mike a little bit. You keep coming to the right. Keep coming to the right. And it looks like deputies are running up to the van, just trying to get that door
Damn, it actually
open.
finished
really
by the time
I
did a bathroom break.
That person running into this building out here. We'll get that.
Wow,
address
that's
for you,
beautiful.
but
We got it done.
goodness,
That's great.
Thank goodness this thing is coming to an end right now.
Yeah,
That van stopping. And that driver running inside that building. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower and perhaps look inside that warehouse, see what we can see. But look at the number of deputies. And again, this is not an over response at all. And I'm going to just kind of make sure that they don't come running out the back. I have a feeling this person does not know this building. This was just a random stop. And let's see if we can see inside. But right now, we know those deputies ran in there. Let's see if there's a back door or something where this person's coming out. And I'm sure that the officers are concerned about other vehicles in the area, maybe another delivery van. We don't want to see any kind of carjacking.
Oh, shit.
But
what
right
if she
now,
pop out with
I'm
a semi
listening to hear
truck?
them say if this person is in custody. I have not heard that yet.
Not to mention walking out. Yeah, not to mention the employees in that facility right there, that warehouse where it looks like there's a lot of merchandise inside. But you're looking at the end of a pursuit right here at Bickett Street at East 54th in Southgate, East LA, where sheriff deputies have been in pursuit since 9:45, pursuing this white van you see parked there, and the suspect, a female driver who is apparently intoxicated, running into that warehouse, and deputies
Why you
on
drunk
alert.
driving a Ford Transit van? I mean, was she drunk doing like work deliveries? That's crazy. That's crazy. Is she drunk at 9:45? Hey, man. Chedonia. It's time, baby. It's time for the PHILO. Thank goodness, man. PHILO, man. PHILO will keep you out of a car chase. You know that? I feel like, man, I don't know. Chad, if you ever get into a car chase, man, just call me, okay? I hope if I ever one day, I know a lot of Chads, bro. That's how I'm starting off PHILO, okay? Just know I'm here for you, and I love you, okay? I hope none of you ever get pushed to that scenario where you're drinking at 9 a.m. having to run from the police, okay? And if you do, I mean, I got you, baby. Just give me a call, man. But I think it's a good way to start because I am very proud of my Chads, bro. Above all else, man, I've seen a real difference in those of you who have participated in PHILO. And honestly, man, I don't know. I can see some of y'all yearning for PHILO. And I'm not talking about those who ask for it. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, you know, like when you bully, you know, when you get picked on because you have a crush on it. You know, and I could feel some of y'all calling out for it in many ways and maybe in your own unique way. But, like, above all else, man, it's I'm very grateful for this moment, and I'm thankful for the Chad, and I'm proud of y'all turning this into some real stuff. So keep it up. And remember, man, this is not a sprint. It is a full-on marathon. And there's a long, long journey, bro. I hope y'all always maintain the energy and the peace and just know, as life, you're going to learn to deal with everything better and better and better, no matter what. That's it. You're going to have to learn. Life is all about hanging in there. And I'm not talking to anybody specific. I'm just saying, that's life, baby. So you know what I'm saying, man? And that's why I just, toast to those getting better and better every day and understanding that and focusing on that and enjoying everything in the process, baby. So that being said, do you know what we're going to talk about today? I need a sip of water before I tell you today. Actually, I'll tell you it, and then I'll take a sip of water. Do you know what today's PHILO is about? I don't know. Do you think you could guess it? It starts with the letter I. Does anybody know what it's about? It starts with the letter I. Let me see. A sip of water. LOL. You think I'm about to go steal a Ford Transit? Is really Tito's? No? India, intuition, inception, indifference. No, that was yesterday, though, but I feel there's a lot of yesterday. That was part of it. Integrity, David, inspired. Ooh, that's good. It's good, but no, that's not it. Indecision, no. Idolizing, isolation, integrity, ignorance, inspiration, identity, no. Intention, no. Ideology, no. That's good. This is fun. It gave me time to let me get a little bit more water. It's funny because me asking you to do this is what I'm going to talk about. There it is. Somebody said it. And maybe when I say the title, it'll make you think about it a little bit. The I word that we are talking about today is imagination. Some of y'all needed imagination to come up with that. Some of y'all couldn't even imagine that. I saw one person get it, baby. Isn't that the irony, right? Even asking you to come up with it. Some of y'all know PHILO, some of you don't. Even if you don't like PHILO, you listened and you came up with an you imagined something. Or you said something that made other people imagine other things. Oh, come on, Chad. Imagination, baby. And y'all think I'm not here to talk to you about Disney movies. Bonds bouncing after the auction. Interesting. Do you realize how important your imagination is? Seriously. Have any of you ever took the time to think about your imagination? Oh, man. I would argue no. That's one, we're going to talk about it. However, whether you think about it or not, do you realize every single one of us, we use our imagination every single day? I lost my imagination after high school. Bullshit. You didn't lose anything. You just changed how you were imagining things. You just changed how you used or didn't use your imagination, but you didn't ever lose it. None of us did. You know what? I'll give you the first one. There's two things, and this is maybe you'll see why I'm talking about this and the importance of this. There's two types of imagination. There's one, and you all know this one. It's called wish fulfillment. Do you know what this imagination is? This is daydreaming. These are fantasies. You just be thinking about things. Some of you may not admit it, but we all do this every single day. At some point throughout every single day of your life, you have some level of imagining some wish fulfillment or some sort of imagining something related to a fulfillment of your desires of some sort. Always. You might just look at food and be like, that'd be good. Ooh, I wonder how that would taste with this. Man, you saw this stock go up 5% after you sold. That was your imagination, buddy. Oh, what would have happened if I held it? Oh, what if I shorted? Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that news came out. Wow, what if I got the news early? Oh, that is wish fulfillment. So all of us use our imagination every day. You're going to tell me you lost your imagination, but I'm telling you, you probably used it today. You got to really think. It's hard not to use your imagination. And then do you know what the second one is? The second type of imagination is invention. This is one we should all like. This is where you come up with things to create. You invent things in your life, things that are useful to you. You know, you imagine literally a plan for your life. Ooh, you imagine moving to an area. You imagine certain things. Again, even the invention, your spirituality. You use your imagination to create something good. Again, how you use this stream. Some of you can use this stream for wish fulfillment or invention. It's up to you. So I hope you get why I'm talking about this. We use it every single day. And it's important, but don't forget, man, ideas and invention. Do you realize how powerful it is if you have a discipline and have an ability to utilize your imagination for the good of yourself? Let me just ask you this. I know you don't paint pictures and shit. I know you don't make music or do this. But have you ever thought about imagination being a tool in your life? Or imagination being one of the tools that is going to get you to what you want to get to and get you what you want? Have you ever thought about that? Have you thought about imagination as a viable tool? Well, Chad, it is. That's what we're talking about. And that's why I'm saying this is it. The first mistake people make is simply by not being aware, inattention. Do you know how many people live life with an inattention towards their imagination? And they're never able to tap in. And this is what's going to happen. If you never are aware of your imagination, if you do not give it that attention, you're not going to understand how it's ever going to be a tool in your life. Again, maybe you'll even be lacking invention in your life. And you still have your invention, or you have your imagination, but it's just dominated by wishful thinking. And you're using it, but for things that leave you unfulfilled or chasing desire, and all the while pull you away from what you could really get. Just by not being aware of it. But do you know what the other thing is? Let's say after today, you're like, all right, man, I'm down. Wow, I never thought about my imagination as a tool and using it to invent and create and use it beyond, you know what I'm saying, real desires and creation. Beyond that, okay, I got that. Now I'm aware. What's the next thing though? Where would you slip? It's one thing to not be aware and to give inattention, but what's worse than not giving attention sometimes? You tell me, Chad. What's worse than not giving attention? Ooh, that's a good one. Too much attention. Getting attention. Being ignored. Doing nothing. Obsession. Obsessing. Being ignorant. close. You're close. But that's why I want y'all, like, some of these, imagine, even literally, imagine. The first question, even figuring out the topic of this. Just notice how it's so close, but so, like, it's subtle. So this one, you were close. You know what's worse than not giving it attention sometimes? And the problem, the next thing you run into with why we're not able to fully tap into our imagination to use as a good, positive tool in our life is giving the wrong attention. You were close. You said too much attention. And sometimes that's what happens. You put your attention in the wrong place. Too much. But again, the wrong area, that's sometimes where we're not able to tap it. Again, using it more for wishful thinking, using our imagination for things that don't really help, or it sucks sometimes, man. And this is something you got to think about with your imagination. It's like failing to realize that the source is divine. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me on that. Bro, like you think you just like certain things? You think you just be doing stuff? Sometimes your imagination and the positive effects of it are at work in your life. You could do something and it doesn't feel like you're doing anything. But you just think that's normal. Rather than understanding, wow, there's something bigger than that. If you're the type of person who takes pleasure in like mundane things, or you, again, I think a lot of you, at least I think that's where we vibe. You see the world differently. You give a crap about certain things. Again, the economy, you care about rates and all these different things. It's like, where does that come from? And where are you giving, are you attributing that attention to that? Or is it just, you're like, oh, it's just this. Oh, it's actually because I studied this, so that's why. Oh, it's not my imagination. It's not this. It's because of it. Interesting. It's very easy to not realize like the divine nature of our imagination right in front of us. And just how it allows us to operate certain things. Well, I don't know if you'll know the next one. I've made you guys guess a little bit. Made you use your imagination. But let's say you get that down. All right, now I'm not aware. I know I'm aware now. I was unaware of the imagination. Okay, I've been the wrong attention, making sure I attribute, like, you know, the right source of the source. But where else? There's another thing. And these next two, it's related to imagination, but it's something you got to think about broadly and how these can kill your imagination. I mean, I'll just tell you. There's one thing that could really kill your imagination. I don't know if you know it. It's not expectations. You all deal with it every day. You want me to tell you? I didn't ask you to guess. I was just slowed it down. I don't know if you want me to tell, but there's something. You deal with it every day, all of you, every single one of you in here. If you're on youtube.com/the stock market, for sure. Some of y'all expose it. You're like, kids, procrastination, the environment, ads. Come on, baby. Gordon Gekko. Greed. Do you realize greed will kill your imagination? Or greed, it won't kill it, but it'll warp your imagination to not invent how you want it to. You know why? And you got to think about it. All I'm talking about is again and again. That's the principle. The characteristic that greed represents. That's what it is. You're like, I want it again. Okay, I got something. Wow, I imagined. Wow, this I invented. I like it. I want more. Again. And again and again and again and again. What starts to happen? You're not thinking about something new. You're just going to keep thinking again and again and again of the same thing. That's why you don't like, isn't it kind of funny? How that's like literally, that's what an addiction is. But it's the same thing. It's not anything new or groundbreaking. It's just this over and over and over and over and over. And that's what greed does. There's nothing imaginative about over and over. But then when you get caught up in something, and if you are greedy and want it more and more, that's what it is. And then I'll give you the final one. The final thing, and this one, again, the last one kind of cliche. I think the deeper meaning wasn't. But pride. Let's say you start caring about imagination and utilizing your imagination and invention. You ascribe the right characteristics and sources, and you put the right attention in the right places and feed it. You don't let greed pigeonhole you and think outside of, and you actually think beyond again and again and again. And not just repeating the same thing. But now pride. And you know where people fall into the trap with imagination and pride? Is simply thinking that they are supplied a secret knowledge not granted to others. Oh, I could walk out right now. And y'all could think whatever you want, but I know I've thought this before. Go ahead, do you. But for me, I know I have. Oh, I know I've been prideful where I thought one point in my life, I was like, I think I have a secret knowledge that's not been granted to somebody. No. There's wisdom, there's knowledge. Some people know certain things, some don't. But if you put yourself and you imagine this as if you are this secret thing, and you let your pride get in the way of how you invent, thinking that you have this special competitive advantage that in reality doesn't exist. I mean, you might use your imagination, but is it going to be inventive, or is it going to be wishful? Or is it going to rely on something very obscure? So, Chad, all in all, these were all to watch out what to avoid for, but I hope you get all of it. The main thing I'm talking about is, honestly, and I think it's refreshing, I don't know the last time somebody told you to use your imagination. Maybe they said it to you in a mean way. And I don't know how many TikToks and podcasts and motivational videos and stock videos and entrepreneur videos you watched, but imagination and how you use this, again, just dude, basic, just thinking, just being aware and inventing and putting your energy, your mental energy towards invention versus the wishful aspects of it. And not falling into the traps that don't let us utilize a tool we all have. And that's the whole point. We all have this tool. The question is, who is using it? And I told y'all, I think this was the end of last year. Maybe it was over a year ago. Remember, ideas, man. Invention. And ideas and creating, bro. It's key. But if you're not using the tool, my question is why? It's either if you weren't aware of it at all and you weren't just giving it attention, I feel you. Well, that changes today. But after that, you're going to have to start asking yourself, why don't you want to use the tool? You know, Uncle says it in his song. He says they got some tools, but don't want to use them. I'm like, I forgot what he says. It's like, I have to listen. It's in Jordan with the books. But it's just like, what? It's there. Like your imagination, again, business goals, spiritual. I don't know what you're looking for, but you mean to tell me you have an imagination and we all have this tool, and it's like, how come we don't treat it, you know, motivation, right? Discipline, education. I could go and you're like, oh, these are what I need. 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 Man, you got to think about imagination. About not falling into the traps that's stopping you from using probably one of your greatest gifts that is just sitting there. And you're using it to think about what you're going to eat and what you want to do on the weekend. Or that'd be cool if a dog could snowboard. So, Chad, I hope you feel me on this. And if you do, what you will realize, you just unlocked a secret tool. A strange secret tool, because it's strange because everyone has it. Everyone has an imagination. Everyone is using it. Some of you are using it listening to me right now. So I hope you do something with it. I'm excited to see. But Chad, it's game time, baby. And I'm sure some of y'all, you are either going to invent, or by the end of this year, maybe it was just a thought. So we'll see. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this in main channel. First link, Screaming Large Boot Camp Real Estate Court. Yeah, court? I'm sorry. I was trying to type while talking to you. I want to hear it now. He said they got tools but don't want to use them. I don't know what he says. His uncle's my uncle, you know.
Yo, screw your chorus and your hook. I feel like Jordan with the books, I'm more like Soros with the puts. I open doors, I use my foot. I thank the Lord we doing good. I use the sword like it's my words. A 9 to 5 ain't what I'm worth. I go define my life in verbs. Yeah, I let the action show the work. You know I know them contracts worth. I know you know I do research. I'm about to blow, some might get hurt, but I was told that it's my turn. Come watch the growth and how I learned. I hope you do the same in turn. Yeah, stack it up, 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 bitch. Low with the interest, I pound it up, don't wanna spin. Talking about friends, only got one, his name is Ben. Love politics, love the presidents, need places to live, I got some for rent. Hey, talk shit, little bitch, consume me. Start shit, play the game like 2-3. Options, man, trades off newsfeed. Do less, complain more, doing. Some people hate the movement, they mad cause they can't do it. Too cool for plans in schooling. Always found that amusing. Got some tools, but they won't use them. Move then, I got shit to do. Then tune in, substitute your former schooling. Disrupting the institution. They keep asking what I'm doing. Going, Gandhi, I'm not human. Love my people more than fool, man. Hate the evil, that's gon' fuel me. Yeah, screw the technicals you trade. I feel like Curry on the chain. Or more like Burry in a way. Not in a hurry, I'ma wait. I turn my time into a bank. You turned your time into a waste. Yeah, I use my mind to create great. I redefine a different way. I read them filings to make plays. They vilified, I hide my face, but undermine the things I gave. And that's all fine and that's okay, because I know my God is great. Besides, you should see just what I make. He showed himself in different ways. Got different whips in many lanes on every list, but never came. I'm really busy with them trades. I beat the markets 50 shades. I guess I smiled opportunity. Yeah, buy it up, 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 deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips. Buy it up, 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 deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips.
Classic. I'll give you a little bit of this one. It's a cold, baby. Get a little bit.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky. Throw me
me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while, I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life, I don't think twice. Instinct on beast, had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking. What's inside?
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make 'em all involved. That's it, man. That's all you get. Don't worry. I know, Marcus, you gotta send me one back. I emailed Marcus. That's it. You'll get it soon. Don't worry, you'll get it soon. That's Uncle Answers. No, that one's coming in like 2 weeks. Sent it this morning. Wait, was that this? Oh, is that it? Yeah? Oh, you did. Onomatopoeia sound like money make 'em all involved. Oh, man. Y'all will trip out at the next line that comes after that. But you have to wait. Sorry. I used the picture that Key sent me yesterday. It was nice. I liked it. I like it. So we'll just get it out. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait for the artwork. And then you're going to be like, is it out? I'm like, I don't want. So I was like, all right, man, we'll call it a day. Onomatopoeia. But Chattadonia, great uncle. It's beautiful. You know, we got to have PHILO. I hope y'all do use your imagination, baby. But you could imagine now what's going to happen tomorrow. But that's all we're waiting on now. Market's already been a wild day. I mean, I don't think we're out of the clear just yet. But, I mean, you kind of dodged the bullet with the 2-year bond auction. We're still surviving. Now the market's moving. And then that's it, man. That's it. Raul. A little bit, but like, dude, Raul already showed up. I don't know, man. I think I put out a stream alert. I don't even remember the last time I put out a stream alert on like a dump like that. But, dude, you sold off 60 points like super quick out of nowhere. I'm like that. Maybe news could have developed and like a headline could have followed up with that. But that morning, that was really Raul. You know what I'm saying? Like that was really, really Raul. Like that, he showed up and he came out there. No one rapping what Uncle's rapping about. Yeah, I don't know. Not too many. I don't think you'll ever find a rap song with like Warren Buffett, Milken, Nick Timmerhouse, and Zoltan Pozar shouted out on a track. In the same track, I think that could be the first time it's ever happened. You won't really get that too often. So it's cool. It's cool. But then again, not too many people know who those people are. So but hey, Uncle, he's been around. He's an old guy, you know. He gave me my shot. He said, nephew. I said, what's that, baby? I said, finally, I get a shout out. But he has more than one nephew, so. But I'm pretty sure he's talking about me.
Who else would he be talking about? That's not silver. Silvercrest, it's a company. I was like, that's not an ETF, is it? SLV, that's a trust. Silver was crazy there. I think gold came down, but gold's still up on the day. Yeah, gold's not doing too bad. I mean, it's still great. I don't think, bro, when was the last red day on gold? You've had like one red day in the last like 7? Nice. Gas price at the pump. Well, remember, there's going to be a big delay, but I feel you. They were already high. It's just starting to get, like, I think, noticeable. And bonds are breaking out. We had a bad 2-year, again, one of the worst bond auctions in like a year and a half, or a year and a quarter. But 2-year bond, and again, bonds blew out more than how bad the auction was. So the 2-year moved worse than how bad the auction came in, if that makes it any better. But at the end of the day, bonds are coming up. They had a little knee-jerk reaction. They're still following. TLT's at that 1%. Gas is like a solid 575 everywhere, 560. Everywhere I've been, it's 560 minimum. And then if not, like $6 and something. But like anywhere I look, 560, cheapest. And like, I think, yeah, like even 590 though. I think 560 is like the cheapest. And then it's premiums like 597. And you're like, what? But I'm surprised. Come on, how many of us genuinely thought they were going to keep oil low ahead of the election? I really thought they would. I really thought the last thing I thought was going to happen was that gas prices would go up in the election year. Maybe they still have time to bring it down, but I'm actually like kind of shocked. I'm actually kind of shocked because gas is getting expensive and people are talking about it again, and it's been 4 months. It's not like this. They were already higher. It's just like slowly going higher and higher and higher and higher. Kendrick or J. Cole? I like both of them, but I think I'm gonna have to go with J. Cole, man. I don't know if J. Cole. I think J. Cole had a good diss, but then he like walked it back on some Jen Psaki shit. So I don't know. I don't know, the Kendrick diss. There might, if I heard it the other day, there might be some opportunities. If, like, Trump got on the Kendrick diss. Yes, Joe, he's talking out his neck. I don't care about these indictments. I'm not scared of all of your threats. DJT. Yeah, money, power, respect. That's me. It's terrific. It's great. But I don't know. Who should I could diss. I've dissed everybody. Anybody could get this smoke with Donald. I'll sell it. Donald smoke. For sale now. DonaldTrump.com. Can you imagine if rappers had press secretaries? I don't think we're not that involved. Like with like rapper, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't think that'd be great. That'd be weird. I don't know what they say. So breaking news announcement. We have a press briefing from Lil Yachty's press secretary. Wanted to let us know about everything going on. And it's just Instagram. They got that's enough. You're on the edge of moving out of California, born and raised in Cali. Are you waiting for somebody to ask you why? Because that might be me. Might be me. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if that's what this was leading into, but you may have got somebody. What's up? Why you want to leave, man? You know what my girlfriend said to me the other day? Oh, shit. You think she's cheating on me? I didn't think about it. Might need some Chad spice. All right, you ready? You know what she told me the other day? She told me, she's like, would you be down to live in Miami for like a month? I was like, what? She was like, yeah. Like, she's like, let's just get a house for a month and live in Miami. I was like, are you serious? I was like, I'll go without you, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. Is it a trap? That's how it started. I was like, you won't like it. I was like, you'll like it for a little bit, but like, nah, I know her. I told her, I was like, yeah. I was like, you only do Cali. Mm-hmm. It's a trap. Fort Loudy's better. Alright, we'll see. If you go with her, that's better than saying she's going with friends. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know. I don't think she could handle Florida. It's nice, but that's it. It's the humidity. But then again, I haven't been in Florida that long. My first time in Florida, it was great. I loved it, actually. I had no complaints. Your dining establishments, customer service, but other than that, everything else was generally pretty cool. Tesla's coming back up, 1.8, SPY below VWAP. About moving to Texas. Yeah, at one point, I was like, Texas would be cool to live in, but property taxes are really high. And then they have humidity and bugs. And it's big. That's it. I don't know. Be cool, though. I'd buy a big house in Texas. But then again, property tax still kind of a bad thing. I tell you, last time I went to Texas, I think I came home with like 17 mosquito bites on my foot or like on my leg, and my whole like leg swelled up. I didn't know y'all had it. I forgot. I think it was my sister's wedding, and like we were just chilling outside, and we were like, it was cool. I felt like I was in a farm movie. Like I was on, like it was like an old, like Texas ass looking house, and it had a porch, and it had a swing on the porch, and we were sitting there swinging. It was a very good moment. It felt really like a just a picture perfect Texas movie. And then next morning that's it. It was bad. You're getting married on Friday? Wow, congratulations, Derek. Are you excited? That's hype. Have a good one, man. Get a long term. Now you're married. You need the long term. What are the incentives to stay in Cali? There's not really any incentives except I like it, like the weather, and like I like the beach, but other than that, I don't like there's no like disincentive. So like yeah, the taxes are high, but like I mean, that's cool. Like, and then if you make money elsewhere, doesn't really matter as much. But then at the same time, you make a lot on the property, low property taxes. There's a lot more better tax benefits in a weird way. Like with that comes with all the bullshit, but for the most part, there's no like real disincentive. I mean, I stay away from all the nonsense. What do you think about marriage and your wife takes 50% of your money? I mean, I don't think that's how the original like agreement is structured. Like, I don't think that's the intention. Like, where they're like, I get half of your money now, even though that does end up occurring. But for now, I'm not married. And then you know what I found out? Bro, I found out that Ronaldo refuses to get married. So y'all know the best striker in soccer? You know he refuses to get married. He has like 7 kids. He got the baby moms. It's his girlfriend he's been with, and he refuses to get married. Cristiano Ronaldo, yeah. Mm-hmm. I did not know that. So I was kind of inspired by that. Not going to lie to you. You're like, that's why he's the GOAT. Not going to lie to you. I was kind of inspired. I was like, wow. You see? Because y'all keep telling me other things, and then Ronaldo's like, nah. And I'm like, Ronaldo. I like Ronaldo, Mm-hmm. He still repopulated the earth. You know what I'm saying? He still did his thing, but that's it. Does your girl agree with that? I think I said that to her, and she was like, that's a little weird. Because we saw it was related to a conspiracy about Ronaldo. And my girlfriend thinks he's weird. She doesn't. She's like, nah. But I'm like, that's not a bad idea. I didn't immediately balk at the idea. I don't think he's weird. And then Bond's still going up. TLT new high. Messi married his girl since childhood. Where is Messi? Messi won't even if he takes pictures with girls, he won't even he'll stand far away from them. His wife gets mad. There's a whole thing on Messi and taking pictures. Or he refuses pictures with girls, I think. And then, but he'll just hug dudes and take pictures with them all day. Is NVIDIA still 2.6? Could be worse, but we are down below VWAP. How to hide your marriage from the government? I don't know, man. Yosef, man, your chat history getting hella sus though. I'm not gonna ban you, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know how to hide my marriage from the government. What are you looking for, man? Let's see. And then what time is it? 11 almost? 2 more hours? More millions of Arizonians will soon live under an even more extreme and dangerous abortion ban. Well, there you have it. We're going down big again. I mean, we'll see. This is where we dropped from. There was a little bit of a flush. I do think, where was Euro close? Damn. This was Euro close? No shit. So we had a dump right before Euro? No. It'd be 11:30, not 10:30. I'm tripping. This was Euro close. Okay. First semiconductor, I feel like it might be Intel. I think they're on April something, but they may be the first one. Any tips on getting over anxiety dealing with annoying tenants? Do you manage it, or do you have a manager? Because I would just hire a manager. And then if it's that annoying where your manager is annoying you, maybe get a new manager. But at that point, usually if you just have a manager take care of it, you know, because like I guess I'll tell you, like, in a weird way, don't you hate like corporate shit? Just me for 3 years? Yeah, just go get a manager, bro. You're gonna spend a little bit, but that's it. But it makes it very corporate, like, so you know, like you're gonna you don't like to deal with corporate stuff all the time. It's just like it operates very structured and systematic. That's the benefit of a manager. They just follow the rules to a T. Everything is like this. Everything's submitted, documented, you know? And like you have a history and then that's it. And just and then it's hands off. Will lower your income from the property, but in my experience, especially if the tenant is making your life hell or it's just like a lot of work, I'm telling you, it's one of the best decisions I've made in my life. I used to be like that. I used to manage all my own properties. I would only like keep it like no, I could do it. Why would I pay somebody? But like as I've expanded stuff and then once I finally went like hands off with managers, it was absolutely one of the best decisions of my life. You know, that's not to say it was easy. Like I have had to fire managers before. And like sometimes like even with managers, I've had shitty tenants, like where I've had managers like, you know, the tenants like repair when it's like, and even then I've told the manager, I'm like, you got to be a little bit more like, I don't think all of these things were like there or like get this all up to like standard so we don't have to deal with this. But it's definitely a good investment, especially if it's making your life hell. Your daughter has no clue where the landlord is, always the manager. Yeah, exactly. That's how you do it, though. Like, but then because it's just like it's more separate, and then at the same time, it's a machine. It operates more like a machine rather than like a, hey, Venmo me your rent type beat. Love you guys. K-Chan, baby. My man. We need a horn. It's early. About to wrap up the day. Give it to him. And look into, they pay well, but dealing with the tenants gives me anxiety from the moment I wake up. Yeah. Well, what are they doing? Like, what's going? Like, what the hell are these tenants doing to you, man? Like, what do you mean? I do feel you though. I've definitely heard that, even if it's not that dramatic. I know, like, if you have to, like, if you're probably driving back and forth, your day is probably being consumed by it, and like then you have to think about the money aspect. So, anything more serious than that, I mean, depends what it is. They just complain, yeah. Just get a manager. When does their lease expire, too? Can you get new... Everybody's like, get new tenants. That's usually the last option, but it just all depends on when their lease is expired and all that. Apple coming down. Even the SPY dropping a little bit, so this is the flush zone from earlier. I mean, we started getting to a free fall. You did have a little bit more support on the way up here, but if you see, only one more month for the peach, baby. You are. Oh, wait. I was like, wait, I saw the peach. I was like, wait, you already have it. Let's go, baby. How do you find your tenant if they run with 4 months rent pay? I have no idea what you're asking me, sir. What do you mean if they run with 4 months rent pay? So you paid your tenant and then he ran away? I'd run away too if you paid me to live in your house. I'd be like, this guy said I could move in and then he gave me 4 months of rent, so I left. Seemed like a good deal. I'm guessing they didn't pay for 4 months. Yeah, you could just take them to court. You could actually recoup your money in that instance. If it, like, was a clear thing and they already vacated, but like they owe you, you could go to small claims court and then they could get their wages garnished until you get paid back. Apple for the long term, I'd want it a little cheaper. I mean, it has been an underperformer. It's underperformed, but like at one point, this was pretty much an all-time high for Apple. And then none of the news for Apple's been good. I do want to see how the Vision Pro plays out, but what was it? The China stuff hasn't been good, and then then all they really have right now is services. Oh, Delta. We should go over the preview for Delta. Would you guys like a little earnings preview for Delta? Can I interest you that? Delta. There's a lot of previews. What the hell is this? I have like a shit ton of analyst comments on Delta. Interesting. So Delta is going to be tomorrow morning. Where's the chart? All right. Oh, I thought that was on the daily. So Delta, this was one that we hit last time, but they report tomorrow morning. They're expecting total revenue of $12.48 billion, implies 5.4% year over year versus guidance of 3 to 6% year over year. Passengers 10.9 billion, cargo 184 million, other 1.3, and then third-party refinery loss of 650. Adjusted operating income expected to be 561.9 million. Adjusted operating margin 4.5 versus guidance of 5. Adjusted pre-tax income 287.5 million. Adjusted pre-tax margin 2.3. EPS 35 cents versus guidance of 25 to 50. Load factor 81.6%. Next quarter expecting revenue of 15.33 billion adjusted in revenue. Operating income 2.17 billion. Adjusted operating margin 14.2. Adjusted pre-tax income 1.9 billion. Adjusted pre-tax margin 12.5. EPS $2.24. Load factor 87.7%. Full year guidance EPS $6 to $7, free cash flow $3 to $4 billion, and adjusted debt to EBITDA of 2 to 3 times. Price history since quarter one, January 11th. Delta is up 9%. Really? I feel like they're up way more. S&P is up 8.9, and XLI is up by 12.1. Near-term options imply a 6.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 9, loss of 2, loss of 1, and loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 12 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Wow. How do you feel? How do you feel? So Delta, it goes down every earnings. It's pretty much moved in line with the SPY, trailing behind. So last time it didn't really move, and then I think it was the post earnings where we made more money on it. Did it say how much they were pricing in for earnings? 6.3% move. Near-term options. I don't feel nothing. Come here. I'm hugging you. It's those who act the toughest. Those are, you know what I'm saying? I'm here for you. It's okay. Shh. It's okay, bud. It's okay. Does it sound like I'm hugging? Like, I'm over your shoulder. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. all good. Hug it out, bro. So Delta. So good thing earnings is this week. We will use this week's options. TD Ameritrade says $2.67 to $2.30.47. That's what? $1.43 plus $1.23. That's $2.65. $2.67. I'm down. We'll go at $2.65. So then we take $2.65 divided by the price of the stock, $47.16. 5.6%. So a little bit less. Not bad. 5.6% is priced in. Last earnings, they moved 9, double that. So I guess we did hit. And then the other earnings, they moved 2, 1, and 1. So they barely move on earnings. It's just that last earnings, they ended up moving a lot. So one standard deviation is $2.65. If we use our strategy of the ghetto standard deviation, we're going to be looking for a $5.30 move. So add that to 47.19. So 52.50 essentially. So next week contracts. 21 cents, not bad. Cheaper than the share price. And not too bad again. It's 5% to 10. It's actually a decently reasonable move. 5.30. $41.89 to the downside. Yeah, 13 cents. That's how it be, bro. Yeah, bro. Screw an airline. I'm going to grab the put. I kind of was thinking that beforehand. The call's not bad, but I don't know. I don't really like Delta. I grabbed the 41.50 put for 15 cents. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I even got screwed over on my last Delta flight. Yeah, what am I saying? That felt good. I forgot. Yeah, screw them, bro. I got time for this. These animals. Delta. Intel's climbing back up here now. And then EYPT on the high. U.S. coal prices expected to rise over natural gas in 24 for the first time ever. It's a fun fact for those of you who are interested. March 12th was investor lockup. That sounds about right. It was a while ago. Or beginning of March. Or was it March 19th? Or March 13th? Press briefing, you know? I could take a piss. Do you guys need exposure therapy? I think sometimes you do. The market's staying pinned. Intel's going up. Delta, we just made an earnings play on Delta. Why not? Josh AI for earnings readouts? Oh, I don't know. I don't know how it would sound. It would probably sound hella weird. What's the next earnings that comes out? JP, I could have him try to do JP Morgan, but I don't trust him. Is this for real? I don't have an earnings preview on JP Morgan. We might have to get closer. I don't have bank earnings previews yet. Oh, they hate me. Damn. Elmo. Corinne wearing red. We love Corinne. That was so funny. Someone was like, what did this lady do to you guys? Because it was just like, and if you read the chat, it was just like everyone was like just going in on her. But it was just like, it was funny because like in the context, it was like, it really did seem, it was like, it's like Corinne did something. Like, and I get maybe you may feel like lied to and maybe you may be like pandered to and just a lot of things. But like, besides, you know, her just telling you, the press was just like, damn, like, what did she do? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, time for your exposure therapy. Okay. Remember, when you want to turn it off is when we start counting.
Dan Hurley and congratulated him on last night's championship. The UConn Huskies had an incredible year, which culminated in a series of dominant performances in the NCAA tournament. UConn is the first team to win back-to-back championships in the men's bracket since the University of Florida accomplished this feat in 2006 and 2007. We also congratulated Coach Dawn Staley and the University of South Carolina on their undefeated season and national championship. The women's tournament featured fantastic games and generated record ratings. It was really a March Madness to remember. We congratulate the University of South Carolina, UConn, and the athletes on their victories. With that, as you can see, we have the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who's here to speak about the Japan state visit that's happening starting today, and also talk about the developments around the world. Jake? I know you're like much taller.
Thanks. Thank you, Corinne, and thanks everybody. I've got some opening comments on the Japan state visit and a couple of other topics, and then I'd be happy to take your questions. Starting this evening, the President and First Lady will welcome Prime Minister Kishida and Mrs. Kishida to the White House for an official visit and state dinner. From the very outset of the Biden administrations, we focused on reinvesting in and reinvigorating our alliances, and nowhere has the strength and vibrancy of that strategy been on display more than in the Indo-Pacific, and especially with Japan. The two leaders, President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida, have met nearly a dozen times over the past 3 years in Tokyo and Washington and in cities around the world. And this official state visit will build on the immense progress between our two nations that we've made towards creating a safer and more secure Indo-Pacific, as well as mutual prosperity for our peoples. Over the course of the visit, the President and the Prime Minister will highlight the high ambition of our alliance. Yes, in the defense and technology space, but also across the board, deepening our partnerships on space, technology, economic investment, fighting climate change, coordinating global diplomacy, and strengthening our people-to-people ties. I'll briefly touch on some of what you can expect the two leaders to announce. They will announce measures to enhance our defense and security cooperation, to enable greater coordination and integration of our forces, and ensure that they're optimally postured and linked to other like-minded partners. There will be major deliverables on space as we lead the way on space exploration and returning to the moon. There will be announcements of significant research partnerships between our leading institutions on critical and emerging technologies such as AI, quantum, semiconductors, and clean energy. All of this will strengthen our economic ties and economic security as we announce significant commercial deals as part of the state visit. Japan is one of the largest providers of economic assistance and budget support to Ukraine, one of the largest investors in development and infrastructure in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands. And this visit will highlight Japan's continued role in global diplomacy and development and the coordination that the U.S. and Japan have together with significant deliverables on global assistance and investment both inside and outside the Indo-Pacific. And we'll also announce new initiatives to further foster our cultural connections and promote ties between current changemakers and future generations of leaders. Following the important visit that Prime Minister Kishida is initiating this evening and that will carry through tomorrow, President Biden will welcome President Marcos of the Philippines to the White House on Thursday for his second bilateral meeting at the White House in as many years. President Biden will also host the first ever trilateral leaders summit between the United States, Japan, and the Philippines. The U.S., Japan, and the Philippines are three closely aligned maritime democracies with increasingly convergent strategic objectives and interests. Just this past week, our three countries and Australia held joint naval drills in the South China Sea. When I met with my Japanese and Filipino counterparts in Tokyo last June, we agreed to enhance our nation's trilateral partnership, and this week is a culmination of months of effort since that meeting in Tokyo last June. The three leaders will announce new initiatives to enhance energy security, economic and maritime cooperation, partnerships on technology and cybersecurity, and joint investments in critical infrastructure. And with this first ever Leaders Trilateral, we're continuing to deepen our cooperation with our closest partners to ensure what we've talked about many times from this podium and elsewhere, a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Over the past 3 years, the President has achieved historic breakthroughs across the region, across the Indo-Pacific. He's launched AUKUS, elevated the Quad, brought the U.S.-Japan ROK Trilateral to new heights, upgraded relations with ASEAN, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and hosted 2 Pacific Island summits and 1 ASEAN summit here at the White House. And we look forward to adding another momentous chapter to this story with both the state visit that Prime Minister Kishida has embarked upon and this historic trilateral meeting among the U.S., Japan, and the Philippines. I also want to take a moment before going to your questions to address the events of April 5th in Quito, Ecuador. We condemn this violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, including the use of force against embassy officials. We've reviewed the security camera footage from the Mexican embassy and believe these actions were wrong. The Ecuadorian government disregarded its obligations under international law as a host state to respect the inviolability of diplomatic missions and jeopardized the foundation of basic diplomatic norms and relationships. We've asked Ecuador to work with Mexico to find a resolution to this diplomatic dispute, and to that end, we welcome the Organization of American States Permanent Council meeting this week to help reach a peaceful diplomatic solution. Finally, let me say something on an important issue that's moving through the House this week, reauthorization of 702 of FISA. The administration strongly supports the bipartisan bill, whose text is now with the Rules Committee, to reauthorize this essential intelligence authority and other FISA provisions before they would expire on April 19th. If we lost 702, we would lose vital insight into precisely the threats Americans expect us in government to identify and counter. Terrorist threats to the homeland, fentanyl supply chains bringing deadly drugs into American communities, hostile governments' recruitment of spies in our midst, transnational repression by authoritarian regimes, penetrations of our critical infrastructure, adversaries' attempts to illicitly acquire sensitive dual-use and military commodities and technology, ransomware attacks against major American companies and nonprofits, Russian war crimes, and more. So to protect the American people, we need to maintain this vital collection authority while strengthening its protective guardrails with the most robust set of reforms ever included in legislation to reauthorize Section 702. And this bill does that. For these same reasons, the administration strongly opposes the amendment we anticipate being offered that would rebuild a wall around and thus block access to already lawfully collected information in the possession of the U.S. government. The amendment, if it looks like what we've seen before, would prohibit U.S. officials from reviewing critical information that the intelligence community has already lawfully collected, with only exceptions that are exceedingly narrow and unworkable in practice. Our intelligence, defense, and public safety communities are united. The extensive harms of this proposal simply cannot be mitigated, and so the administration strongly opposes the amendment. But we strongly support the underlying bipartisan bill whose text is now with the Rules Committee. With that, I would be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
The White House is still reserving judgment on the IDF report on the killing of the World Central Kitchen aid workers. Why? Why is this review taking so long?
Well, first, that report just came out last week. And what I have done is asked an interagency team of experts who actually have knowledge of the humanitarian, operational, other elements of this to look at the circumstances, to look at the findings of the report, and then to come up with some judgments as a result of that. This isn't a formal process, it's an informal review. And as we gain some judgments from that, we'll be prepared to share them with you, but that process is underway now.
How long is it going to take?
I can't tell you exactly how long it's going to take. Yep.
Jay, could you update us where things stand on the latest hostage negotiations? Is any real progress being made? I think Hamas rejected the latest proposal. Are both sides making the kind of concessions that are going to be necessary?
As you know, Bill Burns was in Cairo on Sunday. There was a marathon session that went late into the night among the United States, Israel, Qatar, and Egypt. Qatar and Egypt, of course, were communicating with Hamas through this process. And we have seen Israel take some steps forward in terms of what they're putting on the table. And of course, we've seen the public statements from Hamas that have been, shall we say, less than encouraging. But I spoke with the Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed, this morning. He does not yet have an answer from Hamas. I pressed him to try to secure an answer from them as soon as possible. And when we have more to report on that front, we will report it to you. Yeah.
Two things. Prime Minister Netanyahu says he has a date for the Rafah operation. Will the administration take any action or restrict military support for Israel if Netanyahu moves forward on Rafah?
If he has a date, he hasn't shared it with us, so I've seen his public comments, but I have nothing more on that front. I'm not going to comment on hypotheticals, but I will state here what I stated the last time I stood at this podium, which is that the United States does not believe that a massive ground invasion of Rafah, where 1.3 or more million people are sheltering, having been pushed out of other parts of Gaza that are now destroyed, into the area where humanitarian assistance comes in. This is not the best way forward. There are better ways to go after Hamas and Rafah. We presented those ways to our Israeli counterparts in a session we held last week. There have been ongoing technical talks between our teams since then, and I anticipate we'll have another opportunity at senior levels to engage them in Rafah, and that conversation will stay ongoing. And then we will make determinations about how we proceed based on how those conversations unfold. Yeah.
To follow up on that, Jake, if the U.S. is not even being looped in on the date for when this military operation is set to take place, why do you think the U.S. has any influence in those upcoming meetings to change Israel's strategy?
First of all, when you talk about looped in, the Prime Minister makes public statements. He also talks to us in private about aspects of operations, about their thinking with respect to Rafah in some considerable detail. I sat in a Situation Room not long ago in a secure video conference that went on for hours going into specifics on this. So I can't speak to every public comment he makes. What I can tell you is that we have open channels of communication with the Israelis on these issues. They understand our position. And we have been very clear about our deep and abiding concerns about a Rafah operation and our belief that there are better ways to deal with the strategic threat Hamas poses than some of the ideas that have been put forward, and our further belief that any kind of plan to protect civilians in a serious way in Rafah, that's something we have yet to see be presented to us, and so our concerns continue. And now we will have to wait and see what happens, and the United States will respond accordingly. Yeah.
There's a report out today that the Israeli government plans to purchase 40,000 tents ahead of its invasion of Rafah. Has the U.S. seen any sort of an evacuation plan, particularly one involving those tents?
As I said just in the answer to the last question, I have not yet seen a credible and executable plan to move people that has any level of detail about how you not only house, feed, and provide medicine for those innocent civilians, but also how you deal with things like sanitation, water, and other basic services. We have not seen that yet.
Do you think 40,000 tons would be sufficient? Would more be needed?
I'm not going to stand at the podium and substitute for the judgment of humanitarian experts who could speak to what precisely on the shelter front, as well as on all of these other fronts I just described, would be sufficient. So I just can't react in real time to news reports like that. Yeah.
On the Japan visit tomorrow, the president has said to U.S. steel workers, I have your back, I mean it. What is his message to the Prime Minister tomorrow about the potential acquisition of U.S. steel? How strongly will the president convey his opposition, and will there be any specific things that the president will either urge the Prime Minister to do or will say steps that he's willing to take to prevent an acquisition?
You guys all know Joe Biden. You've seen Joe Biden. He's been very clear that he's going to stand up for American workers. He's going to defend their interests. He's also been very clear that he is going to make sure that the U.S.-Japan alliance is the strongest it's ever been. He's going to accomplish both of those things. That's what he has set out to do as president. That's what he'll continue to do. And I won't comment further on the specifics of diplomatic conversations between the two leaders.
Jay, can you give us a better understanding? What is the U.S.'s assessment of the troop withdrawal we've seen by the Israelis recently from Gaza? Is this in response to pressure from the United States? Was there any commitment made to the U.S. there? Is this a way of trying to advance negotiations with Hamas? And do you view this as a change in the way Israel is prosecuting its war there?
You'll have to speak with the Israelis about the purpose or motive behind their particular operational moves. I'm not going to characterize that from the podium. What I will say...
There has been no private commitment made to you that we will remove troops based on the conversation you had or after months of pressure to help?
As you might expect, I'm also not going to get into private diplomatic conversations between the President and the Prime Minister. But what I will say is that a reduction in the intensity and scope of military operations does create a greater opening for the movement of humanitarian goods around Gaza at a critical moment when there is a real humanitarian crisis there. So we welcome the opportunity to move more trucks in and then move more trucks around Gaza so that the innocent people, innocent civilians there can get the food, water, medicine, and other essentials that they need for their...
You also welcomed Erez and Ashdod, the announcement that was made by the Prime Minister, by the Israelis last week. Neither of them have opened now, approaching a week since then. Are you satisfied with this timetable? We were told that the U.S., from your colleague John Kirby, needed to see action within hours or days. It's now days, but certainly well beyond hours. Are you satisfied by the pace of this, and what commitments has the U.S. been made about how soon that will occur?
Well, just to take the opening point of your question, which is that we welcome these steps. What we actually said very clearly from the first minute was Israel has made public statements. Now we need to see them follow through with action, and that action needs to be specific, concrete, and measurable. And that goes for the opening of a crossing into northern Gaza from Israel. It goes for the opening of Ashdod port. When it comes to those two things, we will watch to see what unfolds over the next few days. What John Kirby was talking about in terms of hours was a step change in the willingness of the Israeli government to take action to get more aid into Gaza. And if you look at the last 2 days, there's been a substantial increase in the amount of aid going into Gaza. That's good. It is not good enough. We would like to see more action following through on what the Prime Minister has announced publicly, and we'd like to see that over the course of the next few days. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. CNN has reported that the U.S. is bracing for a retaliatory attack by Iran in the Middle East. What can you tell us about your current assessment, whether that's inevitable, and what the U.S. is doing to safeguard its assets there?
So we are watching public statements by Iranian officials, public reports of Iranian plans to potentially take retaliatory action, and we have made clear that, as the President said to the Prime Minister and as was read out in his call, that America's support for Israel's security is ironclad and America's support for Israel's defense against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad. And I'm not going to speak to operational details beyond that.
On Ukraine, Speaker Johnson has said that he will pursue what he described as innovations to the Senate package. Has the White House been briefed on what those innovations are and whether the President could support any of them?
Our teams between the White House and Speaker Johnson's teams, as well as with the other leaders in both the House and the Senate, have had ongoing discussions about how we get a bipartisan, a bill that is supported on a bipartisan basis, passed by 70 votes in the Senate. We believe it could be passed by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in the House, actually onto the floor and voted upon. And I'm not going to speak to the specifics of those conversations because I don't want to negotiate from the podium. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Just on Russia, Russian investigators said today they're opening a probe into the financing of terrorism that they say involves Western countries, specifically including funds received by the firm Burisma, by which Hunter Biden was employed. What's your comment on that? Is that just a political ploy, or how do you view that?
I mean, it's nonsense. Russia knows that it was ISIS who committed the attack in Moscow. We know it was ISIS who committed the attack in Moscow. We warned Russia of an impending terrorist attack in Moscow, and all of the rest of this is noise. Yeah.
Very briefly, Bill May. Yesterday, David Cameron, the British Foreign Secretary, met with Donald Trump. What's your view on that? Is the president concerned to see him meeting a potential election rival?
I'm not going to speak to campaign-related issues, Hatch Act, so I'll plead that and move on. Yep.
Thank you. So you are saying that changes from Israel are good, but not good enough. So to
I'm gonna start using that from now on.
Are you going to do something besides?
I plead the Hatch Act.
Well, what the president said on Friday is that our policy will be determined by the actions that we see unfold. We've seen them take some actions. We would like to see more actions. And as Secretary Blinken said last week, if Israel doesn't continue to sustain and make further changes, then our policy will change. And I won't go beyond that today. We're going to continue to watch. We've seen positive steps. We have welcomed those positive steps. And we have said that we need to see more steps, particularly to follow
We're dancing around. Again, bonds came back down.
Thank you, Jake. Two questions quick.
Some chip makers are up. NVIDIA still in the gutter. Dollar back to break even after starting off lower. Gold's coming off the lows, not as high as it was. Oil's still near the lows.
Do you think
oil like right at the low?
South Korea and the United States and Japan will be join this industrial cooperation to strengthen their power in the Pacific region?
Look, I believe, I don't necessarily like to use the word synergies very often, but I do believe that there are synergies on a trilateral basis in terms of our technological, industrial, economic capacity, as well as our security and military cooperation, and we want to build on that. For tomorrow, what we are announcing will be bilateral measures in this space, and then of course we would be open in the future to discussing things more.
Japan is approaching North Korea for a summit, but North Korea says it is not interested because there is no content for the summit. What is the United States position on Japan's push for a summit with North Korea?
Speaking from the United States' perspective, we believe that principled diplomacy is a good thing. It's a necessary component of an overall strategy to confront the North Korean threat. We ourselves have indicated we're prepared to engage in diplomacy with North Korea. Of course, the North Koreans have not shown any interest in that. They have only tried to move down the track of further development of their weapons, their missile and nuclear programs. And so we, the United States, have pulled closer together with our allies to enhance our capacity and posture in the Indo-Pacific, and we'll continue to do that. Yeah.
Jake, you were scheduled to travel to Saudi Arabia before you were recently injured. First, how are you doing? And second, is there a rescheduling of that meeting with the Crown Prince back in the books?
Cracking your rib is very painful. Maybe not as painful as answering your questions, but I kind of rushed the timing on that joke, which I prepared for. So no, it actually it hurts a lot. Some of you may have cracked your ribs at some point. There's not a lot you can do about it other than just rest. And yes, I intend to go to Saudi Arabia at some point soon.
Nothing scheduled yet.
What happened, Jake? You got to tell us.
So, just to follow up, you mentioned bilateral deliverables for the Prime Minister tomorrow, but can you also touch on some of the more regional stuff? There are also plans for an integrated air and defense missile system with Japan, Australia, for example, if you can speak about that, how Japan can support AUKUS, and also any plans for trilateral joint naval patrols between U.S., Japan, and the Philippines, anything you can share?
Well, first of all, on the naval patrols, we just saw trilateral plus Australia, a new form of quadrilateral joint naval patrols last week, so you can expect to see more of that in the future. With respect to AUKUS, there was an AUKUS defense ministerial yesterday with a statement that came out of it that indicated what we've been saying for quite some time, which is that under Pillar 2 of AUKUS, which is the advanced technology pillar, we're prepared to work with additional partners beyond the three of us where they can bring capabilities. And Japan is one of the countries that could very well bring capabilities to that. So we will explore partnership with Japan under Pillar 2 of AUKUS as well as other partners.
So is the approach broadly, I mean, if we look at this, it's kind of like what you guys have been trying to do in the Middle East against Iran, this
joint, this integrated missile air defense system. So is the president's ultimate vision ultimately an air and also naval network of alliances against Iran in the Middle East and then China in the Indo-Pacific? Is that where he's going?
That is not how I would characterize it. The president has said that his alliances are not designed against, they're designed for. They're designed for a free and open Indo-Pacific, for peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and frankly, the American alliance system has helped bring peace and stability to the Indo-Pacific for decades, and now we need to update and upgrade that alliance network for the modern age. And that includes also reaching out to partners who are not traditional treaty allies of the United States, who have a key role to play in ensuring that the Indo-Pacific remains free, open, prosperous, and secure. So that's how we're looking at things across the region. And by the way, it goes way beyond security. It's economics, it's technology, it's infrastructure development, and it's diplomacy. And that's all going to be on display in the meeting with the Prime Minister, and it's all going to be on display in the trilateral meeting among President Marcos, Prime Minister Kishida, and President Biden. Yeah.
On Gaza, please, Jake, if I may. Tomorrow is the end of Ramadan. The president originally said that the goal was a ceasefire before Ramadan. Tomorrow is the end of Ramadan. What does that say about the president's ability to bring about peace?
Well, I think it says more about the fact that you have a party, Hamas, who is holding innocent people, that it took hostage a long time ago. Doesn't get a lot of attention, unfortunately, in the commentary, and I've said that from the podium before. And there could be a ceasefire in place today that would extend for several weeks, to be built upon longer if Hamas would be prepared to release some of those people. So let's train the attention where it belongs, which is that the world should say at this moment to Hamas, it's time. Let's go. Let's get that ceasefire. We're ready. I believe Israel is ready, and I think Hamas should step up to the table and be prepared to do so as well. Yeah.
Xi Jinping met earlier today with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. I wondered what you made of that meeting, and just is the U.S. seeing any evidence that China may offer some type of direct military aid to Russia in the war with Ukraine?
We have not seen any evidence that they'll provide direct military aid to Russia, but we have expressed our concerns about inputs to Russia's defense industrial base, something Secretary Blinken spoke about, I think, quite effectively in Europe last week. I can't comment on the meeting or characterize it yet because I actually haven't had a chance to get a readout. Yeah.
Jay, just to follow up on Danny's question, a policy question or a political question. With Cameron at Mar-a-Lago, is this something that the administration knew about in advance? And is it helpful to have the former president potentially weighing in more on Ukraine and meeting with foreign leaders?
So I'll take the first of that as a factual question. Yes, we knew about it in advance, and beyond that, I'm not going to comment on it. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on the AUKUS question, because we heard a lot from the Australian Prime Minister yesterday about how it wasn't an invitation for Japan to join that alliance. Is that something that the U.S. envisions happening someday, and is any part of this discussion this week part of moving toward that goal?
On AUKUS?
On AUKUS.
Yeah. So what the statement said was that we're engaging in discussions with a range of partners, and then it went on to say that Japan could be a critical contributor to this. You will see when they speak tomorrow an indication that that's the direction we're moving in, and I'll leave the precise terms of that announcement to the President and the Prime Minister to make so I don't front run them. Yeah.
Thanks. On the meeting with Japan tomorrow, is the President going to discuss the high-speed rail in Texas, and how does he square support for that with opposing the Nippon Steel merger or acquisition of U.S. Steel?
I can't tell you standing here today whether the high-speed rail issue will come up tomorrow or not. Yep.
One more if I could on BRICS. Iran, Egypt, UAE, and Ethiopia have joined BRICS now, with Saudi Arabia considering it. How worried is the president that he's been degraded on the world stage in terms of the leadership?
Well, if you look at what's happened with NATO, we've made NATO larger than ever. If you look at what's just happening this week, a historic trilateral with the U.S., Japan, and the Philippines, if you look across the Indo-Pacific at how we've upgraded our relations, not just with traditional allies, but with the likes of Vietnam, Indonesia, ASEAN as a whole. If you look at the fact that next month the president will welcome the president of Kenya for a state visit here, a historic moment, one of the few times that a president has welcomed an African leader. If you look at the fact that twice he's hosted all of the leaders of the Pacific Islands, that he's hosted all of the leaders of Africa at a summit in the United States, that the United States has increased its investments in the infrastructure, physical, digital, energy infrastructure in the Americas, in Africa, and Southeast Asia and beyond. The partnership between the U.S. and India, a country in BRICS, has gone to new heights with an engagement across technology and and security and so many other dimensions. I think if you look at the U.S. role and standing in its relationships across the key regions of the world, we feel very good about where we are. Yeah.
All right, so Jake, really quick, I just need an update on immigration and the funding for Haiti. The immigration piece, is there going to be some kind of temporary movement to allow Haitians, as they are dealing with war, assassination of the president, democracy is pretty much gone. They're in tyranny from coordinated militia there. Will there be a temporary change in status for immigration to the United States? They can seek asylum here instead of seeking asylum there. And what's going on with the funding that the White House has proposed and that Republicans are kind of holding up when it comes to Haiti?
We are consulting with the Congress to try to unlock that funding because it is critical to get a multinational security force led by the Kenyans on the ground in Haiti as soon as possible to help bring about stability and calm so that we can alleviate the suffering of innocent people in Haiti, as you were referring to. And then the United States has a very forward-leaning policy relative to Haitians being able to access programs to come to the United States. We will continue that as we go forward. It's a historic level of access for people who would be fleeing violence or otherwise seeking to deal with their circumstances in Haiti by coming here. That's going to be
just a follow-up though. But if everything is so broken down in Haiti and militia is basically controlling everything, how can people genuinely go to file for asylum and really make it happen and come here versus just getting on a boat or going some kind of way to get here? I mean, isn't that harder in a war-torn or militia-torn country to do that there versus just coming here?
I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, but the root of all of this, of people's ability to operate freely in their country or choose where they're going to go from their country, is security and stability. And the United States is leading a global effort to try to help restore stability and calm to Haiti through a multinational force. And we need the funding to do that, and I thank you for raising that because we would like support on a bipartisan basis from the Congress to unlock that funding, which is currently being held, and we're pressing for that on a daily basis. I'll take one more question. Yeah.
The French foreign minister said that France is contemplating imposing sanctions on Israel in order to speed up humanitarian aid. Turkey as well, which is a close ally of yours, imposed restriction on trade and goods with Israel. At what stage the administration will consider similar measures? And also, do you still believe that Israel is not in violation of the Geneva Convention or international humanitarian law?
So I will say, sound a bit like a broken record to your first question, which is repeating what the president said, repeating what Secretary Blinken said. Our policy going forward is going to be determined by whether we see sustained follow-through on specific, concrete, and measurable steps to provide access, provide deconfliction, take other measures to alleviate the suffering of people in Gaza. And if Israel's policy doesn't change on a sustained basis in that way, our policy will change, and I can't go beyond that.
Is a question?
Jake, all right, fine, one more. Yeah, go ahead.
So back to North Korea. If Prime Minister Kishida decides to meet Kim Jong-un, does the U.S. support for such a meeting under any conditions?
So again, I can't speak to a hypothetical of what may happen or may not happen. I've only just made the point. On a principled, sustained basis, the United States has supported diplomacy with North Korea as long as
Nothing
it fits
on
into a broader
Jinx.
approach.
It's on
that
the
is
high
well
ticker, but
coordinated,
I don't see any news.
with us, with South Korea,
I don't even
and
see
we
them
should
on the
continue to work in
calendar.
that
They're a
direction,
cancer
and I
drug.
can't speak to
They have
any
pretty crazy
particular
price
meeting because
targets.
I don't know the specifics of it. Thanks.
Jake's almost done. I want a little bit of Korean, and then we'll wrap it up. You know, taking a little break here, so did the market.
Thank you so much, Jake.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You guys have done great, though. Honestly, I don't think you guys
we have
have.
about 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes.
I think some of you are tracking that.
Look at you.
She
looks great. I love the outfit.
Families or the families of the hostages are going to
I
be
love the
speaking with
outfit.
the sticks, and we want to give you all an opportunity to
Cut
ask questions
it.
at like 3 o'clock.
Vice President?
I believe so. Yes, they did just
so.
met with the vice president. I shouldn't say I believe so. Yes, they just met with or they're meeting, or I'm not
She
sure
got
where
good
they are in their
outfits.
process.
So don't have too much time. But Joshua, it's always good to see you. Go ahead.
Good to see you too.
Two quick, following up on Arizona. Other than calling for a national law, is there anything else the administration plans to do in response?
I mean, I think we've been very vocal here, right? We've been very straightforward. We've been, I don't know how more vocal and leaning into where we stand on this, which is with the majority of Americans. We believe and been very clear, the president, the vice president, this administration, that we have to make sure that there is, when it comes to reproductive freedom, that it is available to all, to women, millions of women right now who are put in a incredibly difficult situation. You all have written about the stories. You've all heard the stories about what women have to go to now because of these restrictive, extreme restrictive bills that we have seen, laws that we have seen across the country. So we're going to keep the issue of reproductive freedom at the forefront. That's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to call it out. It is causing chaos. What we saw this former president do in making sure that there were Supreme Court justices that he appointed obviously to the Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade because of the Dobbs decision. And, it's created some awful stories, some chaos, as I just mentioned, and so we're going to continue to put that out at the forefront. We believe that women's lives are at stake across the country, and we're just not going to stop speaking out. And obviously, we're going to ask Congress to legislate and make Roe v. Wade the law of the land, and that's something that we're going to continue to do.
And then inflation's at 3.2%. It's higher than it was in January. Are there any concerns that the disinflation we saw last year is starting to stall out?
So look, I'm going to say that this is a president that is doing everything that we can to fight inflation, right? To build an economy from the bottom up, middle out. And we've been pretty
inflation
consistent
question
about
ahead
that.
of
And
CPI.
What we have seen over the past several
Y'all don't
months
remember.
is that inflation is down 2/3, and core inflation is at the lowest since May of 2021. That matters. Wages are rising faster than prices over the last year. Since the pandemic, we've seen 15 million jobs created because of the policies that this president has put forward. Some really historic, bipartisan, even legislation that's come into law that helped create those millions of jobs. Unemployment is at under 4%. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely. We're going to continue to do everything that we can to lower cost. We're going to continue to take on big pharma, for example. We're going to continue to lower housing costs, which we know really hurts families. And you hear talk about junk fees.
Can't continue to do it if you ain't done it
we're seeing
before.
from corporations. That's also very important.
Just do it.
Congress,
Don't continue
congressional
to do
Republicans
it.
want to do the opposite. They want to cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, cutting taxes for the wealthy and big corporations. That's not where the president is. You heard him talk about it in depth during the State of the Union, and we're going to continue to fight for Americans. So look, we see inflation is down. It is important, and we're going to continue to build an economy that leaves no one behind.
In Michigan, the parents of a school shooter have just been sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Does the White House think this precedent could impact the number of school shootings in the future? And does the president believe parents should be held accountable in this way?
So look, I don't want to get ahead of the legal process here. There is a legal process. I want to be super careful. But the president obviously remains committed to stopping tragedies like these from happening. It is a tragedy that we're seeing in all communities across the country. Ending the epidemic of gun violence that is tearing up communities is a priority for this president. We know that when it comes to guns, it is the #1 killer of our children, and that shouldn't be. So we know that most students who carry out the K-12 school shootings are using firearms they obtain from home of a friend or a family member. That's why we recently announced new executive actions to help promote the safe storage of firearms. The U.S. Department of Education released guidance to help parents and families learn about the importance of safe firearm storage, and the DOJ released a gun guide on best practices for safely storing firearms. Under the leadership of this president, of this administration, we'll continue to use every tool at our disposal to implement these and other common sense gun safety measures to protect our children. We're going to continue to work. We did the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that you know that we passed in 2021, obviously in a bipartisan way. That was important, but we need Congress to take another step. And so we're going to continue continue to push Congress on taking more steps to get those weapons of war, if you will, off our streets, and that's what the president wants to continue to do.
So no reaction.
No, I'm going to be super careful about the legal process. I've talked through, I just laid out, I think in pretty detail about what we're doing to make sure that, as we know, the K-12 students who carry out those types of
Don't worry, you guys, you're
horrific
almost there, bro.
actions,
You're almost there.
they're easily have access to firearms. So we're trying to, through DOJ,
And
through
5 minutes till
executive
power
action,
hour?
try to figure out and,
Come on,
and
you
really
made
help
it.
parents and
You made
folks
it, baby.
really store their firearms in a way that this doesn't happen. So we've
Guns are the
taken
number one
actions and
killer
steps
of
in those-
children? Did she
in
say
those
that?
forms in that way. And so, look, we're going
I
to
guess that one
continue to
slipped
do
by
what
me.
we can to work with Congress to
She
do more.
lulled me. I
Again,
didn't
man.
hear her say
Follow up
that.
on
Oh,
Jay's
is that
comments
true?
a
I
while
don't
ago.
know.
You know, he stopped short of saying that an invasion would lead to a change.
You
in
never
US
know.
policy.
It
We'll
doesn't
see how
sound
these
true,
high-level
but-
talks and conversations play out. But the White House has
Do
been very
guns kill
public
children?
in warning Israel that if they don't make concrete changes to
How do
address
you,
humanitarian suffering, there will be these changes.
How do you Google
Why
that
not
without
extend
getting
that
like?
warning
How do
to
I
an
Google?
invasion
How do I?
that you clearly have very deep
What?
concerns
I
about?
can't
So I wanna be
Google
really
what
careful.
kills.
You had the National Security Advisor
top
right in front of you lay out
child killer,
where
like top
we are with the conversations. We had a virtual
killer of
conversation.
children
Jake was part of it.
in
He
the
just talked about how
United
it took some
States.
hours that happened just about a week ago. And
Child
the most
health.
important thing there is that there's conversations happening with the Israeli government and our government, and they're listening to what we're saying. And obviously we're hearing them out, and we understand. I want to be really clear. We understand that there
There's a
are
lot of
Hamas
stats, but
operatives
it's broken
in
up.
Rafah. But there are also more than 1 million
Health status,
innocent civilians who are taking
mortality.
refuge in Rafah, and we want to make sure that they are protected.
That
So a
doesn't say
major
why.
military operations is not something that we support. We've been pretty consistent about that. Don't want to get into hypotheticals here, but we believe
In
that
2020 and
conversations are happening. They've been
2021,
productive.
firearms
That is important.
contributed
There's
to
going
the
be
deaths
face-to-face,
of more children in ages
conversation,
1
in-person
to
conversation,
17
that
in the
the
U.S.
Israeli
than any
government
other type
agreed
of
to.
injury
So
or
that's going
illness.
to happen. And so, but those open line of communications,
The child
as National
firearm
Security Advisor
mortality
was
rate
saying
has
just
doubled
moments ago
from
from this podium,
1.8
is
per
continuing. They're
100,000
happening
to
almost every day.
3.7 in 2021.
And so, just want to be super careful.
I think it's
about,
because you're,
not getting to
yeah, so it's
hypotheticals,
right
but
above
we're in
motor
conversation.
vehicles.
They've been productive.
But that's
We had
counting
one
1
last
to
week virtually,
17.
and we're
But
gonna
then at the
continue,
same time,
to make
like
sure that
everything else,
we're having those discussions, and they hear from us directly.
Poisoning
about
is
how
on
we
the rise?
believe Protecting those more than about 1.5
How
million
bizarre.
civilians in Rafah, we got to protect those lives.
Should we expect that
Yeah, right.
U.S.
I feel
Israel
like they're the
meeting
other
to
one.
take place?
I believe it's going,
0
from what
to
I've been hearing
17?
from our folks at National Security Council, is going to be in a couple of weeks. But again, those open line of communication, there's constant communications happening every day. But as it relates to this particular conversation, when they're going to be here in person, members of the Israeli government, that's going to happen in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Corinne. A couple days ago in Dearborn, there were protesters chanting "Death to America" and "Death to Israel." Does the president condemn that?
Yes.
Is the president at all concerned that Dearborn is facing a risk of becoming a hotbed of any sort of homegrown threats?
I don't have any intelligence to share with you on that. Obviously, that's something that we're always very vigilant about, but don't have any national intelligence to share with you.
And then,
But obviously, we will condemn any violent rhetoric,
will we be
which
seeing a
we have
statement?
been very. I mean, you're hearing from me, right?
Yeah,
You're
so
asking
it's
me a question,
mainly
I'm answering
true.
it, and we've been very vigilant about.
But
or
it
very
does have
consistent
a
about denouncing
weird
that
statistic,
that type
or like
of
a
rhetoric.
wide range
Should we expect a statement from the
in the
president
age,
on that, though? It was
but
a
generally,
significant
you do
display.
have a lot
I
of
mean, you're hearing from me. I
gun
think that's,
deaths in 0 to
important.
17,
The
or
other part,
1 to
too, that I
70.
do wanna
That'd be
very
crazy
clear
if they
about,
get clapped at
peaceful
0.
protest is something that the president has also been very clear that is important to give folks space to peacefully protest. But any type of violent rhetoric, we are going to denounce.
And then on some of the
It
comments
doesn't
you made
include
today,
18 and
did the
17,
president
1 to
mean
17.
to essentially accuse Republicans of
And then
murder?
automobiles
I mean,
are
the
next.
language that he was using to describe
But that's 2020 to
opposition
2021.
to the Affordable Care
So
Act.
just
The
recently.
quote was,
It's like a recent
they
trend
want to
that has
terminate the
occurred.
Affordable Care Act, terminate, well, guess what? Killing millions of Americans. Does he think that Republicans are trying to kill Americans?
I think you're taking the most extreme definition or extreme evaluation of what the president said. Here's the reality. The Affordable Care Act, which obviously started in the Obama-Biden administration, the president expanded on that, making sure that people have affordable health care. That saves lives. It does. It is important. It is, but you're taking what he said to the most extreme part of
the crazy
your
part
definition or your
is
realization.
if you count
I know,
infants.
but let's be really clear.
Like if you actually do lower like infants and lower the range,
people having health care,
you have more, and then you raise it to 18 years old.
It's important to have that. The fact
you
that
have
this president was
more
able to
kids who
expand
die
that
of
is important,
congenital
right? We're talking about
abnormalities
people who
than
didn't
firearms.
have access to health
Leading
care
up to
that could,
18.
whether they're dealing with diabetes or cancer or something that is affecting their everyday life, right? And I think, when
So
you
there's
have
more of
a
those
party
fun fact
that's trying
statistics.
to get rid of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and says it bluntly and wants to repeal, they tried to repeal Affordable Health Care or Affordable Care Act, to be more specific, more than 60 times. They literally voted on it when it is saving people's lives. Why? Why do they do that? Why? Do they not want Americans to have health care, affordable health care, to protect themselves, to save their lives? I mean, that's the question to be asked. The president's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to be where majority of Americans are, and protect their health care, protect their Medicare, protect their Medicaid. And you don't see that from the other side. You just don't. He literally had a back and forth with them during the State of the Union about that. So, okay.
On the nomination of Adil Manji, there are 3 Democrats publicly opposed. Does the administration feel like there are some winnable Republican votes here? And is the administration committed to filling this circuit court position by the end of the year, even if that means...
Who got that ringer?
Somebody's door. I don't know what's happening. A chime.
That's the worst.
Everything's okay here?
It's windy.
It's windy. But to your question, I'm going to be, I'm not going to comment or respond to particular members. I will say what I've said many times from here is that the president.
It's been 12 minutes, KJP. We've counted.
An extraordinary qualified person for this position, who is being targeted by malicious attacks. We know that. We have heard from the Anti-Defamation League. They made that clear. They debunked the right-wing smear campaign against Mr. Manji. They said it was profoundly wrong. And it is unfortunate that we're seeing this. And so we're fighting for him. We are continuing to have conversations with members of Congress about this. We're committed to getting him through. This president believes that he's highly qualified and is proud to have nominated him to this position. We have like one more question because we're running out. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks a lot, Green. I wanted to ask about the Mayorkas impeachment. House Republicans are planning to send articles of impeachment to the Senate. What is the president's response to this, and has the president personally reached out to members of the Senate to talk about this?
So the president spoke, I think, the last time they tried to do this and were unsuccessful. The president put out a statement and he said that history will not look kindly on House Republicans about this. It is a blatant act of unconstitutional partisanship. That's what the president has said. He continues to believe that. Look, the president was in Madison, Wisconsin yesterday. He talked about student loans. He talked about ways to give Americans a little bit more of breathing room, making sure that they can go after their dreams, right? Making sure that borrowers who have been really
and it is power hour. If you're feeling powerful, now is the time.
Out from that.
You are there. Don't let Corinne knock you off of it.
But instead they get in the way.
2 minutes in already.
Get in the way and block what the president
and SPY's
is
a little lower.
He's going to continue to do
you actually get into the Euro close level, I believe.
That could go to the floor.
Yes, sir.
In the
yes,
House.
Sirree.
The speaker can put to the floor. We know it passed overwhelmingly. We know that it would protect our national security. It would help Ukraine, the brave people of Ukraine who are fighting for their democracy. Help them. They are getting in the way of that. So look, there are ways. Let's not forget the bipartisan border deal, right? That the former president said to Republicans to reject that deal because it would help Joe Biden and hurt him. Who are they working for? Are they actually working for the constituents who put them into office? I mean, that's a question for them to have to answer. Majority of Americans, the things that I just listed out, majority of Americans want to see action. They want to see us work in a bipartisan way. We saw that coming out of the 2022 midterm election. They want to see us come together and get.
Is Boeing
things
reacting
done.
to
So
that
House
headline?
Republicans need to stop playing politics. They need
A
to
little
stop
bit.
being
It's already
partisan
going
about
lower?
these issues that matter to majority of
I
Americans.
guess so.
And get to work.
It was already
And get
just
to work.
low
We
in
expect
general,
them
and
to
then
be
we're kind of
leaders,
dropping.
But so do Americans expect them to be leaders as well. Guys, I have to go because I know they're going to go to the sticks, and I want to make sure that you guys get that. And so the president obviously is going to have the 2+2 press conference tomorrow, and then we'll be back on
Get it.
Thursday. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Man, it's funny because like the other chat rooms, man. You know, I thought like I don't know if it makes me feel any better. Have y'all ever seen any of the other YouTube? I need to watch another YouTube chat room to like always remind me. Y'all did great. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, man. I feel like happy Tuesday. We got CPI. You feel a little dumber now after. That's good, man. At least afterwards, it's okay. I mean, you got a lot of life. You got a lot of neuroplasticity. Amazon invests $25 million in 10-year research collaboration to advance AI. They've entered into a new research partnership with the University of Washington and the University of Tsukuba and NVIDIA. Anivda. No movement. No movement. Some volume control. It's okay. I mean, it just went from the lady to me now. It's okay. You'll get a horn. I'll give you a warning, but I mean, sometimes there's turbulence. You know what I'm saying? There's turbulence. There's turbulence. It happens to the best of us, man. Crank it up. I mean, well, we'll give you a warning here soon. I mean, you still got an hour, a little bit less. It is power hour, so it's good. Yeah, Boeing got destroyed. 2.4. It's not bad, but Boeing is already low. UWMC's up. They got to upgrade by some random ass analyst. But hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. Do you think Kathy Woods is done buying Tesla? Didn't she buy it recently? Was that on her last quarter? Well, Tesla did good as of late, those last couple days. It was a good bounce after the little Elon debacle. Saw DXYZ. I think it's interesting, but I definitely think it's expensive. So, like, it's American. It's, like, legit. It's just like an investment manager. It's literally a Carl Icahn-esque type company. But it has, like, a net asset value of their investments. So they have $50 million invested. So if you're buying it at, like, a $1 billion valuation, I mean, you're paying quite the premium on all of the assets that are held. So it's good to buy SpaceX, but you're paying a lot for it. Like what they do own some SpaceX and a couple of other names. It's very interesting. No horn. The chickens hate it. You have Nah, Luke, you're not the same guy as yesterday, bro. Do you have chickens listening to the stream too? I'm gonna start getting concerned or curious why my stream has attracted chickens. Hold on. You want to buy Starlink? That's part of SpaceX, right? Glue on the high. Low key kind of popping here. 2 candles. 1 candle. Monte Rosa Therapeutics, 8.5. Chickens are very in right now, I guess so. YouTube chat, no. I've seen, I got to watch the other political YouTube, chats. Even that chat there, even at the press conference, and, it's the same thing, demon, lies, we hate you. It's I'm like, wow, at least it's not, I'm glad to see it's not just unique to you guys, but it's definitely, it falls into the broader consortium of politics, I guess. One good time. Oh, you're just watching out for, okay, you're watching out for the chickens. I feel you. Okay, I was like, damn, that's crazy. And Country Banger, I mean, you got to wait. Boeing flushing even, whoa, oh, I thought I said 171. I said, what, dude? Yeah, Boeing is dropping, though. A little lower. It's only 2.5%. I say only because that's really not that big, I feel like, considering, you know, last time there was FAA stuff and flushing through. So there might be more follow-up on this tomorrow. But the thing is, you're like at the low. This was the low of October. I don't even know how much further that goes back. Yeah, you got like a little bit more, maybe to 160, but like even like 173 next. It's an interesting range, but we will see, Habibi. It's hard to clap something already clapped, you know? It makes a lot of sense, Hard to break a leg that already broken. But what if it's like a sprain and still could be broken, huh? They have earnings on the 23rd. Yeah, earnings right around the corner. Again, I think Intel is on the 23rd as well, too. SPY going a little lower. Still about 15 minutes left. But Boeing is low. I mean, it's hitting the low ticker there. And then it's right there. Tesla's held up well. NASDAQ down 0.4. SPY down 5.1. Russell did good, only down 0.15. And then Dow's down 0.55 again. The Dow for the second day in the row, I think. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's down 3. I'm telling you, NVIDIA kind of is a big wind. A big wind alongside everything else. But the chip makers all over the place. ARM had a wicked move today. That gave that up. I would like it at 122 still, but that was kind of crazy. Boeing whistleblower providing documents to FAA. Yeah, I think that's what kind of caused this move right here. It was a little bit ago. I'm surprised it went that much lower, but it's still moving very small. And SPY is still low-key working its way down. Where is the solar? Boeing took shortcuts to speed 787 assembly. Dollar's actually in the green right now. Is gold coming down? Yeah, but gold was lower earlier. But that's good if the dollar goes green. The low of the day's in play. You're like right there. I mean, now that you've broken below Euro close and kind of here, if you hold below here. And then bonds ain't do anything. Bonds held up after the bad auction. So maybe stocks paid for it. But then again, I do think, when was the bond auction? It's like right here, I think. And a little higher than lower since then. Google on the low. Is Google about to go red? They had another good. They were in the green today too. Yeah, Google's about to sell off. I swear they were up like 2% in the morning. ARM was up 6% in the morning, and then they sold off. I think there was one. I think TSM. TSM was up like 3, but now they're still holding up 1. But again, they barely moved too, and then Bond's still holding. Boeing hitting another low, or it's like right. It's like 5 cents off of it. A on the high, AEYE. No idea what that is. Boeing, there you go. Boeing on the low ticker. It doesn't show up. It says it's hitting a low. I don't see the price moving on the chart, but I see it hitting new lows on the low. Like fresh ones. That's weird. Is 6%? No, 1.5. So here's the deal. We got 48 minutes left. Let's run the numbers because I've been doing the end of the week. So I've been doing towards the end of the week. So technically, what I've been pricing in has been for tomorrow as well as Thursday and Friday. So in a weird way, it even prices in bank earnings. So we're at 516, 375 plus 338. 713. That's lower than this morning. So that's 740. I had 730 this morning. We're going 713. Divided by 515, 96. 1.38. So 1.4 for the week. So it kind of cooled down today. After moving down about 0.5%. Pricing in like 0.2 lower. But that's for Friday. So let's see for tomorrow. That's the beauty of having daily options. So tomorrow, the 10th, this is CPI. Show me what you're working with. 267 plus 255. 255, 522. That says 519. Wow, I'm higher. Usually I'm lower. We'll go 520 then. No shit. So 520 divided by 516.08. 1%. Ta-da. Not bad. I think the last CPI we were pricing in either 0.9 or 1.2. That's why 1.4 was for the end of the week. So 0.4 is the follow-up, 1% for tomorrow. So CPI itself, that's nothing. That's pretty big considering you just moved 0.5%, whatever we gap up or down tomorrow. So I think it's going to set you up. Literally, it'll just put you within the range. Keep you where you've been. The last couple days, you will not be able to leave. Well, good luck again tomorrow morning. I'll see you guys on the watch list for it. Second link. Other than that, we'll be here 1 hour before the bell. I think I'm going to go live like 15 minutes. 15 minutes or like 10 minutes before the event. It'll be good. I hope you're resting. This is all we could do. CPI could be a dud or even better. It comes in hot. And then the market rips and doesn't care. And everybody says, why did that happen? But we already talked about this. So there's a lot that could happen tomorrow. But, I mean, you should generally be prepared unless the broader story generally changes. I mean, little parts of it have subtly been changing. And it's almost formed into a new story. But we will find out tomorrow. That's what tomorrow will bring. I mean, new all-time highs. I think 1% will get you close. It'll get you close, buddy. It'll get you close. Is it possible the FAA grounds all Boeing planes? It depends how serious it is. And the allegations, because I think the ones that just came out today that brought the stock down, I think it was saying it was like hundreds or thousands of planes or something like that. So, I don't know. Yeah, CPI is 1 hour before the bell. And I'm going to go live about about 15 minutes ahead of that, or 10 minutes. So I'll be live at like 5:20 or 5:15. Ain't seen no wires, and then I heard TLT from the amplifiers. Okay, I'm sorry. That one that keeps coming back. I keep coming back to that one. We did talk about Delta. We did the earnings preview. And then I decided to only go with a put play. I think I spent about $15, a little bit closer than 2 standard deviations for next week. JPM gap down, well, it'll react to the data a little bit, but they have earnings on Friday. So Friday morning, gap up or gap down. That's your JP Morgan date. Same goes for Citi and Wells Fargo. Got a quarter rate of cuts in my new Fed class. Still people got jobs, so they won't cut. Owner's equivalent of rent is still high as shit. But that's okay. Inflation's not high. Okay, we can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing it. You know what? I'm sorry, okay? Even the bonds are like, nah, drop. See? They hit the high and came down. You be teaching more than school? I don't know, man. When was the last time you read a book? You know, books are dope. And books have good info. You can get a lot from books. You know, I like reading. I'm a good reader. Reading's always fun. So those books in your school, man, you could learn a lot. CPI's tomorrow, baby. Tomorrow is the day. You know, that bond candle's kind of big. Hi. What is this? Cancellation, largest record with China canceling 5,000 tons of wheat. What is this? They seek to avoid expensive contracts. China canceled a shit ton of wheat, apparently. The largest in history. I like audiobooks too. I mean, yeah, compared to class, it just depends, man. Get a pen. Well, let's learn more. And honestly, I mean, you're getting a crash course in a wild market. You're gonna be old one day, talk. You're gonna be like, I remember his name was Jerome Powell. They were talking about Volcker. This guy was a tricky little bastard. He'd tell you, at first he said it was transitory. And he said, don't even fucking worry about it. And then right when he told me not to worry about it, he fucking raised the rates. And then right when he fucking raised the rates, I got worried. And right, he was like, yeah, you got to fucking tighten up the conditions. And then everybody started tightening up the conditions. Everybody's like, oh shit, they sold off the assets 20, 30%, everything. Fucking everything died. They sold it off. They were worried about the rates and financial conditions. And then he's like, don't even fucking worry about financial conditions. You're like, what'd you fucking say? He's like, yeah, don't even fucking worry, inflation down. And then he was like, yeah, I'm going to cut rates. And then the fucking shit went fucking meta and visiting AI. And they started making AI. An election. Yeah, and the whole happened. Yeah. Fucking little tricky little bastard. Here's fucking Powell. That's what you're going to be like. That'll be you. Mm-hmm. So, that'll be nuts, man. He's a good guy, though. Mm-hmm. Bostic comments. Says, always possible Fed growth forecast could rise. So, Habibi, what growth mean? Growth? You like growth? That's good. What does this mean about inflation, though? That wasn't even... that was supposed to be you. It's going to be you. I'm just saying. Did you hear that fun fact about Biden? What did they say? He was the second worst president since 1960 in grocery inflation. So, like, the only other person... Was it Nixon? I think it was Nixon, they said, was the only other one. Well, that's his other title. At least not number one, number two. No, not Carter. Even then. No. It was Nixon, I think. But he was number two for grocery inflation. So I got another one notched under the belt. You know what I'm saying? Fed Bostic says CPI coming in at consensus would be welcome development. Habibi. You like, remember, he's also, your boy just flipped up recently too. This is the same guy who just said 2 instead of 3. And then also trades munis like a madman. Loves municipals. The Bostic bounce. I don't know. Bostic? The guy went from would random pump the market to like, he was low-key bearish last time we heard from him. That's all I'm saying, man. Bostic's, I don't know, man. He's not as simple, man. Not as simple. Biden job created and unemployment. He's in the top. I don't think anybody else has ever created that many millions of jobs. So it's the pandemic effect. Same thing even with Trump. No one's ever lost as many jobs as under Trump. But then I don't know if you exclude the pandemic, it's a little more difficult to do so with Biden. But yeah, it's number one on the stats. Get him number one. Job creation. Biden, the best president ever. Technically, for the economy. I think you feel it. It's literally, that's what the data says. That's what the data says. I can't fight the data. Fed Bostic demand for services is still quite high. Where is Bostic? I didn't think we had anybody on the schedule today. Yahoo Finance? On Bostic? They've got Bosty? Habibi. They probably gave him some muni bonds. You know what I'm saying?
The possibility that the rate cuts may even have to move further out.
If you do pull forward your forecast, would that mean that you could see more than one rate cut on the table this year?
It's possible. Look, in the last SCP,
he's got
our dot plot submission, I had 2 cuts for this year because I had taken on board the rapid decline of inflation through that last 6 months of 2023. What happened for me is that it slowed down and the pace went back to the pace that I had expected initially, which had me at 1 cut.
He doesn't look as excited. I
I'm
can
open
see
to whatever the data tell us, however the
municipal
economy
bonds
evolves,
weighing in his
that
eyes.
will govern and guide what I think the appropriate path for policy
He's
is.
usually more
and at this
hyped.
point, I think it's 1. But as months pass, I
he
may
has
move
his
to 2,
munis weighing. You
or
can
I
see
might
the-
move to 0, and we'll just
the
have to
guilt
see
is weighing on
where
him.
the
You know what I'm
chips fall.
saying? He can't stop.
You mentioned
You ain't
earlier
never
in
been
the
addicted
interview
before.
that if CPI were to come in with
He just can't stop
expectations, that would
fucking
be
trading these
welcome.
tax-free
How many more
assets under
prints
other
of
people
CPI,
or investment
PCE
managers
moving in that
that he's
direction
not aware of?
would you need to see to become fully confident that inflation is moving back to begin initiating those rate cuts?
So that's a really hard question to answer. I mean, on some level, it depends on the degree to which the numbers come in on point. Do they come stronger than expected or weaker than expected? And so it's really hard to know. What I would say, though, is that in addition to the top line number, I'm actually looking at a number of other things as well. So as you know, the top line number is sort of the average or aggregate of the changes in prices of all the goods in the basket. But what our team does in Atlanta is we also break it down and say, okay, if you go item by item in the basket, what share of the basket is showing price increases greater than 3% or price increases greater than 5%? Because if you have a lot of goods at 5%, it's hard to get to 2. And what we're seeing right now is that the distribution, if you look at the distribution of price increases, there are far many at the 5% level or higher than what we typically see in a normal time. And as long as that distribution is showing that latent price pressure, we're going to have to be mindful of that and pay attention. So I'm looking at a number of other things.
He's not even saying
and
anything
I'll
good.
really want the totality of those measures
His
to be
latest
telling
things
me
that hit the
that we're
wire
getting
were
back to a
hawkish.
normalized level where 2% is likely to happen.
Really quick before I let you go, President Bostic, on
He's not
the
even
other
saying
side of your
anything to pump it.
mandate,
They
the
just- he's just
unemployment
pumping.
side,
They love
how
him.
high would unemployment need to go up, assuming that inflation is kind of at these levels, maybe a little bit lower, but not at your 2% target, for you to cut rates? Is there a certain level that the unemployment rate would need to rise to?
So, I don't have a certain level in mind on this. What I'm really trying to make sure is that we get to our 2% target with as little damage on the employment side as possible. And right now, I'm not hearing from businesses that they're expecting very much damage, if any at all. And that's quite comforting. If I started to get different signals to suggest that there's a lot of coming pain in the labor market side, then I'd be open to changing our policy stance and perhaps cutting sooner. But it's hard to know exactly what number I would need to see. It would really be about sort of what I'm hearing and how I'm hearing business leaders across sectors and our geography.
I mean, his
feel
comments
about
on
the labor
CPI, he
market.
said
And
a
if
woke,
it
in
seems
line
like
would
there's
be
a looming
welcome.
cliff that's coming.
But he said
I'll
he'd push
definitely
rate
have to take
hikes
that
even
on board
further
in
out.
thinking about when it is going to be appropriate to reduce rates.
And then now pull
President
forward.
Bostic, thank you so much for your insight. I so appreciate it. Let's not wait so long again to have you back.
I'll be looking for the invitation. It's been great to talk with you.
Thanks so much.
Thank
That's
you.
Raphael.
A little mix of both, hawkish and bullish. Not bad. Not bad. Buy gold on any dip. Let me get out of my short first, okay, man? But yeah, generally. We'll see. We'll see. So tomorrow in gold, I mean, it's just going to be dependent on if the data makes the dollar strong or not. Now comes the Timmy tweet. SPY near open. That'd be kind of crazy, but I mean, it's possible. Maybe near the close of yesterday. We're only down 0.1%. Russell already went green. Dow's still down, and then NASDAQ's about to go green too. Yeah, the Bostic pump. Again, he had hawkish comments. He was already hawkish. I think the fact that he came in hawkish last time, and then his literal last phrase saying pull him forward after previously saying we could push him out. So, again, the push-pull tactic by every other Fed member. Done excellently by Sir Bostic. AMD's green. I think Marvel held up green. Boeing got clapped. TSM, we were talking about that and all the other chips. Yeah, Marvel did good. Again, I think the event's Thursday. Wheat is green. Yeah, 998 below 10. SPY kind of running, man. It's getting into that other crazy dip zone that we were at. I don't know. Are we above 5,200? Let's see. 5,201. You're right there, and got 30 minutes. So even 330 ramp capital. We'll see. Intel's still chilling. Boeing's kind of curling up off the bottom. Yeah, Intel's holding up. I mean, it didn't go crazy off the new announcement, but it's moving up a little bit. Not bad, not bad. NVIDIA came up. NVIDIA, again, it was just down 3.7. Now it's down 2.5. Disney is coming up. SPY now, it's about to recover the second death blow to the market today. So, again, you're above 5,200. I mean, you sold off as what? 5,160? I think that's as low as you went today. 5,160 to the T. Very, very wild, Habibi. Very, very, very good time. You hit the high, you hit the low. It is like a roller coaster. That's how it's very fun. Like a S&P 500 flags, huh? Enjoy, Habibi, enjoy. This was Fast Pass, and now you have to wait in line, and now you get another Fast Pass. Yalla, welcome. Nothing happened to the market. I mean, right here, you did have Bostic. So this was Bostic, and again, he had some borderline the same hawkish comments, a little bit more hawkish, but then he sprinkled in some bullish, dovish notes in there, and I think the market mixed in with end of the day after selling off and bonds already up there, and then getting ready for the data, pricing in 1%. But really, I mean, it's not like today was not really data-driven or headline-driven as the movements would lead you to believe. A little scammy, some people would say. But a good time. But now you only have 30 minutes left. So these are going to be your end of the day moves. And then tomorrow, I mean, you better wrap it up now. I mean, I'll tell you with a couple minutes left. But, I mean, when it's all said and done, you got 30 minutes. The data comes out tomorrow. So if you do plan on playing anything related to the data or even earnings, Delta earnings in the morning, I mean, now is the time to do it. Now is the time to think about that because CPI numbers will come out tomorrow morning. So we don't have to wait much longer. The Iran comments, I want to say they moved things, but again, oil, nothing else moved. I mean, maybe gold, but then again, I think gold is more so off the dollar, hence it coming down when the dollar came back up. But who knows, man? Who knows? I'm glad to see. Honestly, can I tell you guys, I don't like it because, like, I mean, it's not like I don't like it, but it was refreshing today to see. I didn't really address it, but the amount of you that said CPI leaked, it was nice. It was nice to see you guys. You know what I'm saying? It was good to see you guys. I haven't seen y'all the last couple of times, you know. There's been a couple of times, so it's good to see y'all, man. I haven't seen y'all in a minute. Nah, for real. So, like, I don't really have anything against y'all, like, in that sense. But it was just good to see it. Like, I didn't say anything prior, but, like, I've seen that, like, 20 times today. And I'm just, you know, it's good to see, man. Good to see. It's good to see y'all still thriving. You know, I hope you're doing good. It's good to see you, man. Seems like seeing a long-time friend. You know, I was like, oh, shit. What's up, man? How you been? It's good. I'm glad. I'm just happy to see you. All right, man, enjoy it. God bless you, bro. A virtual kiss on the cheek. All right, shukran, Habibi, shukran. Meta leaked. Oh, I thought that wasn't TXN moving earlier? Bloop. Yeah, they were. 1.87. Meta got a pretty wicked range. It hit 507. It was just at 530 the other day. I don't know, man. You never know, homie. Yum, again, Intel. I already have that. Where's Niv'd up? Then Marvel, too. Marvel's nice. We're still holding that. Biomarin and then BWMN. They look very similar. SPY going green. It is actually. SPY's at 0.01. You're just back to where we closed yesterday, which was a little bit lower. I mean, remember yesterday wasn't really the best day, and then bonds were more so murder. Pinduoduo on the high. Couple of China names moving up. C-Web's moving up. So, again, that low is pretty wicked. You're back up here. Still kind of got a little bit of the downtrend, but generally last couple of days, you really haven't moved in even, 5 days ago? So last Tuesday, you were at the same price? How you feel of this, Habibi? You see this candle here? You were here last Tuesday, Habibi. 1 week ago. You did nothing. And that was ahead of the non-farms. So literally Tuesday, that was Jolt's data. And I believe that Jolt's data came in line. Pinduoduo, more candles. Are those new? Yeah, Pinduoduo kind of ramping up here. And Lumen on the high. Data range. Well, we follow the path. So maybe the data turns things tomorrow, but generally, I'm very much suspecting the market wants to stay on the path. But we'll find out, and then, watch the dollar, watch the bonds. I think Fed futures, all of those. Ooh, should we do it? No. I don't know. I don't even think the Fed futures have gotten too, sticky, on any level. Even the May odds, I don't even think they... They went up today. Yeah, they didn't even hit the low of last time. That's why I'm in a weird way, you can't really go off of anything. You're on vacation in Arizona. Getting it for CPI is going to be early. You respect how I get up, man, and bring the energy. Oh, man, you'll get used to it. How long are you staying for? Are you on the East Coast originally? And then still 24 minutes. I mean, Ramp Capital, you got a little bit. The Golden Tributary. I guess that's where, I think it's Golden Path turning into the Golden Tributary. That's just getting out of hand, though. Golden Tributary, I don't know if that communicates. Transitory, we were like, what? Now, tributary? Sounds too much like that. Yeah, Palm Springs is fun. It's really fun if you're into certain things, but generally some good pools. There's some casinos. It's good weather if you like the heat. Some decent food. Pinduoduo still climbing a little bit. Where's Bob? And then Pfizer. Pfizer was cool in the morning. Just got us excited a little bit. I said, Delta's tomorrow morning. 8 out of 10 green days for gold. I know. That's why I'm like, come on. It's pretty, and it's $300? I blame Costco. I can't believe it. Muhammad El Arian said it very politically correct today, but he said people don't want the dollar. They're buying gold and other currencies too. Dollar diversification. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I got a little bit of red, but not too crazy. Don't worry. Either you get VWAP. I don't know if he'll close at the open, but anything is possible. For now, 1% for tomorrow, priced in 1.4 by the end of the week. And that's it. JP Morgan only calls for now. I think they got clapped, though, after today. Yeah, they're down 29%. So, and then the puts were already expensive, so now I'm sure they already went up. But we have till Friday. Maybe data make it go boom. I was hoping that if the puts got cheap ahead of time, I could buy them, but that's it. I think the 215 calls for JP Morgan. Come on, man. Watch the watch. I saw you on the live watch list. I didn't see you on the, you don't like the non-live watch list. You just like the live one. Raymond. I do. Yeah, we put it on watch list yesterday. I love them all. Well, we love you. Shout out to Cult, baby. Revolution Medicines announces discovery of RMC investigational multi-selective tri-complex inhibitor designed to block full-spectrum oncogenic RAS proteins. Sounds dope. Vimeo, didn't Vimeo already get bought out? Or no. That was Vizio. Vimeo. This is the video company. Like a YouTube. VMEO. I don't. Google AI executive joins Vimeo as new CEO April 5th. There's SC13. Yeah, so Philip Moyer. So they got a new CEO recently. Mr. Cole out hospital. Pray for real. Oh man, we got you, bro. I hope you're doing good. We'll keep you in the prayers, Val. Pray for Val. Well, it's popping up there. They've had a very interesting last couple days. Decent volume on the day on the SPY. 49 million. No. It felt like a lot more volume than that. Low key. You mean to tell me we're going to have way more. I mean, you still have end of the day, but still. You're like the same volume as yesterday, right? Yesterday was the eclipse. People were just standing outside cheering. Some people moaned and cried. Honestly, I mean, the range of reactions yesterday, bro, like it was a very wide spectrum of what could have happened if you saw that. Based on what I wasn't even there, and it was wicked. I did not think there's that many side effects. Just a wide range, but yeah. So we'll find out, though. We'll find out. That end of the day, 20-minute volume could bring a little bit more, but for now, you're at the same volume as yesterday. But yesterday was including the close. Been randomly yelling, "Diamond ring!" It's a diamond ring! It's a lot of fun, though. I'm not going to lie. I had fun watching that. It looked cool. The videos were dope, too, but, people's reactions were a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Google pop-ended. Google gave up the gains earlier. It's back up to 1%, though. Ken, they were up more. Macron, TSM. Who's the other one? ARM. I think mortgage rates will lower. Depends on rates. I mean, if the rates don't go down, like if inflation goes up and Powell and the Fed really don't cut rates, or they lower expectations for how many, I mean, mortgage rates will come up a little bit. But for now, I mean, mortgage rates have done generally good. And, I mean, the market could survive with 6%. Like, it's not like, lending tips will tell you not as many transactions, but people are still doing them. And, I think people could survive at 5. So even now, people are doing good. They were a little higher before. I think at one point last year, beginning of last year a little bit, they got pretty up there. Even end of last year. The 40-year, some are already doing it, yeah. 40-year mortgages, I mean, you might get a little more, but if you really want one, you can get a 40-year mortgage. I think now they only do it for, is it for old people or something? I forgot. TXN, I was running up earlier, actually. Decent candles. That's still going 2%. Again, pin duo in 15 minutes. So these are the closing moves until the CPI, baby. It's there. It's chill. You file taxes. Should you put $2,000 in bill? Yeah, I mean, if you want to just get a little return on the money until you find something to invest into, why not? There's a couple names out there. I just bought Pfizer. That yields 6, but you take the equity risk. But bill is still a solid option. Or you could always buy a bond. You could buy a 2-year bond. That's always a good idea. Yeah, definitely not a recommendation. Just what I would do. NXPI went up. Giglet. Yeah, low key, it's up 2.2. Where's SMCI? They dropped 3.1. You grab monthly bills and have it on auto renew. Yeah. But the only problem is that if the monthly bills, if they cut rates, the rate goes lower. So, like, in a weird way, I mean, certain rates, if you could lock, like right now, a 2-year bond, you could lock in 4.75 for every 2 years. Low key, that's not too bad. You could lock in the higher rates. If you really believe rates are going to go lower, you could lock in imminently to lock in 4.75. It's not really a bad idea. So, yeah, you get paid 4.99, 5% on the monthly, and you could auto renew, but if they cut rates, that's going to 4.7, and then expectations might drop them to 4.5, and then so on and so forth. I don't think they're cutting. I think unemployment has to go up. That's it. It may be they may try to downplay it, but at the same time, because low key, I feel like people are going to try this. They tried it today. We already had this discussion. People are talking. They're like, well, maybe higher interest rates are supporting higher prices. And they're saying that, like, literally that real estate, they're saying that high interest rates is why real estate inflation won't go down. Vimeo Betaville takeover notes. We were just looking at that. So they're saying that it's, what's it called? I just blanked. They're saying that real estate is being supported by higher interest rates, and that if we want real estate prices to go down, we need to cut rates. I didn't come up with this idea. People were saying this today. It even was around financial media this morning. And, like, that's what I'm saying. It's just, like, that makes some sense, but the only way that really works is if you pair it with, if you pair it with job losses. That's the only way it makes sense. Like, fully. It makes some sense because of supply and that, because higher rates do support the asset in keeping things expensive. But then at the same time, it's like if rates are high, people are less likely to sell their homes, add supply, and buy another home. And that's what's kind of keeping things, a little bit more solid at the higher end. But then again, lower rates would spur more demand, which could drive prices further. But the whole idea here is, and what I'm saying is that the only way this fully makes sense is if people are losing jobs. Because then you could lower the rates, help encourage new supply. Yes, there'll be demand, but then if people are losing their jobs, that will really get the supply moving more than demand, and then, get things into a more appropriate balance. So, just all depends. But I think employment, though, is the answer. TXN, they didn't have news. They just kept ripping. Caught my attention, and now here is your 10-minute rigged on the dot. So let's see what it brings. CPI is tomorrow morning, pre-market, baby. I believe in the golden path for now. I think the golden path is just a delay. It just buys time. 6 months, 12 months delayed. They know the data won't change much, but then eventually, something has to give. I don't know if you could really, and unless this is the soft landing that quickly turns into something else. Maybe we get the landing over with and try something else. I don't know. There's a lot we could go over, but for now, I still think slow and steady. And the employment, the stronger the numbers, the worse, or even higher revisions, but lower numbers would get people feeling good. But then if they get revised way too low, people might start worrying about economic situations deteriorating faster. But I don't think there's any sign of that as of yet. Oh, I forgot about Tesla. Again, Vimeo apparently takeover note. Tesla held up great, 2%. I think that's kind of, if you did good today, you went 2. Not too bad. It feels like forever inflation purgatory. It's been several years, but this is what happened last time in the 70s. It is a long, drawn-out process. It's long-term. It's long, drawn-out, very insidious. So, yeah, but it has been 3 years? 4 years? Your mom's thinking about selling her condo. Is it best to wait till they cut? It just depends where she's going to live. I would just figure that out before anything. It doesn't really matter. Even with rates high right now, she could still get a good price. That's kind of the whole thing. It's not like prices went down. Yeah, you just got to know where she's going to live. That's especially with people, older people, when I've seen them sell their houses, it's always you just got to lock down what the plan is to where you're going to live after you sell it. Or if it's just a rental, then you could sell whenever you want. And then SPY went right above VWAP and started bouncing. NASDAQ still in the green. SPY went red. Dow is still red, and then Russell in the green. Mm. 70s brought you the 80s and 80s and 90s weren't bad, I guess. So maybe the 30s and 40s will be good. We'll see. I wonder what this yield curve, again, we only have a couple more months. I think If we get to June, it'll be the longest the yield curve has ever been inverted. All right, man. You're approaching the final 5, Chatadonia. You are approaching the final 5. Good luck, my friends. Good luck. Pretty quiet. I mean, the 10-minute rig wasn't too nuts. I already told you, man. You gotta get ready to finalize everything. That's it. You don't have much time. You gotta do it now. You gotta do it now. This is the moment. That's it. If you're gonna play the CPI, otherwise you wait. You could play 1% back and forth. You know, that's what's priced in. If you're feeling what's priced in, play within the range. You could go ghetto standard deviation. You could wait till the event. If you're on futures, you got a lot. You could do a lot more. Got a lot more. Longer inversion, longer drawdown. Well, I said 1929 impossible today. So we'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. A lot of competing opinions. We will find out very shortly, my friends. The yield curve. We will find out once the cycle makes a decisive move to be able to determine its real effects as a cycle. But Chad, I love you. I hope you know you're blessed. But it is time we wrap today up, man. I can't believe it's already over. Did you realize that Tuesday is already done? It's gone and over with, man. So tomorrow morning will be a big day. We've talked about it a lot already. I'm going to be on live and early, so I'll see you there. But now we have to come to a close, and before we end the day, I have to take this moment to remind you that it gets really loud here at the end of the day. The new guy comes on. He's not so new anymore, but this may be new to you. He gets really loud. So the safe word is earmuffs. That is a warning. When you hear me say earmuffs, that is a warning to you that it's going to get really loud in here. And I want you to have a good day and be protected. And I don't want the loud noise to disrupt you and the loud noises to bother you in any way, because that's what happens. That's what people say. I didn't know that, but I learned that recently. Loud noises, they cause many issues in people's interpersonal lives, daily lives, sexual lives. It's a disease, dormant BBB. A lot of things happen. Some people it's changed things to them. You have no, I'm telling you, it's really bad. ACN is popping there a little bit at close. So I just want you safe and having a good day. You don't deserve anything but the best. So I really do appreciate you. So thank you for being here. And just earmuffs, you'll be safe, all right? Sound good? Good. See, look at that. I said sexual lives. You guys really were like, wow, I got your attention. You see that? So earmuffs. I'm glad you guys are going to be safe today. I know that. I'm glad I got your attention. Earmuffs. 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 It's going to get earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach, watching the San Diego International Airport. It's about 73 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day. Unless you bought calls. Even if you bought a put, they probably clapped you by the end of the day on a daily because we didn't do anything, and now we're pricing in 1% for tomorrow. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. That's it, baby. It's game time. Square on the high, SPY on the high. The market is moving up. The bond stayed up and elevated even after a bond auction. And now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I already gave you a warning. I already gave you the reminder. The data's in the morning. You already know. Shares, options, futures. You better have made your mind up already. This warning, I don't even know. You should have made up your mind. You have less than 5 seconds. And then the data, and then the bonds, and the dollar. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. It don't matter if you just got here or not, baby. You need to drop that good game in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, information, personalities, baby. Way to hold it down. Way to show love. Good questions. Way to be there for your fellow Chaz, baby. Way to get a long term. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You donated. You showed some love, baby. Good game. You didn't have to, but you did. Way to hold it down in Twitch. I love you, Twitch. You're here in spirit. You're here in 2 weeks. 2 weeks you'll be back, but good game, baby. Good game. We made it. Get ready for tomorrow morning, baby. GG. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts, honorary members. Let's go. Everybody got a lawn term, baby. Good game. And listen, without a GG, you gonna get banned. Without a GG, you ain't got good sportsmanship. Stop playing with me. Good game, dog. GG. Good, GG. Good game, man. Good game. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. God willing. Bright and early tomorrow. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Where's your... No. Hit him with the other one. Hit him. But that's it, Chad. That's it. That's the day. I got to get going. I love you, but that's it. That's the day. That's the day. It's a code, baby. That's it. I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation. Strangest Secret in the World. I'll see you in the AM.
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky. Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast, had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timorad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate it, love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel.
No news, baby. The news is tomorrow morning. But that's it, baby. That's the day. We made it. 7 hours. God bless you. That's all I have for you. If anything else is going to be on the watch list, we're going to get you your CPI preview on the watch list. That's me. That's me. You can check out the description, though. You'll find the watch list. You'll find the stream alerts. You'll find the free long-term alerts. You'll find the new channels and many, many more. And Instagram and the prayer request wall. And pray for me, man. You know, it goes a long way, and I'm praying for all of y'all, man. And pray for ideas and imagination, and pray for the people you around, bro, and be at peace, and pray for this year and this country. You got an election, and everyone gonna go crazy, but you're gonna have to be the peace and bring the peace, baby. So I hope you bring the peace, baby. So Chattadonia, that's it, man. That's it. But fill it out, and thank you if you have, man. I love y'all. God bless y'all for real. And let's go, man. A long journey. It's a long, long mission. A long, long mission, bro. It's a long, long mission. So that's it, man. I got to get going, though. I love you. Enjoy your Tuesday. It flew by. Huh? Flew by. Flew by. So that's it. But I love you. Have a wonderful day. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation. And The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. And why imagination lead to invention and not just wishful thinking, baby. And we gonna use it as a tool, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. I got you, bro. I got you, dude. I got you, dude. That's it, dude. I'm going to ride out on this, dude.
Hey.
I'm going to like lead it. Exactly, dude.
Why the people in the government hate
come I
me
can't
than the
under that,
teachers?
dude?
Why they
Exactly,
always
dude.
want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state.
Ride with me, dude.
Devil on
Ride
my
with me.
speakers, and they told us not to
That's
hate,
what they
but
told us.
don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the end.